How you doing today, Gord? Great. Kind of got your game face on. Yeah. Looks like you're either going to go into a boxing match.
Good morning, everybody. I will bring the Thursday, November 20th regular council meeting to order. I'll start with the city's land acknowledgement that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation, Alberta, District 11. We recognize that we stand upon land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The city honors the first peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Welcome, everybody. We are here for our budget deliberations for the operating budget. First, I'll just ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Nguyen.
I'll move that council adopt the agenda as presented and circulated.
Thank you. I'll accept that motion. Is there any additions or deletions? Not seeing any, I'll close the motion. Would you like us to vote by?
Good morning. It seems like we're experiencing a slight technical error. If you don't mind voting by card, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That is carried unanimously. All right. We'll hand it over to Jeremy Eamon to get us started this morning.
Thank you and good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here to present Council with an overview of the proposed 2026 operating budget. The purpose of my presentation is to highlight some key areas within the proposed 2026 operating budget, as well as to help prepare you for what to expect over the next few budget meetings. And joining me, as always, is Jen Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. So to begin, I'll just remind everyone of the scheduled budget meeting dates. Council met on November 17th to hear presentations of the proposed 2026 capital budget and 10-year capital plan. Today, November 20th, and most likely the 25th, Council will hear presentations of the proposed 2026 operating budget. To begin the meeting on the 25th, Council will hear community presentations from the Heartland Housing Foundation and the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library. Once these presentations have concluded, we will continue with the operating budget presentations from where we leave off today. Presentations will include time given to each director to present their departmental operating budgets and for Council to ask clarifying questions and receive further information as needed. At the conclusion of the operating budget presentations, Council will then move into budget deliberations, which could begin as early as November 25th. Otherwise, they'll begin on the 28th. And just a reminder, deliberations can include items from either the proposed 2026 operating budget and or capital budget. The last day of budget meetings typically sees Council wrapping up deliberations and addressing items flagged during the budget presentations, along with any final questions. Should another budget meeting be required, December 3rd has been set aside as an option. All meetings are scheduled from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m., with a break for lunch, and other breaks will be called by the Mayor as needed. As for budget approvals, according to the Municipal Government Act, Council must approve an operating and a capital budget each year, as well as prepare and adopt written 3-year operating financial plan forecasts and 5-year capital plans as a minimum. Therefore, at the December 9th regular Council meeting, Council is scheduled to approve the 2026 operating and capital budgets, along with the 2026 user fees, rates, and charges bylaw and the 2026 Fort Saskatchewan Public Library appropriation. Also on December 9th, Council is scheduled to adopt the 3-year operating financial plan forecast for years 2027 through 2029 and the 10-year capital plan covering years 2026 through 2035. At the May 12th, 2026 regular Council meeting, Council is scheduled to approve the 2026 property tax bylaw, which sets the property tax rates for next year. Council will also be approving the 2026 spring budget as adjusted. And in accordance with the city's budget policy, Council is scheduled to perform a second review of the 10-year capital plan with updates in June of next year. Again, just a reminder to Council that we will be following the flagged items and questions process during these budget meetings. Since I've already covered this in detail on day one, I'll just say that following the process allows Council to receive the entire budget presentation and further information if needed prior to commencing budget deliberations. At the conclusion of each budget presentation, Council may ask administration clarifying questions and or flag items to be brought back later for further Council discussion. Administration will keep a record of all flagged items and information requests and will reconfirm them with Council as needed. Pursuant to the operating and capital budgets policy, the City prepares a program-based operating budget. Unlike traditional line item budgets, a program-based budget clearly shows the wide-ranging services that the City provides, along with the associated costs of providing those services. The result is improved budget transparency, providing more meaningful information to both Council and the public, making the budget more relevant and relatable. Program-based budgets are structured by service areas, making discussions about public services more meaningful than simply focusing on individual costs such as salaries or contracted services. The City manages 173 unique programs that include services ranging from snow removal and curbside waste pickup to recreational programming and transit. For complete program descriptions, please refer to page 3-7 of the operating budget document, where they can be accessed via a link. PBB allows for more informative costing information, since each program within the budget includes costing information, inclusive of personnel and non-personnel costs, along with associated revenues. Program-based budgeting helps aid discussion and informs decisions regarding the City's financial priorities by providing a clear picture of how resources are allocated to services that support the community. So next I'll walk you through how the department operating budgets will proceed. Each presentation will follow a consistent format with an emphasis on programs and program delivery. After brief introductions, directors will speak to their respective programs we manage, referencing their section within the budget document. Highlights of significant proposed adjustments for 2026 will be presented. These adjustments may include changes to their base operating budget revenues and or expenses, resulting from budget reallocations, efficiencies, savings, and or cost increases identified. Directors may also present proposed service level changes and or highlight some key initiatives within their department business plans. For departments with 2026 operating budget recommendations, directors will present them next for Council's review and consideration. Following this, directors will present their proposed 2026 user fees and charges as applicable. All new, revised, or canceled user fees and charges will be presented. Also, directors will highlight the key factors and review processes they followed for updating their 2026 user fees and charges in accordance with the user fees and charges policy and procedures. At the conclusion of each department's presentation, directors will respond to any questions of Council. In addition to the department budget presentations, Council will hear separate presentations from administration for community grants and programs and financial reserves. Next, I'll summarize the proposed changes to the 2026 operating budget over last year. The chart shown includes city operations and utilities, and all figures are expressed in millions of dollars. The proposed 2026 operating budget consists of total budgeted revenues and expenses of $114.3 million, inclusive of the new tax revenue requirement at $6.8 million. This represents a net increase of $13.2 million over the base budget. The base budget equals the 2025 approved budget after one-time items have been removed. And for more information on how the base budget is determined, please refer to the line item budget shown in the appendix, section 22. Proposed changes from the base budget are captured in 25 operating budget recommendations that will be presented to Council over the course of these budget meetings, along with budget adjustments that are described within the notes section of each department's budget. Operating budget recommendations are summarized by department and categorized as either one-time or ongoing on page 3-25. Highlights of the proposed changes to city revenues, shown in the left chart, include a new tax revenue requirement of approximately $6.8 million, estimated tax assessment growth of $2.1 million. This is the anticipated increase in property tax revenue due to growth in the residential and non-residential property assessments. An increase in revenue from utility user rates of $3.3 million, which is needed to offset increased utility operating costs. A drop in revenue from fines and penalties of approximately $1.4 million. This is due to the new provincial restrictions that limit the use of automated traffic enforcement programs. An increase to user fees and charges revenue of $1 million. This is primarily due to inflation, growth, and the application of key factors within the user fees and charges policy. And lastly, an increase to other revenue, including investment income, of $1.5 million. Moving on to expenses and other items, highlights of proposed changes include an increase to committed capital items of $1.9 million. This includes the operating impacts of previously approved capital projects, along with staffing positions that were approved in 2025. Inflation adjustments of just over $4 million. These reflect the anticipated cost increases for compensation and employer benefits, wastewater management services, electricity, natural gas, for examples. An increase in growth-related expenditures of $1.9 million. This includes growth plans for roads, parks, and utilities, along with new staffing positions proposed for within the budget. One-time items reflect an increase of approximately $1.3 million. Notable one-time projects include the development of master plans for parks and recreation, transportation and storm drainage, and Veterans Way future urban area functional planning. And finally, other items include an increase of approximately $4 million, which is mainly attributed to debt repayments related to the new aquatics facility, increased funding for local road and neighborhood rehab projects, and an increase to reserve transfers. So next are highlights regarding city personnel. Currently, there are 484 total staff, including 265 full-time, 33 permanent part-time, 16 temporary, and 163 casual. Of these, there are currently 10 staff members on leave. The split between union and non-union staff is 71% union to 29% non-union, which is consistent with previous years. Based on the T2 financial and management report for the 8 months ended August 31, 2025, the city is projecting a year-end staffing surplus of $458,000. The surplus represents about 1% of the city's total budget for salaries, wages, and benefits of approximately $39 million. The proposed 2026 operating budget includes adjustments related to personnel for employer benefits such as EI and CPP, negotiated cost of living adjustments for QP staff, cost of living adjustments for non-union employees, council remuneration, and International Association of Firefighters members, and funding for proposed new positions. Further details on personnel are provided in the Budget and Brief section, pages 3-8 and 3-9, along with the 2026 personnel summary on page 22-3. Next, I'll give a quick overview of the proposed changes to community grants and programs. And again, as I mentioned earlier, administration will be presenting community grants and programs as a separate item during these budget presentations. Pursuant to the grants to nonprofit organizations policy, the city provides financial and in-kind support to various community nonprofit groups, organizations, boards, and committees whose activities benefit our citizens. The proposed 2026 operating budget includes recommended community grants and programs totaling approximately $2.05 million, reflecting an increase of $10,740 or 0.5% over last year's approved budget. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library is requesting a 2026 appropriation of approximately $1.43 million. This reflects an increase of just over $45,000 or 3.3% over last year's approved amount. And on November 25th, Council will have the opportunity to ask library representatives questions about their budget and the appropriation itself. The city's contributions to regional partners for $7,000 is represented by the municipal partnership agreement with the town of Bruderheim for arena use. In addition to the city's financial support of various community organizations, approximately $1.2 million is offered as in-kind support. This could include the use of city facilities, staff time, repairs, maintenance, and or other services provided by the city at no cost. This figure is comparable to the prior year. For more information on community grants and programs, please refer to section 19 of the budget document. Next, I'll review the city's 3-year operating financial plan forecasts for years 2027 through 2029. Operating financial plan forecasts are an integral part of the annual budget process, and their preparation and review by council is required under the MGA. The forecasts evaluate current and future market conditions and incorporate the city's multi-year plans and department business plans to help guide policy and inform decision-making. The detailed forecast, along with supporting notes and assumptions, is shown in the appendix, section 22, pages 11 through 14. The total forecasted revenues and expenses are summarized by year and include both city operations and utilities. The 3-year forecast shows total city revenues increasing from approximately $118 million in 2027 to approximately $135 million in 2029. The forecast includes annual increases in total revenues each year, ranging from $6.8 million to $10.6 million, including additional growth estimates. Forecast total expenses increase from approximately $123 million in 2027 to $140 million in 2029, with annual increases between $6.5 and $10 million. The forecast additional tax requirements range from a low of $1.8 million in 2028 to a high of $5.1 million in 2027. The increase in 2027 is due to commencement of debt repayment and servicing costs related to several proposed major capital projects within the 10-year capital plan. In 2029, the additional tax requirement of $5 million includes additional operating costs due to the opening of the new aquatics facility. It's important to note that since these figures are based on future plans, estimates, and assumptions, actual results may vary from forecast. Sorry about that. One final item before I close. I would like to draw your attention to the appendix, section 22 of the budget document. It includes some additional information that readers may find useful, such as the 2026 personnel summary, 2026 line item budgets for the entire city and for each department, the 3-year operating financial plan forecasts, and 3-year operating actuals for years 2022 through 2024. And also please be aware that within the table of contents, links have been provided to relevant financial policies, service level information, department business plans, and other supporting documents. And that concludes my overview of the proposed 2026 operating budget. At this point, I'll ask if there are any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see we have some. Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for all the information. I look forward to going through it all. On page 3-5, and you had it in a chart here in your presentation, it shows our budget in a very, very brief form, but it totals $114 million. But in the rest, all the way through in anything else, if you go to page 22-5, it shows $107 million. So what is missing in that 22-5 that is in here to bring it up to $114 million on both sides?
I can answer that question. The 114 includes the 6.8 million that we have outstanding that has no, at the end of, sorry, I should clarify. On page 22-5, towards the bottom, there's a line that says surplus deficit before other items to capital. There is a number there that says 6.75. That's our unfunded operational budget. So if you add that, that equals the 114.
Okay, that'll equal, but okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you good?
Yep.
Perfect. Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about our debt ceiling, the city's debt management policy. And my question is, the policy was established in 2018. I tried to look back for budgets going back to that time frame on what our revenue was, and I can't find them. I'm going to assume they're maybe around in the 70 million. Right now we're at 110 for revenue. When is a good time, or when is fitting and advisable to have a discussion on our debt ceiling as it's embedded in our policy, given that we have significant capital projects ongoing right now, and it is a council adopted policy, what really that number looks like at the ceiling, and are there plans to do so short term?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, so that particular policy is due for a review and an update and a refresher. So our plan is to bring that back in the new year for council to review the policy, and in particular that debt ceiling, and adjustments can be made at that time based on council direction to administration.
Okay,
is that what you're asking?
That's exactly what I'm asking. I just thought it's very timely to be evaluating that, and And I'll wait for that to come forward. I'm assuming that will be more of a holistic discussion of where we're at right now, specifically what we have ongoing, and then maybe some recommendations from your department. That's what we'll see, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Thank you. Jeremy, I just want to get a couple of things straight in my head, I think from last time, being the newbie here. With the property tax growth, if I heard you correctly last time, you said you typically go with a conservative estimate. Am I correct in thinking that way?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So the comment about conservative estimates on that particular instance was the total revenue growth.
Okay.
The assessment growth is obtained through many discussions with our property assessors on a very realistic, very conservative estimate of what that assessment growth is, and that's what we include in the budget. And then at spring, when we have the finalized assessment figures, we true it up to the actual assessment growth.
Okay, then maybe give me a little bit of context as to how accurate are those estimates then? In the past, have they been typically trending a little higher than expected, lower than expected, all over the place?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, there have been years where, again, it's never a perfect science. There have been years where the additional assessment growth has exceeded $1 million. There's been years where it's been almost exactly correct, like within 100,000, let's say, where we haven't even had make an adjustment. Mm-hmm. And I think there may have been 1 year where it was slightly less. Am I correct on that? Or I don't know if there's ever been less, but it's always been in that range.
Okay.
So it's been fairly close, yes.
It's fine. I teach forecasting for a living, and the first thing I tell my students is every forecast is wrong. So you're always going to be out by a little bit. And maybe just on that vein too, with the expenses, when we look at variances, I see actuals, I see budgeted, but when we compare budget to actuals, is that just trying to get a general sense for things? Does that trend tend to be a little bit more positive, where we budget more than we actually spend, or the other way around?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. That's a hard question to answer. The T2,
thank you.
The T2 was presented on Tuesday, and we are forecasting an year-end surplus of 5.2 million. So again, within the budget policy, we estimate revenues conservatively. Expenses, we build the budgets with the most realistic forecasts that we have with the information we have available. Again, it's never perfect. Are we always on one side or always below? That's hard to say. We're going to be above in one areas and below in others. I mean, again, it's many things within the budget are very difficult to forecast and determine ahead of time.
Awesome. Okay, thanks a lot, Jeremy.
Yep.
Councillor Randawa?
Yep. Thank you very much for the presentation, Jeremy. You had the slide regarding the timelines for what we're doing in all the meetings, including like the capital plan. I just had a question around the capital plan. Is it like required from the MGA that we have a 10-year capital plan? I believe it's 5 years, correct? So I just wanted to understand, why do we go for a 10-year one, and kind of what's the rationale behind that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randa, yes, you're absolutely correct. The MGA does require a minimum of 5 years for capital plans in terms of estimating anticipated capital additions. Since my time here, with the city, it's always been a 10-year capital plan. I think I can't say why it was decided many years ago, why it was 10 years as opposed to say 5. Again, as you go out further into the future, it becomes a little bit more hazy and allows you a bit more flexibility to move capital projects around. I think what it does from my standpoint, in my opinion, is that it provides a little bit more anticipation or projection of where the city's finances are going in that 10 period. We always prepare it on the assumption that, of course, it is going to change over time. But I think 5 years is a little bit too limiting. And again, that's the MGA standard right now is 5 years. That could change. Other municipalities we've looked at also do a 10-year as well. So,
okay. And when we look at our operating and expense side, do we also do that up to 10 years internally, or is that more like the 2 to 3 years then?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randall. So that we limit to 3 years. We follow the province's recommendation there with doing a 3-year operating forecast.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ketcher?
Okay, thank you. So on page 3.9, it talks about the staffing adjustments and compensation and the fact that we need 4.06 million. And we have a deficit or a shortfall right now of 6 million. So as we go through the budget, rather than flagging each individual person, can we actually put a flag on now to discuss all of the positions at one point in time?
Is there any objection to flagging all of the personnel? Do you want to talk to that? Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
My only objection to that, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, is the whole point of flagging is that we wait to hear the presentations first, and by just flagging things arbitrarily in the start kind of defeats the intent of that purpose. Then it's like saying I want to flag the entire public works operating budget without seeing it yet. That's my issue.
Yeah, and I think the reason that we do this is you can ask questions through each of the presentations, but rather we have found in the past, rather than putting a specific department, in the spotlight and saying, oh, we want to flag yours and then come back. It's just all of them would come back to us at the end, but you can still have the conversation.
Sure. Any other objections? Yours is not on for an objection, is it?
No.
Okay. Okay, so seeing no objections, then we'll flag staffing as a whole for further discussion on the last day. Are you good, Councillor Catcher? Yeah. Sorry, wrong button. Councillor Noyan.
Thanks. So, part of your presentation, we have impact on utility bills due to this budget. Looking through the proposed increases to utility bills, there's one that stands out, which is sewer, as its line item labeled here. My question for right now is going to be, do we know projections for 2027 based on the utility increase in capital and operating expenditures that have happened and very recently, and also further to that, I don't see any type of proposal of budget allocation to perhaps smooth the strategy for impact on utility bills due to wastewater. And is that something that I'm not going to ask your opinion on that at this point, but do we know the rates for future years? And the reason I'm asking this question is because every resident is going to see this increase on their utility bills, and I'm sure council is going to get feedback once this budget is approved and passed, if that number remains the same in that envelope that everyone receives. Is there a projection based on capital projects that have been incurred by Aero Utilities for 2027, 2028, 2029 that council is going to see? Let's ask that.
Through to the mayor. We do have it forecasted within our 3-year forecast. As per the exact rates, some of that work may not be completed, but this would be a good conversation for when we get to the utility section of the budget, when we have the full utility team here.
Yeah, and let's wait to see that conversation and we can talk about further details then. Thanks.
Okay. Not seeing any questions on the general budget. Are we moving into infrastructure and planning, Mr. Eamon?
Yes, through the mayor, or to the mayor, I would invite Mr. Gagnon to present Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Richard Gagnon. I'm the Director of Public Works. And joining me today to support this presentation are Janelle Hart, Parks Manager, Brian Rogers, our Roads Manager, and Lindsay Radford, our Transit Supervisor. We're here to present the 2026 Public Works Operating Budget. Please refer to Section 4 of the budget document for detailed information. Public Works is responsible for the operation and maintenance of our roads, city parks, and transit services. We have just under 59 full-time equivalent positions allocated through the PBB programs, a mix of permanent, full-time, and temporary part-time staff to serve our citizens through ongoing and seasonal operations. Public Works oversees 13 programs that supports our roads, parks, and transit business units. You can find a list of these programs on page 4-3 of your budget document. I'll provide some highlights. For 2026, our proposed budget for roads, parks, and transit services is $11.3 million in expenses with a projected revenue of $733,000. This results in a net budget of just under $10.5 million. Our 2026 budget adjustments include one operating budget recommendation for parks, the Parks Growth Plan, which will be discussed in more details later in this presentation. The budget also reflects cost and revenue adjustments. Details are included in the notes found on page 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5 of your budget binder. Some key highlights. In terms of revenue, under note number 1, the cemetery revenue has increased and the cemetery operation program now achieve a full cost recovery. Additional revenue are now reported. $75,000 is expected from a Fortis Light refund and $30,000 in provincial grant revenue for the low-income transit program. So in the past, we did not register those type of revenue, and now this year we are bringing into the budget. And the reason was that they were unpredictable, but when we look at the previous years, there's a consistent revenue, so we decided to add them this year. In terms of expenses, throughout the notes, you will see a QP Local 30 cost of living adjustment. So when you add them all up, through all the programs, it's about just under $82,000. Throughout the notes, also, there's been some reallocation of personnel time from utility programs. So previously, here's the story, Public Works used to be managed by utilities, and my salary and the salary of a manager was also split between Public Works and utilities. And with the new utility and sustainability department now established, these salaries are now no longer allocated to utilities, so they have been moved under Public Works under the tax. So the total is $167,672. Note 8, snow clearing and ice control. There is a $57,500 reduction in contracted services due to the implementation of the Road Growth Plan. And also we see some increase for repairs maintenance for $129,400 and supplies and materials at $42,250. So these are adjustments and increase. So by adjusting these amounts to match the last 3 years actuals, we're basically reducing reliance on the snow clearing reserve for operation. So if you remember on Monday, we talked a little bit about the snow clearing, and then I recall Councillor Catcher asking how much are we dipping every year into the reserve to carry our snow program, and I said just under $200,000. So those adjustments will help to reduce that dependence on the reserve. For your information, some key initiative for 2026. The Parkland bylaw rewrite will begin with a draft schedule for council feedback and approval by the end of June 2026. We plan to come to council in the first quarter of 2026 through a committee of the whole meeting to discuss the Parkland bylaw and get your feedback on that. We will continue working collaboratively with other regional transit providers. A reserve strategy for storm pond and drainage facility will be discussed for consideration of funding in 2027. And again, we're going to bring this most likely in the first quarter or the second quarter of 2026 for discussion at a committee of the whole meeting, so you have an understanding of what we're facing with our storm ponds and how we maintain them, and why do we need to put a reserve there in order to maintain or change those amenities. We will continue our cemetery planning work, and we will continue also the implementation of the urban forest plan and the associated planting projects. So council approved some money last year to plant some trees, and then the planting will most likely happen in the spring and the fall of 2026. We don't plan to change our service levels at this time. Administration is bringing forward one budget recommendation for 2026. So recommendation 720225, Parks Growth Plan, found on page 4-7 of your operational budget document. This recommendation represents the second year of a 5-year implementation plan. The Parks Growth Plan, as you know, is a multi-year strategy designed to ensure that park staff and equipment keep pace with the demand of a growing community. The plan aims to increase capacity in a timely and coordinated way while spreading financial impact for the city over several years, in this case 5 years. Our goal is to adjust resources and service delivery to maintain service level as the community expands. So as we have more parks, more roads, more boulevard, then we need to adjust our resources. So this budget recommendation has 3 components. I'm going to go through this. The first component addresses additional resources for litter and garbage control. Administration recommends adding 1 full-time equivalent position to the litter and garbage control program. This staff member will be equipped with a quarter-ton truck and hydraulic lift as outlined in the capital budget 26004. So now you can see the link between the two from capital and operation. The second component addresses reclassification of temporary staff. In 2026, we propose that 4 existing temporary positions, 2 for the summer and 2 for the winter, be combined into 2 permanent full-time positions. This adds about 13,600 operating hours per year, about a 0.65 FTE. And finally, the third component addresses supervisor capacity. In 2026, an existing position, an operator, will be reclassified to a team lead position, ensuring supervisors coverage every day of the week, including weekends. This change will improve service supervisory coverage 7 days a week. The total cost of this budget recommendation includes all 3 components. It's $152,504 in 2026 and $18,229 in 2027. And that portion of 2027 is a quarter of the salary of the labor for the garbage control program. And the total is $170,733. Now moving to the fees and charges related to our programs. Please refer to page 4-13 and 4-17 of your budget binder. Our approach follows the user fees and charges policy and procedures, FIN 009-C. There are 3 main procedures for setting fees in our programs. There's the public works procedures for roads and parks fees. There's the cemetery procedures, and there's the transit services procedures. Highlight for the 2026 include an average increase of 8% in cemetery fees. This is the final year of a 3-year fee increase strategy to achieve full cost recovery. So if you look at the program that we manage, the first line is the cemetery program. You will see now that this program is showing a revenue instead of a cost, net cost. It's very close in the $1,000 range. Roads and parks fees have been adjusted to reflect changes in both direct and indirect costs, mainly due to a 2% increase in staffing expenses. So those adjustments for 2026 are minor. And the changes to transit fees includes community cash fare will increase by 5%. The monthly cap for youth, students, and senior local and commuter fare will rise by about 9%. This concludes my presentation. Our team is available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Just waiting to see if anyone is going to click on. There we go. We will start with, wrong button. Councillor Blizzard.
I just have two. I had more, but I think they were answered in your presentation, so very good. I'm looking at fees and charges, and most of them go up a bit, which is reasonable. I guess our costs go up. But in the cemetery one, you had one overtime surcharge that actually goes down. Not that it's a big drop, and not that it's a big deal, but can you just explain why that drops?
When we look at the setting the fees, I look at it's a costing approach. I'm looking at what's the cost for us to do this, and what are we charging. And I found that this one I did not have to increase. It was basically a decrease that was needed, and I was basically full cost recovery on that way. So there's an opportunity to reduce a bit the cost and still not be in a bad place. So we did that. So just I was recovering my costs already, and I decided to reduce it a bit.
Yes, if it feels fair to you, I just think sometimes why wouldn't we just leave it the same? And if it makes a few extra dollars, is this one that's actually charged a lot, even overtime surcharge?
No, we try to avoid it as much as possible because
so
it's an additional cost to the families.
Yeah.
We're trying to avoid it. So it's very on a special case basis.
Okay, and kind of the same thing. Traffic light turning permits. You don't even have an increase in it. It seems to me we haven't. I think last year, the year before, are they already high that you feel like we don't need it, or why wouldn't we do a little bit of an increase?
To the mayor, to Councillor Blizzard, again, it's when I look at the formula and what it costs us to provide the service and what we're charging, I don't feel that we don't have to increase it. We recover our costs very well on this one. So I just kept it consistent. We know we're going to have our industries investing in the region, so I think that this one, keeping it consistent for the next, is a good thing for them as well. But we're not losing any money there. We're basically, we recover our costs very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rondeau, I think you originally clicked in for number 2. Are you ready to go?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
Cool. Thank you very much. More of a general question, Richard, regarding the Parks Growth Plan. I think it's a solid document, and it provides council with good rationale and understanding of what's going on. I guess ultimately it is a little bit more of a reactive thing as we have parks grow and so forth. You know, we have to keep up with it. What are we doing from more of a proactive approach? And maybe this isn't your department, but as we approve new developments, as we approve new parks, to kind of keep this in mind and try to limit our impact on service levels and so forth where we can.
Through the mayor, to Councillor Rondeau, and let's just talk about the service level per se. So when we're growing, we need to provide the same service as others. So if you're an established neighborhood and we have a new neighborhood, the key for us, what we like to do is to provide them with the same service. So snow removal happens on our side. Parks are maintained to the same service level that other parks in the city. And we provide transit services as well, right? So in the case of parks, what we need to do is, in order to do that, is to adjust our laborers, operators, and our equipment to meet what's coming up in the future or what's coming up now. So there's always an adjustment that we need to do. on this. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less. And what we did is we tried to look at a 5-year approach and say, okay, how can we not only do that by adjusting our laborers and operators and equipment, but do that in a way that also makes sense. We also look at proactively on how can we change a bit, especially with parks, how we do things. Example, and that we started about 2 years ago. Can we take advantage of the equipment we have and then use that in a weekend instead of weekdays? So basically, you don't have to purchase more equipment if you can use it in a weekend as well. So instead of using equipment for 5 days, you can stretch it to 7 days. And how can we do to also address the increased demand that we see in parks by visitors, weekends and birthday parties and all those things, and have staff working now weekends in order to help us out? Because really the action you see, a lot of action happens in the weekends and the evenings when people are available. So we see that. So we did some adjustments there with parks to allow us to look at some of the pressure points we had. And I recall the weekends, 2023 was a difficult year for us, and we addressed that in 2024 and 2025 by adding resources in the weekends. So that's just an example that how we adapt. There's a few more, but I'll just leave it to that at this time.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Catcher.
So as I look at all your classifications, I thought last year we took 8 parks people, or no, 15 parks people and made them into 8 permanent. And yet, as I look at this and seeing 26, 27, 28, and 29, we continue to take temporary ones and making them into full-time. So how many in total are we doing? Because did we actually do the 15 last year or this year?
Your worship, to Councillor
Gail.
To the mayor, to Councillor Catcher. Last year, we did not do the reclassification of 15. Basically, we provided in the plan, but we did not do that. So those 15 temporary positions to be reclassified will happen 4 this year. There will be 6 next year. I believe there will be 2 in 2028 and 3 in 2029. Again, just to help spread the costs over 5 years, because there's a cost for those reclassification. That was our approach. Last year, we did not bring a reclassification. We basically did, if I recall, there was a team lead that we basically brought in, and potentially, if I recall, a staff as well. But we did not do the reclassification last year of the 15 like you mentioned.
Okay, and I asked that question because if we approve that for 2025, we actually approved the adjustment and compensation in 2025 for you to do that. So I'm just feeling like because we're seeing this again spread out, are we actually doing it a second time?
Through the mayor, to Councillor Catcher, we did not budgeted and charge or had a cost for the 15 last year.
But
it was not. It was presented as part of the plan to give you an idea about how we were planning to do those reclassification, and this reclassification of the 15 start in 2026. It was not approved in 2025. So there was different items in the operating Parks Growth plan that we approved, but those 15 were not approved. We slot them over 4 years, starting in 2026. Okay. 4 in 2026, 6 in 2027, and if I recall, 2 in 2028 and 3 in 2029.
Okay, I just find it's confusing.
That's okay.
And then when I look at your staffing on page 411, so even though it goes into 2028, you've got 2 temporary positions reclassified to 1 permanent one, but then you add 3 new seasonal ones.
Yep.
So why wouldn't we just, rather than saying reclassifying them, that you're just adding a full-time permanent position? Like, It just seems like it's.
Yeah. Your Worship, through the Mayor to Councillor Catcher, there's a bit of a different things here in the positions. The ones that we want to reclassify are those that comes every single year, and they are applied in either summer and winter, and the same person hold those two positions. All right, and then basically we hire them and fire them twice in a year. So that's the one that we're trying to combine. The three additional positions that we see there are for mowing grass. And these are the summer students. And these are the three that we want to add in order to help us to start mowing more on the south side and locate them at the Leslie McMillan Park. So that's really a summer student type of approach on this one. So that's basically the approach on that, because that's where the needs will be for mowing, and then the summer students allow us to do that. And that was our approach.
Okay, so I have a question for Mr. Fleming, because under your city manager bylaw, I mean, we just approved dollars for positions. You have the ability to put them anywhere you want and discuss with your staff where you want them, how they can be. So unless there's a nominal cost involved, why wouldn't you just be doing that as opposed to seeing all of this coming through?
To your worship, I believe there is some additional cost to making these the transition in these positions, and that's why it's with council. Otherwise, if the dollars were there, I would have done it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'm good.
You're good. All right, Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
Thank you for the presentation this morning, Mr. Gagnon. I actually understand, and through my company also have converted seasonal employees to a year-round position. So I understand what you're doing. I do have an information request, though, and this was part of my notes prior to Councillor Kutcher. So I was confused looking at this as well in the numbers, and it looks like you are deleting to call it 4 positions that are seasonal and then reallocating them to 2 full-time positions. Is it possible for you to give us basically an Excel spreadsheet of the reallocation, like deletion of that the HR position in itself, and then kind of show us how these costs have been calculated to get to the $170,000 this year? That visual, I think, would help me a lot understand exactly what your initiative is proposing for this upcoming budget.
Yep. To the Mayor, to Councillor Nguyen, yes, we can provide you with a spreadsheet for that specific item of reclassification.
I'd appreciate that. Just see it from an HR org chart and that dollar amount. There, a simple chart would suffice.
And if I may, I can give you a big picture of how it looks like right now, but we're going to provide you with a spreadsheet so you can see the breakdown on costs. When you do that, when you take 2 positions that are temporary full-time, for example, in the summer, the person will work, let's say, and I'll use round numbers just to make it easier, 700 hours. Then the person will come in the winter and work another 700 hours. So it's going to be the same person hired and fired twice on this one. So now what we're saying is, let's take this and let's combine that into a full-time position. Now 700 hours plus 700 hours equal 1,400 hours. A full-time person is 2,080 hours. So there's 680 hours missing. So that is part of the cost of doing that merger, 680 hours. Now the temporary person comes at a benefit of about 10%. A full-time person comes at a benefit cost of about 23%. So that adds to the cost as well. So you'll see the spreadsheet will show that. And then, but basically, big high level, that's how it looks like. Additional hours and additional cost for benefits for merging too. Now, there's a reason why we're also doing that is because we're also reclassifying a operator 2 to a team lead. So in the field, foot's on the ground, I'm losing 2,080 hours of an operator by doing that. So these additional hours will help to basically compensate for those hours that we're reducing for operation. So we had to make some decisions there on how we can increase supervisory and also increase and not lose too much on the operation. And that's a strategy that we put together over a 5-year plan.
I appreciate that answer. I'm not going to ask any further questions in regard to this until we see that spreadsheet. So yeah, and I understand what you're saying, and it'll help visualize. I did have more questions. We could go around table if you want to.
Go ahead.
It's up to you. You mentioned just in the answer to another question that we like to maintain the same service level. I was reflecting on a year I drove around City of Edmonton this summer, and they had obviously decreased their service level for grass cutting. And the impact of that was very apparent. What they did was save or whatever you want to call it, reallocated budget to where they needed. What is your general philosophy on parks maintenance? I understand the scope of your work. I understand the service level because I see it in the summer. On parks adherence to maintaining the service level that we enjoy as residents in Fort Saskatchewan, as opposed to, and this comes from a higher than normal tax year, and I'm a city councillor, right? My perspective is perhaps there are some operational efficiencies that we can see achieved if we modified service level operation in your department. And I know that that's something that if I was in your place probably wouldn't be advisable. But are there ways, perhaps, given the weather, the rain, how much we need to cut grass, and how people perceive the beauty of their park space and the utilization? Like, is this really something? I guess what I'm saying is it driven by your need for a service level, or really the public's need for that service level? If there are some cost savings that potentially could be realized, I think it's worth maybe looking at.
Yeah. Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. I found sometimes service level is a bit subjective at times, and there's no doubt that council and the residents influence service levels. The day that we reduce, let's say, weed control on a highway, and we say, okay, now we're going to treat that less than usual, then you're going to hear about it through Fort Report and things like that. I always use this example, and there's a lot of things to service levels. There's also what people expect, what we want to see, and how do you want to showcase your city as well, especially on the park's point of view, and then entrances and things like that. And it's no disrespect for the other communities, but I believe that for Saskatchewan, entrances, when you come in from the highways, looks really good compared to other communities close by who does not have the same level of service at the entrances. So, and it's something that I'm very proud of and something that we heard of. And we basically just make sure that we did increase our service level to improve our entrances based on feedbacks, and also council feedback, especially with weeds and things like that, and how the community looks like. So we're sensitive to that. The service level we do for, let's say, roads, well, there's an aspect of safety as well that we have to look at, and which is a little bit more into this. And the service level for transit, this is something that is set through council through the budget, and how much money we have to service people with transit. Transit, for example, we know that we're not servicing the entire community, and we will need to adjust in the next few years, 27, 2028, our services to offer it to other communities that are not getting it now within the standards we normally see. So. Yes, we can do some adjustment to service level. I can look at this and say, okay, let's reduce our grass cutting from 7 days to 14 days. But you will see a difference in a sense.
Or even
and then you will basically hear it through the Fort Report with people complaining. That's basically what we normally get. And that's our reality. That's why we get 2,000 Fort Report a year. in a sense. But we have run numbers, and if council is interested to look at, because we understand it's not an easy budget. We have ideas that we can do to either reduce service levels or reduce programs or eliminate programs if that's the case. And we can basically share that with council through our city managers through a Q&A. We do have some information on that part. We have done that.
If you have that readily available, that would be great. And I don't know if that needs to be an information request, but I would just like to look at it. And I will say that Parks does an excellent job, and the curb appeal of our city is due to your diligent work.
And my experience with Edmonton, looking at what they've done, every time they goes and they reduce their service level for weed control or grass cutting or snow removal, they always regret it. I'm sorry, it's just what I see in the media, and that it always comes back at their budget discussion as well on reinstating the service level that has been reduced.
Thank you. Councillor Wesley.
Sorry, through the mayor, I just want to make sure we don't fly by something here. So have you made an information request related to Parks service level reductions and cost savings? Is that?
Can you click on your thing, Councillor Nguyen?
If that work has already been done, and what I was kind of going, it wasn't like between an 8 and 14 day, perhaps, but if there are adjustments that have been evaluated already.
Yeah.
I don't know that there are fully flushed out ideas. As part of the budget process, we had conversations with every department saying, if you are asked to reduce your expenses, what are some of the things you could do? And we had some high level ideas sent in. So I'll send you what we have. You might look at it and go, that's a little underwhelming, but we didn't dive deep into all of them. It's sort of like a high level list, but we can send you that.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever you have right now I think I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Councillor Wesley.
Richard, just so that we can be 100% clear, you're always welcome, and you never have to apologize for saying that Fort Saskatchewan is better than Edmonton, Sherwood Park, Leduc, Spruce Grove. You can always feel free. It is completely an obvious fact that this is a better place to live than any of those other places. Now, with that obvious point stated, I am a little bit, I'm trying to wrap my head around this temporary permanent position stuff. So when we say we have 15 temporary folks, do we count somebody who works in the winter as one temporary, and then if that same person works in the summer, they're the second temporary? So they have two temporary positions?
To the mayor, to Councillor Wesley, that's correct.
Okay, that's what I just needed to get my head around. Okay, awesome. And the second thing, I'm just curious a little bit about when you make inflation rate assumptions. What went into that inflation rate assumption?
To the mayor, to Councillor Wesley, just that you know, I don't personally use a formula. Let's put 3% across inflation and done on the budget. We don't do that. We basically look at, especially the commitments we have through contracts.
Okay.
For example, there will be an inflation rate for transit from the providers, PWT or Strathcona County, and we have a contract with them 5 years, and we have an inflation rate already into the contract, so we'll follow that. And sometimes it's if we look at we procure, let's say, the purchase of salt and sand, and then we now have an increase in the cost. Then we will use the procurement that we have done and the data that we have to say now the cost of sand and salt is increasing by another 10% or 15% based on what we have. So we will include that into the budget. And this is how we normally manage it, but we don't look at, let's say, every line item and line item and say it's 3% for everything and done. So we don't do that. It's really targeted to what we're purchasing, and it's backed up by either contracts or by the procurement process to get quotes.
Okay, awesome. And just curious, just trying to learn more about this. When we say responsiveness on weekends and just general word responsive, what are we being responsive to?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, and I will assume that you're talking about parks here.
Yes.
There was a lot of requests, and I don't know for those members of council that was with us 2023, we had a lot of concerns that came up in the weekends for parks, especially for the cleaning of our parks. Garbage was an issue. Example, we have maybe additional birdie parties and things like that. So you go to Price Alderson Park and on Saturday, and you have about 15 to 20 pizza boxes that are sitting there and then needs to be picked up, and that happens in the weekends. We also had, if you remember, people using our fire pits and then basically leaving fire active, so that we had to address. And general cleaning and general tidy up, especially to service the events that we saw. So we came out of COVID where people were kind of like enclosed, and now 2022, 2023, everybody's out. And so we saw a lot of that. So we had to address that. We couldn't just leave it like that. So because there's a sanitary reason for waste and for fire, then we have to be careful with that. So that was basically what we saw. And the increase in events that we see. We encourage the community and to bring events in our parks. It's a good thing.
It is. It's what makes us, again, the obvious fact, right? Better than those other communities. Thanks a lot, Richard.
So not really a question, just a comment for clarification. It's safe to say that we'll never get rid of temporary workers as a whole, because we will always have the higher need in the summertime than we do in the winter. So we have the ability to switch some of them, but there is always still going to be a need for seasonal workers in the summer, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, there will always be a need to have our, I call it the summer student program, to help us out for mowing and then planting flowers and plants and doing your horticultures and also helping with special events. So yes, this remains.
Yeah.
And there's about, I will say, close to 30 to 35 positions like that we need in the summer. But there's always 15 there that floats during the year that I think we need to consolidate and offer them also a reason to stay with us, because the time it takes to train staff, and if they don't know if they're going to have a job with us in 6 months, then sometimes they leave. So there's a lot of investment in training, and then and there's also some aspect of human resources in terms of bringing people on board and off board and twice a year. So we can find some efficiency there.
So do we have a calculation that shows like the cost savings in the training that we would save year after year? By
No,
just keeping them on as permanent?
To the mayor, no, I did not make a calculation on cost saving on this, but because there's several people impacted, people at human resources to hire and let people go, to rehiring again. There's times there's times for the managers to do that. There's paperwork that goes with that. That's the aspect. And our training aspect, we know we spend about, now with the OH&S requirements, about a week and a half training our staff. So this will not, maybe you may save some time on that, but I did not quantify this.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Councillor Ketcher on round 2. Apologies.
There you go. You on. Thank you. Mine comes to the transit fees. So on some of them, there's a fairly healthy increase, like $2.25. So I guess I have an information request. Do we actually have the statistics for how many youth 6 to 18 ride the bus, how many seniors ride the bus? And I only ask that question because we give away so much for other programs, and yet a lot of these people who are quite vulnerable, low income, or beyond the access for everyone, but still just over that, and all of a sudden we hit them with a $2.25 increase. So I guess as an information request, I would like to know if we have the information on the stats on how many actually use that. And I guess my comment would be, if we continue to increase it at this rate, we're imposing probably a hardship on a lot of people. So I may come back later in the budget and flag this one. I won't flag it right now, but I'll just ask for an information request if it is available. Thank you.
Is that captured then? We're good? Okay. Councillor Nguyen.
Sorry, just scrolling here to. It caught my eye, like trail bollards. This can be a quick conversation. We had discussion 2 or 3 times last term about bollards, how they're being implemented, the utility of them, the locks, the keys, and operational level of them. I looked at the numbers that we have. It's almost doubled, I think now. Probably it has been doubled. It's 2023, the last report. It was it was the indication that I think he gave us last term of council, maybe 2 years ago, that these were going to be where you were looking at leaving them open and not having, for the most part. I question the usefulness of trail bollards, and I'm trying to figure out once again what the point of them is, how much time we're spending on them from an operational standpoint. And this could be a ME question as well. Like, hey, if trail bollards are left open, are people driving trucks, cars down there at their own leisure? Or it's a thing that I see as we drive around. I see them open, I see them close. I don't know what the point of it is, and I'm really curious how much of employee time is being allocated to them to establish their value.
To the mayor, to Councillor Nguyen, our parks manager can speak a little bit more about this, but his may be a high-level answer to your questions. Those bollards are normally installed through the developers. So basically, they do a trail, and then they will have bollards there. So it's a standard in our engineering standards to have that. So normally, the cost of installing them is to the developers. The reason why we have those bollards is to avoid to have people driving cars through a trail in the summer. Right. In the winter, we keep them open so our staff can easily do the snow clearing on the trails. That's basically the high level answers on that, and that's why they're there. Recently, I had to install bollards in one on a trail that was connecting a residential area to a commercial area. And then because we had complaints of people saying, well, there's people now driving there, and then they're getting their Chinese food over there instead, and they're driving here. All right, so we had to address that. Right, so that's why the bollards are used to. It's to stop traffic. Is that a exact science? Will people doing? We need to put signs saying no traffic. Well, we don't do that now, but the bollards speaks for itself. Sometimes they're left open in the summer. It could be someone may have forgot to close them after they access the place. We may have some contractors that also require a key to open them, and then they access, let's say, a trail in order to get to a utility area to do some fixing or things like that. And then so it happens sometimes that the bollard may have stayed open. I don't have a we monitor them based on complaints, I will say, and we don't have a staff that looks at bollards every single day to make sure that they are either open or closed. We do that as we drive the community or if we see something. Maybe Janelle can add a little bit more to this.
I don't know if I need to hear a lot more detail about bollards. It just occurred to me that we have 2 new area structure plans, and it looks like if this is an engineering standard of the city, it might be a good time to look at the applicability, effectiveness of them, and consideration of all the staff time, considering they're opened 6 months of the year. We've gone down this road before, and if that is an engineering standard and it could be taken out, and we could look at how that works through one neighborhood, and if now people are using it as a drag strip, right? Then make adjustments at that time. I look at how many we're getting. We're going to be at 400, 500 of these things, which don't seem to serve a big purpose unless there are people driving down, and that's a possibility, right? But it was just a thought. I don't know if I want to flag it right now or and I don't know. I want even more information about it, but that's just to make you aware. I think it's something that I will bring up at a future date, perhaps beyond budget. If there's any other from a engineering standard standpoint that you want to comment about, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, through your mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So just very briefly, I'll add that park damage and the cost of repairing the damage to parks, especially if a vehicle was in there while it was raining and you get the deeper ruts and that sort of thing. So I think when you compare the park rehab costs versus the staff time to open and close the gates, there's a benefit there to having them and slowing down the public. We get approximately 30, 40 requests a summer to have the gates opened for specific reasons. Access to put a hot tub in the backyard, access to my RV or construction. And so if that was just a free for all, I think we would have a lot more damage within our parks that we'd have to maintain.
There is I'm done. There is a percentage of Fort Saskatchewan that does not have trail bowlers as well, right? So there's and you might have seen damage that has been caught and then complained about through that avenue as well. So, thank you for the answer.
I'll just make a comment on that subject. So in Clover Park, we have bollards, and last year they were left open for the winter for the first time on the Clover Park Bridge. It immediately became a highway. Like immediately, as soon as they were left open, they had to go back and close them because people were like, well, they're open. They were across that bridge 40 times a day. So definitely people take advantage of it when the bollards are open. Councillor Rendau.
I also had a question about bollards. just kidding.
Saskatchewan's big issue.
I'm sorry. I had a question on temporary positions. These are, am I correct, like our summer students per se, mostly in the summertime?
To the mayor, to Councillor Rondawa, those temporary positions that we're looking at, they basically work summer, fall, and winter. They're not the summer students. They are about 15 staff that have been with us for a long time.
Okay.
And they are basically hired twice a year.
Yes, yeah.
And fired twice a year. And they are, that's the position we're targeting. We're not looking at the summer students to make a change there because we found the system works well for us.
Okay, could you speak a little bit to that program? Like, how many summer students do we have cutting grass and stuff in the summertime?
So through your mayor to Councillor Randawa. So we have approximately 39 people that we bring on in the summer. Of them, I would say definitely half to maybe 2/3 of them are students, university level, that are out of studies from April to August.
Okay. And has that program like changed for the amount of students that we hire in the summertime? Like, has the number stayed steady in the past? The reason I'm asking, maybe to give some context, is, you hear a lot in the community and maybe across Canada, like that age group struggles to find employment. And is that a way we can also, focus on that in addition to some of this parks growth plan and growing that number and perhaps, playing around with other numbers elsewhere? But so that's why I was kind of wondering. I don't know if it's an information request or you have that offhand.
Yeah, we do. So through the federal government, there's a program that we receive funds back. We're compensated for hiring that age group and students. We're compensated, I think, for maybe 7 positions. Further details we could provide. I don't have with me, but yeah, we could look at expanding that program. We do reach out to different universities and LinkedIn and different hiring avenues to reach out to that age group.
Okay, so
to the mayor, to Councillor Rondawa, I would like to point out in the Parks Growth Plan that we are increasing by 3 additional positions in 2028. So that's part of the growth plan to look at that. But these increases are driven not by the program per se, but by the need to have foot in the ground to do the work that is required to maintain the south side of the city.
Yeah. Okay. Could I make an information request just kind of on that program? You mentioned like the government subsidies and so forth, as well as kind of where that number has been for the number of those summer students we've hired year over year in the past. And then we have the 3 coming on for, I believe, the Leslie McMillan Park. So yeah, that'd be great if that's okay with everyone.
And through the Mayor to Councillor Rondo, just to add a bit to this, ballpark, you're looking at about, if I'm looking back in the last few years, between 30 and 38 people. And sometimes we hire a little bit more because we know some will leave right in the middle of it, all right, because they may have another job, or so we have a certain budget we have, and we try to spend our money there. And some, we may have to hire a little bit more. So we have, let's say, the contingent of 33, 34 in order to carry us during the summer.
Of course.
Because we know very well, sometime we offer the job and within 2 weeks they will take another job somewhere else. So that's just what we, so the hiring, you have to put it in that context of making sure that we have the bodies.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll go to Councillor Wesley, and as soon as we're done questions in Public Works, we'll take a short comfort break.
Okay. Just curious whether that 38 or 39 fluctuates depending on how many times Councillor Noyan asks about the bollard question. Do we qualify for the Canada Summer Jobs Grant at all? Is that was what? Okay, I must have zoned out. I was really caught up in the bollard thing. Okay, then it's fine. It's the only question I had.
Councillor Noyan.
I wasn't able to be here for the capital presentation on transit, but I do have some questions regarding transit. At the outset of transit, I think there was a projection on a level of cost recovery that would be strived towards looking at fees and then combining our entire capital proposals for what is a blooming budget in our transit, both service level and capital investment. I would like, and this can be an information request, I would like to see what our projected 2026 cost recovery looks like with the proposals that are in place in the budget as presented. So if I could do that, does that need to be approved?
No, it's an information request. You're okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, just that we're going to look at the PBB program that is in your budget, and then basically do the cost the cost recovery that way, looking at the revenue and the expenses, and then doing the divider. And just by memory, I think we're in the 15-16%, but I just need to confirm that. We did a quick calculation, and I think we were there. We're always striving to be, hopefully, achieve 20%. We've seen that in the past. Now, there's cost recovery through the PBB that you see, and then there's the actual cost that we see that does not include some of the costs of the that you see in a PBB, because there's a lot of staffing allocation that goes in there. So, but what we're going to do is we'll use the PBB data and give you that cost recovery that way.
If we could have a high level look at that would be excellent. And I would like to flag transit based on Councillor Katcher's comments, and I think might have been close to flagging it on our own. I don't think I fully understand if because of the let me go back. Because of the comment in this report that transit fees are established in part based on passengers' ability to pay. I don't feel like I have enough information regarding the other programs that are available for subsidy, and then the number of people that are relying on an actual fair rate amount based on what other outlets are available to them for the ability to pay for transit. So I think that would be best done through a flag. And
Sure. So I'm just going to look for any objections to flagging transits. Yeah, we're all in agreement, Kate?
To the Mayor, to Councillor Nguyen, I'll be also more than happy to invite Mrs. Radford to talk a little bit more about this right now if you want. because she will provide you maybe some high-level information, and then after that we can come into with more information later.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lindsay?
So through the mayor, then are we flagging the whole transit program, or did you want us to talk specifically about fees?
Fees and charges. Yeah.
The fees and charges is what the essence of the flag is right now. It would be.
Is that clear for you, Mr. Fleming? Yeah.
Well, now Lindsay's here, so why don't we see how things go? And I thought when he said we'll bring her, I thought he meant later, but okay, we'll see how things
and
go.
that's fine too. If however it needs to be done. Yeah, you're here.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So I'm going to try to answer what I think you're asking, but I might need clarification on what exactly information that you are wanting. So the transit fees and charges, our goal over the 5 years of when we first updated the procedure was to have that 20% cost recovery ratio. That was what our goal is after 5 years. So every year right now, we are updating the fees and charges to meet what is in that procedure, which is we set our adult rates, and then the discount for the students, seniors, and youth is 25% off of that adult rate. And then we have a 70% discount for the low-income program. So right now, we are not at that 25% discounted rate. We are slowly increasing those fares to get to that point, and we will achieve that after the 5 years. So the youth and the seniors who are seeing that increase in 2026, if approved, we will be almost at that 25% discounted rate off of the adult rate. So we will be getting statistics available to show how many people are actually utilizing those programs today, those discounts, and we will also get the number of people who are in the low-income program who are taking advantage of that 70% discounted rate. So,
okay, can I just ask there, where in the process are you with that? Why don't we have it right here today? Is that something that was initiated just for January to December of this year?
Sorry, the statistics?
Statistics, yes.
Yeah, we do keep those. It was just a question that came up from from previously during this presentation today. So we will be gathering that information. It's readily available. We'll just put it into a format that we can provide to council.
Okay, and we'll receive that. I guess that's the information request we're circling back to. Okay, and so I'll table my discussion right now then, and because I think it all has to do with what you're about to send through budget.
Yeah, so the cost recovery that we will be projecting for 2026, we will, as Richard mentioned, we will look at our expenses for the entire year and base that with compare that with our expected revenues based on these cost fee increases.
Okay, excellent. And then just to cap off this discussion, what I'm trying to look at is the big picture where transit is right now, where transit is going with the budget request this year, our service level, and all the components that go into your portfolio to see how we're actually really, and there are a lot of moving parts changes. Commuter service just changed, right? So taking this all into account and then seeing where we land from a budget perspective is quite important. So thank you.
I'll just tag on to that. So I know we haven't heard the word COVID in a while, but I think that our numbers previous to COVID were trending nicely upwards. And then for the few years after COVID, we kept talking about pre-COVID levels of ridership. But we haven't talked about that in a long time. And so I'm just wondering, have we hit that? Are we above our pre-COVID levels?
Mayor, I will need to confirm the levels. We have right after I began here probably in 2023. We had reached the pre-COVID levels.
Okay.
Since then, we have changed our methodology for collecting data, though. So using the new ARC system, we're able to collect the tap data instead of using manual counts by the operators. So that has changed our numbers, not significantly, but we're in the process of evaluating what the change is, because the numbers have decreased from what they were in 2023, but they were at pre-COVID levels at that point.
Okay, thank you very much. I am not seeing anything further on public works. Oh, I apologize. Sandy, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. I just wanted to confirm, did you want to keep the flag, or are you satisfied with the information request?
Oh.
I would like to keep the flag because
Okay,
I
thank you.
believe there are more than myself that
Okay.
would like
No,
to see
thank
this
you.
flag. Yeah, thank you.
Want to address it?
All right. Not seeing anything further now. We will take a comfort break. It's 10:29. Is 10:35 enough or? Okay, 10:40 then. We'll go back to 10:40. All right, we are back and moving on to 4.2, Fleet Facilities and Engineering. Welcome, Grant Schaefer.
Good morning, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Grant Schaefer. I'm Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. I'm here to present the Fleet Facilities and Engineering operating budget, which can be found on page 5.1 of your budget binders. As our name implies, Fleet Facilities and Engineering is about 3 business units. The Fleet and Facilities business units are overseen by a manager and a coordinator. Fleet maintains and replaces the city's mobile equipment, made up of everything from lawn tractors and mowers up to loaders, graders, plow trucks, and fire trucks, as well as half-tons, vans, and SUVs. Equipment is maintained to provide safe, reliable tools for city operational departments. Fleet Services is based in the Peter Schmidt Mechanic Shop at the Public Works site. The Facilities business unit includes both facilities maintenance and custodial services. Facilities maintenance is responsible for the building envelopes, components, and building systems, ensuring that city facilities are functional throughout their life and can meet the needs of the users, both internal and external, that use them. Facilities services is based out of the Public Works site. The custodial services maintains the cleanliness of facilities and sets up, monitors, and tears down booked events within the bookable spaces of city facilities. They ensure that the facilities meet the standards of both our internal and external customers. This team can be found throughout all of our city facilities. Engineering provides capital project management, engineering review of all new development, and engineering support to other departments. Engineering is located in the lower level of City Hall. Fleet Facilities and Engineering manages 13 programs found on page 5.3 of your binder. The first 7 of these programs are engineering related, with only minor changes in program costs to clean up some of the allocations to and from the utility programs. There are impacts to revenues expenses as a result of the plan recommendations I will be presenting later. While engineering is most visible with the city's capital programs, development takes up a significant amount of time. Each new home permit is reviewed 4 times by engineering, starting with review of the plot plan, performing a service inspection, and finally reviewing and approving both the rough and final grade certificates. Commercial, multifamily, and industrial sites are reviewed and inspected for grading, transportation, and servicing impacts to adjacent lands and to city infrastructure. As well, engineering is involved in the review and inspection of new development areas to ensure that the infrastructure is designed and constructed to city standards prior to it being turned over to the city. Within our program budgets, you'll see that building maintenance sees a net increase of about $100,000 as a result of the increase to the contract cost of electricity, offset by a $48,000 reduction in the cost of natural gas due to the removal of the carbon tax. There is a $900,000 decrease in the facility lifecycle program due to the program being moved to an ongoing capital rather than staying within operations. The final 2 programs we look after, Fleet Planned and Preventive Maintenance and Fleet Repairs, has an increase of $10,000 due to operational impacts from capital purchases. As well, there's a $100,000 reduction in the cost of fuel due to the removal of the carbon tax. There's also a net $40,000 increase in 2026 as part of a budget recommendation moving fire maintenance to fleet, which will be presented a little bit later. FF&E has 31 FTE full-time equivalent positions to support the programs we manage. Moving on to budget recommendations, I do have 4 to present. The first is recommendation 310029, moving fire equipment maintenance to an in-house service. This can be found on page 5.5 of your binder. Currently, the fire apparatus are maintained through the fire department's contract services. Fleet Services looks after the chassis, but fire-related equipment maintenance and repairs performed by a third-party contract. Maintenance and repairs are then prioritized by those contractors and their availability rather than fire services priorities. When issues arise, the equipment must be driven or shipped to Edmonton or Red Deer for repair, or mechanics must be brought in with costs incurred for travel, hotels, meals, etc. This all adds cost and downtime. While the equipment is out of service, trucks are sometimes required to be rented to meet fire service levels. By moving the maintenance and repair in-house, the repairs can be prioritized based on operational need, not necessarily just availability. Keeping the equipment within the city will also reduce downtime and reduce the number of days a rented piece of equipment may be required. Depending on the nature of the repair, the truck may be able to even remain in service while waiting for parts rather than sitting at an out-of-town repair shop while waiting for that same part. In order to accommodate this change, Fleet requires an additional mechanic to help with additional workload. Moving the fire equipment in-house will put us over a tipping point where additional resources are required. The additional resource will allow us to continue to offer a high level of service to our operational departments who rely on our equipment. The total cost of providing the service within Fleet is $182,000 in ongoing costs, offset by a $75,000 reallocation from fire services and a $31,000 reduction in Fleet rental costs. The net increase for the recommendation is $76,228, with $40,000 in 2026 and $37,000 in 2027. Moving the fire services in-house will require one-time training of our mechanics of $20,000 to make sure that they're certified to work on the fire-specific aspects of the trucks. Next is recommendation 320065, the Transportation Master Plan update for $275,000, half of which is grant funded. The Transportation Master Plan guides how the city's transportation network must grow and adjust as the city continues to grow. The last TMP update was completed in 2018, and it is best practice to update these plans every 7 to 10 years. The plan will incorporate the regional network changes contemplated by the province through the Edmonton Region Network Study, which has just been completed and will be released by the province in the coming months. The plan will help prioritize and provide triggers for the infrastructure improvements. The plan update will also incorporate an active transportation component to ensure that non-vehicular movements can be accommodated throughout the city, helping to identify and prioritize missing links and potential upgrades to the active transportation network. The updated TMP will incorporate and review the plans and standards from transit services to ensure planned routes are incorporated and accounted for within the future transportation networks. This project is being supported by $137,500 in Northern and Regional Development Funds obtained in 2025 for this project. Recommendation 320074 is the Veterans Way Functional Planning Study. This recommendation will develop a functional planning study for the south end of the Veterans Way corridor from the West Park South Fort Boulevard intersection south to Township Road 542. This project will review the corridor requirements to widen the roadway from 4 lanes to 6 lanes, identifying any right-of-way requirements prior to development occurring within the future urban area adjacent to the corridor. The study will review drainage requirements and identify locations and requirements for grade-separated pedestrian crossings. It will build on the planning completed through the current Transportation Master Plan, the 2019 Functional Planning Study from 114th to West Park, South Fort Boulevard, and the Annexation Area Servicing Study. The study budget is $200,000. Recommendation 37004 is the development of a storm drainage master plan. This recommendation will develop a storm drainage master plan for existing developed areas that do not already have a current drainage plan. Newer areas of the city have stormwater master plans, with the South Fort area plan being last updated in 2025. Much of the existing built-up areas were designed based on standards that are more than 50 years old. Since that time, storm intensity modeling has become more sophisticated, and new standards have been developed to transport and treat stormwater. Creating the master plan will ensure that infrastructure is evaluated on current weather trends and standards. It will help identify spare capacity and constraints as densification of built-up areas progresses. It will also help identify and prioritize infrastructure upgrades that will be required through the neighborhood rehabilitation program, reducing the likelihood of missed opportunities to make those improvements while work is already underway. The plan will identify opportunities to improve the stormwater discharge quality to the North Saskatchewan River by potentially identifying areas where stormwater facilities could be located in the future. Next, I'll give a quick overview of our fees and charges, which can be found on page 521 of your binder. FF&E collects fees for lot grading, excavation permits, and development agreement review. Lot grading and excavation permit fees are calculated on a cost recovery basis to ensure that these programs pay for themselves. Development agreement review fees are calculated on a cost recovery basis to recover the cost of the drawing reviews themselves. They are then compared to the region to ensure that the fees we charge are competitive with other municipalities. For 2026, we are recommending inflationary increases to all fees, as well as the introduction of a new fee for the engineering review of multifamily, commercial, and industrial development permits. We review the engineering design of these developments to ensure that they do not adversely affect city infrastructure or impact adjacent properties. The new fee is recommended to be set at $2,500 per hectare, capped to a maximum of $10,000 per development permit. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'll start. I just had a question on this new fee. I wonder if you could just provide a little bit more color as to like how this came about. Is this kind of, was it combined in an old fee and it got broken out into its own? How did we come up with the need for this fee and the costing of it?
To Mayor Macon, over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in commercial, industrial type developments and multifamily developments. And what we're finding is that a lot of the smaller ones have a much less sophisticated engineering group behind the development, and we're having to spend a lot of time on those reviews. Okay. And it's taking multiple reviews of that same project to get it through and approved. And so we felt it fair to start recovering some of those costs that we're incurring.
Okay, that makes sense. Councillor Ketcher, you're next.
Okay, so first question. Try that again. Okay. First question is with regards to the fire equipment maintenance services. I assume, is that one going to come under the staffing flag? Number one, is that going to come through as that because it has a staffing component?
Through to you, Mayor, you're talking about the fire?
The equipment 310029.
Yeah, that's part of the salary summary or the personnel summary.
Okay, so we will talk about it then. But I guess the question that I have on that, okay, so we used to do it in-house, and then it went out of in-house, and you have all of these costs that you say are savings. So if you hire someone who is certified to do it, so what happens when that person takes their 2 or 3 weeks vacation or their sick leave? What happens when the fire engine goes down at that point in time? Who's going to repair it then?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Ketcher, so the intent is actually to certify 2 or 3 of our mechanics. And that's what the $20,000 training, one-time training is to send so that we always have that backup available.
Okay. And then that's a good answer. And then reducing the rental budget by $30,000. So if it's in for repairs, whether it's in Edmonton or here, how do you anticipate you're not going to rent something?
Your Worship, the Councillor Ketcher, so I probably didn't explain that well, and I know I didn't explain that well. So the rental reduction is actually our other fleet. Overall in fleet, we always rented 9 or 10 vehicles a summer to help support parks and roads and those other operations. What we've done over the past number of years is kept back some of our old trucks as a summer fleet to replace those rentals. So we now have a fleet of those 9 summer trucks that we can bring out so we don't have to rent those. So they're not directly related to each other. It's just another efficiency that was found within the budget. Okay, so now you open another question. As you hold those trucks back, are you making an annual contribution still, or does it end at their 12th year? The contribution for the new truck ends after 12 years. We don't continue the contribution for that truck because what'll happen is as a truck gets replaced, it'll move to summer and we'll take one out. So it'll just get bumped down, but we only contribute for the 12 years for the replacement of the new trucks. So then you don't get trade-in value for it? We haven't really been getting a whole lot of trade-in on our trucks anyway by the time we get rid of them. So we are reducing a little bit of the trade-in, but we're extending the life. Okay. I'll buzz back in.
Thank you. Councillor Randhawa?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Grant. I guess on the fire equipment maintenance services, a question. So it's $39,000 in this year, and then an additional $36,000 in 2027. Is that the correct way to read it for ongoing?
Just checking my notes here. That's correct, yes.
Okay, so are we hiring somebody for like 39,000 this year? Like, I just don't quite understand that part. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
Sorry.
fair enough. So the through the mayor to Councilor Randhawa. So what we would do is we'd be hiring a new mechanic coming in, getting everybody trained up, and the total cost is about 175,000, but we're offsetting it with savings and contract services, and then that other rental piece that I was mentioning just to helps offset that a little bit as well. Then so in year one year one budget for new staff is always 75% because it takes time to recruit, and then year two is the last 25%. So the cost savings are applied to the year one, and then that's why it's 39,000 and not the higher number.
Okay. I ask another question on this because I believe this is going to be connected to that information request I asked about the downtime of our fire services vehicles and it being like 80-something days a year. Is this going to help reduce that 80-something days a year? Or are we still just going to have, like, we just have vehicles that break down because of usage and age and so forth? Like, is there still a bigger problem that's we're just dealing with the symptom of it here?
Mayor Macon and Councilor Randhawa, our intent and our hope is that it will reduce some of this downtime because we can be more proactive in the maintenance rather than just reactive to when something fails. We can see that something's coming up and try and get on it sooner. So the hope is that we'll be able to reduce that downtime.
Okay, so if let's say this gets approved and we're back here next year, what does good look like then for this? Is there a number attached to this, or is it a general?
I wouldn't want to say for next year because it's going to take time to recruit and transition and everything else. I think good for the program is if we could reduce that downtime by 40 to 60%. In my mind, that would be good.
Okay. And I asked that more so, not that I'm against this, more so is this enough? Like when we hear our ladder truck was out for like 3 weeks, like that's a lot of weeks for me for a ladder truck. My last question before I pass it on, in terms of upskilling our employees, so that's a cost to us as an organization. Is there anything we do where if these individuals A, leave, or B, when we have to recruit these individuals again, are we only going to hire individuals that have this training, or are we also going to provide that? And I ask in general because there's a cost to the organization. Do we lock these employees up for a year or two if you give them enough extra training like other organizations do? That's what I'm asking.
Through the mayor to Councilor Randhawa. So I'll answer it, I guess, the other way that you asked it. The first one, when we recruit, we'll be looking for these certifications, and ideally we'll be able to find somebody who has that. In terms of locking them up, it's tough to do. It's not if we can do it on a bigger, we send somebody to get their master's in something, or we're paid there's that kind of thing. This isn't quite to that scale, so it's tougher to lock them up long term. We hope that they enjoy working here and will continue to want to work here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Wesley.
All right, thank you. Grant, I'm just curious about, we're just kind of following up on a couple of questions on the downtime. Do we experience any sort of supply chain issues, hard to get parts that are also exacerbating the downtime issue?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, we do. I mean, that's obviously always a problem. You don't know what's going to fail, so you can't pre-order anything. And especially when you get into the older vehicles, parts become a little bit more difficult to find or take longer to create because they are more or less custom vehicles. We hope that we'll be able to, by keeping things in-house, we'll be able to get ahead of that a little bit so you see the problem coming and can maybe order it earlier. or maybe there's a workaround you can do where the truck's already here, we can get it up and running and working, we can put it back into service until that part comes. I'm not sure that's a really good answer, but that's kind of where it sits, is that parts availability obviously always going to play a part of what that downtime is.
So that parts availability could still kind of negatively impact the reduction in downtime that you're hoping to get from the extra mechanic.
That's correct.
About right. Okay. And just again on the downtime issue, were there any instances where we had an inability to respond to a call because we had an insufficient number of trucks available?
Chief Martins?
Through your mayor to Councillor Wesley. So the only time where we had a challenge with responding was when the ladder truck or the tower was down. However, reaching out to our neighbors provided coverage through our mutual aid and auto aid agreement that we have with Strathcona County. They have the ability to free up a ladder truck if it's not in service or in use at that time. So when that truck does go down, we do lean on our neighbors a little bit for that. As far as the other fire trucks in our fleet, we have a backup truck that is provided in there. So we have the capability to move that to a frontline vehicle if one of those other fire trucks goes down.
Okay, awesome. Chief, I just have one very important question. One fire truck is named Sparkles, one fire truck is named Blaze, and the ladder truck is unnamed. When will this outrage be addressed?
Through your mayor to Councillor Wesley. We have chatted about that, but we have nothing at this time to name that vehicle. Maybe the new one.
Thanks a lot, Chief.
You bet.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you are next.
Yeah, thank you. I support this. And the proposal that you've shown us here in-house is something I think I've talked about before. To save resources and time, there's an efficiency that you've identified, so I commend you for that. I'm curious why, Grant, you are presenting us this budgetary proposal, and just to add a few words to that, you're also in the same breath, you have an allocation of a fire-specific mechanic. Thank you for being here. And Fleet Facilities Engineering is presenting us with this employee. I kind of understand the rationale of why you're presenting it, but why does it fall under your portfolio if this is a fire cost? That would be my first question.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So I think it falls to us because it is an additional employee for Fleet Facilities Engineering for the fleet services, and it's not 100% dedicated to fire services, right? That person will be brought on, will be doing other work throughout the fleet. As the fleet has grown over time, we're starting to run into issues there as well. Fire services becomes a priority when there's a vehicle down or things need to be done, but we also have that flex to bring that person over to help fix the loader or other trucks or whatever else is in.
So given that, is it not realistic to spread the cost allocation of this new employee with the funding request throughout the departments that would have utility of this new employee, so that there could be a net zero initiative or a net zero on the books for this? And I think the answer is yes, you could figure out how to do that, but I would like to hear the comments.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So the way that we do the budgeting through the program-based budgeting is fleet is its own program. I mean, you could set up that fleet as a support to all the departments, so there is no fleet program. It's just the way that, because we could charge all our time out to parks and to roads and to municipal enforcement because it's their vehicles we're looking after. But that's not the way that we've done it historically. There is some, we track hourly costs or the usage costs, but it's not built into the budget per se the way that you've mentioned. It's just it's a way that we've budgeted. It's not It is support to all departments, but fleet is a program kind of on its own.
And what I'm suggesting is this budgetary proposal does not have to be before us, depending on accounting, how accounting would have been able to or could have allocated it throughout departments. And I get how you're doing it right now. But I do see that there is an absolute benefit and a net efficiency to bringing on this staff member, is what I'm saying. So show us that it is going to serve the different departments, and then we essentially do not have to have an increase in operational costs, even though there's a savings that is shown through this report.
Well, overall, there is a $76,000 operational increase. So whether it shows between 4 budgets or just in one, it still has to be presented and accounted for somewhere. So the budget is having to increase to support this position.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
All right. We're still on round 1, so Councillor Blizzard.
Just a couple little questions. The first one is I had it flagged here. Northern and Regional Economic Development Program. Is that a grant we get, or do we pay into that? Is that a government funded?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Blizzard, it was a grant that Economic Development has access to, and they were able to. We were successful in applying for a grant last year to help support the industrial wastewater project, as well as the future for the transportation master plan.
And it's not a program we pay into?
Not directly that I'm aware of.
Very nice. Okay, next question. So Veterans Way functional study, I'm not really opposed, except I think we did a study on the rest of Veterans Way increasing, and do you know what year that was?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Blizzard, 2019 was when we did the functional planning study of the other piece.
And we have yet to see any changes from that. So I'm just wondering, if this is done, is it going to be relevant in 10 years when we actually maybe go ahead with it? Because we're still looking at going ahead with the first part.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Blizzard, so the intent of going now rather than waiting 5 years is to make sure that we have land available. If there's any right-of-way requirements that are required, or widening, something like that. As the future urban area starts to develop down the highway corridor, we want to make sure that if we need to take 10 meters of extra land, that we do it now rather than after the fact.
Okay, and that makes sense. Okay, and it says funded by Municipal Operating Projects Reserve. Do we also put into that? So we take out, and then on the other hand, we put right back in?
Through to the Mayor. Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, to me, it looks like we're funding from the reserve. Looks nice, eh? We don't need it. But when we put right back in, shouldn't maybe part of it be part funding, and then the part we put back in is more of an operational?
This is something that we're going to look at when we do the reserve review in 2026.
Yeah, just a question. And one more, if you want. For the user fees, and I know you said, we went up, which I'm okay with. I mean, our costs have gone up, so why not have the users pay their percentage if that means it covers more of the cost. For both the residential lot grading and the excavation permit, they went up the one isn't even it's like 1%, and the other one 1.5%. Is there a reason we just did? It does jump at $5, isn't really what I would call a jump on a $300 cost.
Through the Mayor Councillor Blizzard, it is those programs are run just by staff costs. So when we look at the amount of time it's taking and the work that's required, that it seemed to be reasonable based on that specific cost recovery, and as well the volume has gotten to a point where we are. Basically, when we set up those programs, it was to fund a staff person. That was the fees, and so we're still maintaining that.
Well, and that's the point. Staff costs go up every year, right? So, and I think they're going up more than 1.5% for next year.
I think there's two things. There's that, and then there's also we typically try to round our costs, so it's not. Sorry, I'm going to look at one of these here. $322.18. It's try and round it off to be that piece. So it's, do you go up or do you go down? So at this point we went to the lower side of that.
Yeah, and maybe $325 would be more reasonable. But anyway, I'm not gonna block any of that. I just think, you know, if we look at our costs, we got to make sure that we cover them as we go forward, and maybe more than cover, because we definitely don't cover them in a lot of other cases. Okay, thank you.
All right, on to round two. We're going to Councillor Ketcher.
Great, thank you. So my questions or comments are similar to Councillor Blizzard's. So we've got two projects, the Transportation Master Plan and the Veterans Way, and the total is $475,000. And again, coming out of reserve that we have to replace. The question that we asked through the capital budget when we were talking about the reserves was the optimal balance, and somebody said, well, how do we get to the optimal balance? And I said, well, we keep taking out and then we have to replace it. So I guess my question, similar to Councillor Blizzard's, is why do we need to do two of these in 1 year? Why could we not break them out over a couple years? Because I agree, the Veterans Way one, as long as Dow is going forward, I honestly don't see a need to do that right away because we have most of the information. And why wouldn't we have the right-of-way information? Because didn't you present to us before when you were asking about putting in pedestrian underpasses down by Windsor and Highway 21? Like, isn't that information already in there?
Through the matter to Councillor Ketcher, so there's a couple things there. I should have wrote them down, sorry. I'll try to get to it. If I miss one, please let me know. So I'll start with the Veterans Way, the functional planning study. So while we know that the projects aren't imminent, it's important to know when we design as the development continues south and you get the intersections, the all directional intersections, the right in, right outs developed, that the land is set aside so they can be built, so that you don't have to try and squeeze something in where it compromises the functionality or the safety of the intersection. It will also help identify the locations and some preliminary, I don't want to say designs, it's not going to be that far, but some preliminary concepts of what potential pedestrian crossings could look like, how they would function to try and satisfy some of those questions regarding getting them back into the levees at some point as part of that overall program.
Okay. Could it not be spread out over 2 years?
They could. The functional planning, if I had to prioritize, I'd say functional planning probably needs to go first, just because we're seeing those imminent developments. The developers coming in and talking. The transportation master plan is a little bit more forward-looking. We know what's going to happen along the highway corridor for the most part. The south and north ends could change a little bit based on regional plans. And then the trigger points are a little bit farther out for some of the other infrastructure improvements. We do have, it's not that should be the be-all and end-all, but we would miss out on the grant funding if we don't move forward with it, just because we have to spend that money for that specific project. That's what it was geared for.
Okay, and tying to that, and I know I keep hearing going from 4 to 6 lanes, but and I've also heard the words, well, there's potentially a bypass that would happen around 542. If that's in the long-term plan, then why would we need to go from 4 to 6 lanes if we're moving all that traffic around?
So through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, so our transportation master plan, as well as the provincial regional plans that developed in the past and the new ones going forward, all show that the corridor through the city is 6 lanes and there's a bypass. So ultimately, all of those upgrades are required. It's the timing and the triggers of which one goes first and what that looks like.
Okay, I'll leave it for now. I might flag it later.
Councillor Randawa.
I had a different set of questions, but let me piggyback off Councillor Ketcher. So the phrase bypass, for example, I've heard that like when I used to be on council as well, and I still hear that now. Do we as a city have like a stance on this? Like, is this something that like is going to happen to us and it is what it is? Or is this something we as a city and a council should have a stance whether we want something like this, we don't want it, we're lobbying, we're talking to the province? And maybe that's a question for Mr. Fleming, not yourself, but just kind of wondering.
Mr. Fleming?
I was just working on something else, so I'd appreciate if you took the first crack at it.
Okay. Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. So I can't answer if the city has a stance as a city's, from a technical standpoint when we look at it. It moves what we want out of it, or technically what we want to do is we want to move that heavy truck traffic and the dangerous goods out of the city. So that's why I think it's called an industrial bypass, is to bring that heavy truck traffic and the dangerous goods that move throughout the center of the city on the highway corridor and get them out of the city. That's where we push for it in terms from a technical standpoint. Whether there's the city as a corporation has a stance on that, I'm not sure that we've had that discussion.
It's good crack. That was good.
Yeah, through the mayor, that's a complicated one. To Mr. Schaefer's point, the city or council has never specifically stated our stance on it. It is probably inevitable that there's going to have to be other collectors and or a ring road of some sort like that, and it will take traffic out of that corridor, and it probably will have some impact on the businesses that are in that corridor now, for sure. So I think it's something we need to keep planning for long term, but as of now, we've never really leaned in or like for or against it. So.
Okay, that works. With the Veterans Way rationale, when I look at it in the budget, it draws some rationale from the 2018 master plan. And that's also the master plan that we want to update. So is there concern that rationale may change, or we just think that's a given?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. So the rationale that we're drawing from is the requirement for 6 lanes, basically. And we're pretty confident based on all the other planning we've seen for the area that that's not going to change. That requirement for 6 lanes will always be there. So we just want to make sure that as things develop around it, that we have accommodated that.
Okay. And my last question on this, and forgive me if this has been answered already, but we have about 200,000 for this plan, 275 for the other one. These do tend to be, they're not like quarter-ton pickup trucks where we know they last 10 years, but they kind of are in a sense. Do we then replenish our reserve on an ongoing basis, knowing every 5 years we need one of these done, or every 10 years we need one of these done? And if not, why not?
Through to the mayor, right now the policy for this reserve is a contribution from tax revenue, and it has an optimal balance. We have tried to maintain it, but that is again something we have to look at and bring forward to council when we do our review.
Okay. Maybe that's an information request then, in general, like just our stance on replenishing reserves for, I guess, hard assets, like trucks and so forth, but not plans, which we also know have lifespans. If that's all right with council as well.
Yep. We captured that one, okay? Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Harris.
So relative to the bypass issue, so the province has recently changed their point of view on the extension of Highway 28A down to connect in with Highway 21, which would come down through our southern boundary, or the future southern boundary, I guess. What is the status of that particular update on that project? Because it was off the table and then it's now back on the table, and it's part of the regional transportation master plan, as I understand. So what's the status of that? I don't support the one going to the east along that boundary, other than if we do some meaningful gyrations for planning for our arterials. But what's the status of the other one? Because that would change the flow of traffic, hazardous traffic through the city.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, so the connection from Highway 21 to 28, the Northeast River crossing, some version of that, that was officially killed at one point. Through the long-term planning that they're just wrapping up, they've shown that it's still required. So they're still showing it there in the plan.
Yeah, so that's really the only position that ultimately we need to take, is whether or not we support that or not. Highway 15 bridge was built primarily to alleviate a lot of that congestion and to address the safety of heavy equipment crossing into Sturgeon County from the city of Fort Saskatchewan or vice versa. So is that not something perhaps we need to do further in investigation in, and determine what our corporate strategy or plan or position might be?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, there's probably some corporate conversation that needs to happen. I do know that from the previous EMRB plans plus the new one that's coming out, with everything built out, there's still significant upgrades required to the existing Highway 15 bridges, taking those to 6 lanes as well. So it becomes a big corridor when you're looking at. They're looking at like 75 years out in terms of these transportation plans, so it is a ways out.
Yeah, my discussions with transportation engineers of the day indicated that the expansion of that bridge is fully capable of handling that. The weak link is what's going to happen with the existing structure that was the original Highway 15. That is ultimately getting very close to its service lifespan and requires significant remediation, I understand, more than just cosmetic. Anyways, I asked that question because apparently it was important somehow in this discussion. So.
Councillor Wesley.
Grant, just to kind of maybe change tacks here a little bit. I remember, if I remember correctly, at the very beginning of your presentation, you'd mentioned that a residential permit is reviewed 4 times. And just thinking about that, is there anything we've done or can do to maybe reduce the amount of touches a given file has on city administration?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, we try to look at that as much as we can. They are 4 different things that happen at different times. So it's the initial, here's the design, does it work? That's the plot plan. And then there's the servicing, so we have to go and inspect the services when they're done. And then the lot grading has 2 touch points as well, to do with timing, so that you typically, and it's not always, but typically it's when the rough grade is for the builder, and then the final grade is for the new owner, or sometimes the builder does both. But so it's tough to bring those all together because there could be 2 years apart.
Okay, gotcha. And just curious about the costing. $200,000 seems to be like a popular number for this.
I was looking at that, yes.
Yeah, and so I'm just wondering what went into that $200,000 number, because we've got 2 of them.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So it was looking at historically what those types of studies have cost us historically, and talking to the consultants that are in that business to find out, are we in the right ballpark, to make sure that we're not way overshooting or undershooting. We want to make sure we can get the work done. So.
Okay. Now, just related to the $200,000 for the storm drainage master plan, they noted that Leduc, St. Albert, and Spruce Grove had done one in 2023, 2022, 2024, respectively. Any idea how much they spent?
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, I didn't reach out specifically to them, so I don't want to say that it was this or that. Okay. And it's can be a different scope depending on the size of the city, the size of the basins they're looking at, things like that. So It's hard to say.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks a lot, Grant.
Councillor Noyan.
Thanks. I'll talk about Vetsway functional planning study first, and my question for it is why now, and what does it add for value? And for context, you've mentioned, and we know this from previous reports, that it needs widening, so an extra lane on both sides. There's pedestrian underpasses that can be incorporated. It seems to me that quite like the substantial big picture of where this is going and what it's going to achieve in Fort Saskatchewan, given 2 new ASPs and population that adds, etc. It has, like, we know that information. It has been done, and further to that, it's not being proposed until 2029 for the first phase. Now that it's been deferred by the previous council, so why are we doing it now, and convince us that it needs to be done? I know you want this document. I see that you're requesting to have it done. It'll give us a high level, but it's going to be tabled for 4 years right now based on the current capital plan.
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, so we've done the first level planning, the high level, saying we need 6 lanes. We know we want pedestrian crossings. We want these things there, and there are studies that show that. This takes it to another level and actually puts scale to what that looks like, to make sure that when we widen the road and we have to redo the ditch slopes, that we have enough right of way, that we're not encroaching into private property, or if we need 4 meters of extra right of way, we can get that when development happens, so that it can be identified in the ASPs, and we're not looking to try and scramble to get that later, or having to pinch in the right of way in a way that doesn't make it function as well. So it's not the what needs to be done so much as to how it needs to be done, so that we can make sure we catch it early enough that we can, if there's any land requirements, we can get those now, and then the developers can plan for that.
Okay, then further to that, the only right of way that maybe is in question right now is potential new development in the pocket of by Pineview, because there's ongoing changes happening there. The rest is built out, and the new land is subject to review constantly through planning and engineering as developers are coming forward with these all of the documents, so right down to NSP, right? So I just don't see that. We don't know where these right of ways are. Like, there are right of ways that exist. We already have taken into account, and there was a budget proposal even for the last 2 years for widening phase 1. So what exactly don't we know if that's already established, and it can be taken into account if a developer does that Pineview development?
So through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, so there's 2 pieces to that, I guess. First of all, in the areas that are already built out, and I'll include that Pineview development, within that, we've done the functional planning study. So the developer, when they come in and say, we want to put an intersection, we can say, this is what's required. Here's the lane configuration, here's any right-of-way requirements, those things have been established. And then in terms of the new areas, again, it gives some certainty to the developers. They know going in how much land they're going to have to potentially give up for right-of-way development. They know what's going to have to be built in order to tie into those highways corridors. And we have the Point of Pins ASP. Sorry, trying to think of the name. The Point of Pins ASP is approved. They're looking to move forward, so we want to make sure that as they get through subdivision and those details, that we're not missing out on that opportunity to get what we need as they move forward.
Okay, thanks. I would like to flag this for the timing of this function, or what is it, corridor planning study, I guess.
Functional planning, yes.
Thank you, yeah, functional planning study, for the timing of it, and it's work that I think does have value, and I just am not quite convinced that right now is the right time, and it is an operational $200,000 request, as mentioned, coming from reserves.
Not seeing any. Okay. All right. When it is not supported, then we're going to a motion. Okay. All right. Councillor Noyan, can you read in a motion regarding flagging the Veterans Way study?
You bet. Yeah, I'll move that operating budget item 32-0074 Veterans Way functional planning study be flagged for further discussion based on the timing and requirements thereof of this proposed project.
Okay, I'll accept the motion, but just before you speak in favor of that, do we know if eScribe is working? Yeah, we should be okay. Okay, so while they get put that up, go ahead and speak to that.
I think I've made my concerns fairly clear of why I think that deferring this project could give value and aid in operating budget impact for 2026. The previous council has had a look at a high level widening and pedestrian traffic data and statistics and analysis of what would be done for this project, and for those reasons I think it's something that can be deferred to a subsequent year and then done in concurrent with the time phase one is decided to go ahead through a capital budget in that year, which I believe to be 2029.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Harris, I'm going to go to you. It should be on.
So Grant, you're recommending, based on your expertise and your experience, that the timing is appropriate to undertake that study at this point in time. I don't see they have shelf lives because we're establishing a framework for analysis as development takes place. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that's been our recommendation, is to move forward at this time just because that data is important for that future planning.
Yeah. And I don't believe any member on council as transportation engineer has that expertise, and we rely on our administration to bring these things to our attention, and that the planning is contingent on ultimately us doing that. Now, this particular project has no impact on the tax levy this year, does it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, again, it comes to that reserve versus funding that reserve.
It's grant funded, is it not? It is.
This one is not grant funded. This is reserve funded. Yes,
exactly. So I appreciate the opportunity to do everything we can to reduce the impact on the tax load this year, and I totally understand that. But in this context, our administration has made a viable recommendation, in my opinion, to undertake a study. The timing is appropriate, and I can't support flagging this thing and delaying it to a later period because we pay our staff good money to make those recommendations.
Thank you. I'm going to go next on this one. The motion is just read to flag it. Okay. I'll support the flag for further discussion, as that's what Councillor Nguyen wants. I don't know that I would support removing this from our budget. We advocated before to get funding from the provincial government for the Veterans Way work. I do believe that we can still be successful in getting funding, but it does take time. And I believe that by having these functional planning studies done for this, that will only aid us in supporting our wish to get some provincial support for this project. So I don't think delaying helps us in that, because I do think it's going to take us a significant amount of time to achieve that support from the province. So I wouldn't want to see this come out, but I'll support the motion being is that it's just for further discussion and debate. Councillor Randall, nothing on this one? Okay, go ahead then.
I would just echo those comments. It's just coming back for further discussion debate, so I'll reserve comments and everything else for it then.
Councillor Blizzard.
I'll support the flag, but I hope when it comes back to discussion, you have a list of questions and maybe good comments about why should it be delayed, because I do believe this is it was explained to us why it should happen now and not in 5 years. So again, just as our mayor has said, I don't think I would support removing it from the budget, but I'll certainly be okay with it flagged if you have more questions in the future.
Councillor Harris?
You know, I'm not against the flag in principle. I think it's our responsibility to have those discussions as to whether or not expenditure of any funds are justifiable. And I think having that conversation, I'm not opposed to, but basically my colleague to the right here was suggesting to delay it to a further period. And I want to nip that in the bud because we pay our administration good money to do the things to recommend to us because we're not experts. And so that's ultimately why I want to get that on the table right now. I'm not opposed to the discussion, but to put it on as a flag with the potential that we're going to kill this project for another 3 or 4 years is absolutely not appropriate in my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Ketcher?
Okay, I'm going to support the flag too, because I did ask the question about what would it take to delay it and spread it out over 1 year. And when we talk about budget and reserves in and out, and we keep talking about that, and at some point in time we got to have that conversation about that $6 million that we got to find, so that we don't have a 10% tax increase. And I understand that everybody's passionate about this one, but I support the flag on the basis to have the conversation.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Nguyen to close.
Yeah, thank you. And this was really the intent of my flag. The Veterans Way widening project is a large capital project with different phases expanding many years. So I think like our mayor had mentioned a few key points that tie into this large subject. Having this before us right now is certainly timely, and it does merit more holistic discussion about this project, given that the work that's been done in the last term of council and then what we've seen from the Ministry of Transportation and the timeliness of Dow, and I think it would be a great opportunity for the new council to be able to get more information as a whole and then evaluate it. And certainly I do appreciate the work that would be done in a functional planning study to aid us in our position as Fort Saskatchewan for this, what is which is a numbered highway that is going right through our municipality. So I will be supporting my flag and I appreciate the input.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else, I'll close the motion. That is carried. Just going back to the regular order, Councillor Randawa, did you still have questions?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead. Oh, 1 sec. There you go.
Thank you very much. Grant, this is my probably last question, so sorry for continuing to bother you as lunch approaches steadily. I guess in terms of the maintenance mechanic request that we have, I know we have like service levels for like directly community facing amenities such as like parks, snow removal, so forth. We have certain service levels. Do we have service levels then for maintaining our own equipment such as fleet, fire trucks, and so forth? Or is that more of like the administrative policy I was trying to read last night, like fleet operation and maintenance? Is that where you would point me?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, I think probably more towards that policy, but there are service levels we have to maintain. There are mandated inspections that have to be done every 6 months or 3 months or so many miles or so many hours, those kinds of things. And then we also follow the manufacturer's recommended service schedules. So it's not a, we'll have that truck fixed in 2 days. It's that we're going to change that oil every 5,000 kilometers and twice a year. Those are the service levels we're looking at more than a timeline in terms of getting it back out.
Okay, and historically, have we been able to maintain those service levels or maintain adherence to like the fleet operation maintenance policy, or are we struggling with that as we grow?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, we always maintain the mandated service levels. It just means that it may prioritize. We can't fix that mower right now, or we can't fix that grader because it's not. We have to get the mandated inspection done on the truck so we can keep running, and it's due. So we have to put the resources there rather than fixing something else. So that's where there's a little bit of juggle going on with that, but and that's just a continual flow of things. So we try to keep everybody going as quick as we can. But
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Nguyen?
Thanks. Yeah, I have a question about the storm drainage master plan, and the question has to do with how much crossover work there is between developers and engineering. I've seen, the Allard Way work that happened 4 years ago, and the importance of stormwater. There are new stormwater management facilities that are being designed and built as we speak. So how does this give you an edge up on ensuring that I guess you have everything you need to make sure if they fail, obviously it's big issues right in the backyards of people's houses, right? So
through the mayor to Councillor Noy, and so this plan itself isn't an operational plan in terms of maintaining the existing storm sewers and things like that, or the storm management facilities. Mr. Gagnon, I think, mentioned that he's going to be bringing some of that planning work coming forward in the next year or so. This is looking at, so I'll use the Old Fort area as an example. It's the area we're actively working for neighborhood rehab. It has older storm systems that were put in place 50, 60, 70 years ago. We want to make sure that the way that those systems were designed at that time still meet today's standards. There's different storm modeling and things like that. Weather patterns have changed, and incorporate that into the system, as well as trying to meet the current standards for stormwater quality, which is tough to do in a retrofit because it's really tough to put a pond in the middle of a neighborhood that's already built up everywhere. So those are the kinds of things. This study is looking at predominantly Old Fort and Pineview, where we don't have a holistic stormwater master plan for those areas. And trying to bring those up to a standard so that when we're doing neighborhood rehab, we know that there's a deficiency in this pipe, so we should be upgrading that and taking that all the way out towards its discharge point. So it's a little bit different than the developers and through the other planning that looks after the new areas. This is looking after those areas that are already built out that didn't have a stormwater master plan to start with.
thanks for that. Can you just further fleshing that out? So we are doing neighborhood rehab. All the old pipes are being replaced with new technology. So how does this kind of in the information you'll get from this inject into or change anything that we're doing right now? I mean, is this right outside the streets in areas like just the precinct that aren't covered on our neighborhood rehabilitation program for that underground infrastructure?
So through the mayor to Councillor Noy, so this is it'll be a tool that'll help us prioritize more than anything. So as we do the neighborhood rehab, we do look at the storm sewer that's in the existing ground. Is it adequate? What area does it take? This will take that up to another level and proactively look to say that this trunk of that system is undersized, and should that now feed into the prioritization of we need to do that street before we do that street. So it helps prioritize that and make sure that we get the right infrastructure in the ground as we do it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harris?
So Grant, when you do this study, I understand the pipes in the ground, totally understand that, worked with that for many years. Will you also be looking at the impact on the discharge to the North Saskatchewan River or to Ross Creek, which ultimately does get there? The reason I ask this question is in the construction of the boat launch, the city was required to provide compensation to fisheries, Canada Fisheries, because there was a scour from one of the outfalls from Pineview. Significant outfall. And so when Canada Fisheries looked at it and they said, your outfall is causing a scour and it's killing fish. And so in respect to us approving your boat launch and the impact that will have on the fishery in that area or the environment in that area, we require you to do certain things. And the city was required in that instance to basically stop the scour. So that meant the city had to put in significant riprap in the river at that location where the outfall was. So my question is, and that's experience, we had to. And so if we're doing anything to increase the outflow from storm into the North Saskatchewan River, are we planning to address that in a study context within this review?
So,
and if not, why?
So through the mayor to Councillor Harris, so this will look at, I guess, the whole system from start to the end where it goes into the river or the creek. So we will be reviewing that and looking at obviously what was built in the Pineview days. We can't even build that today. That's not allowed. You have to bring it in. You have to slow the water as it goes in. If you were building brand new, you'd have to treat that water through settlement ponds and things like that. Again, tough to retrofit those in, but we want to be able to look to see, are there opportunities where we can improve that quality. So to look at the whole system right from the catch basin right out to the river.
Well, I guess I'm flagging it from that standpoint that if that hasn't been looked at, regardless of what you just said, then I think it should be. And I'm not flagging it for discussion. I'm just suggesting that that is an element of analysis that has to be undertaken when you do this review. And I thank Councillor Noyan for bringing that up in the context of whether or not that sort of thing is relevant. And I think it is. And so when you go forward with this, which I presume will stay in the budget, I hope, and that analytic will be undertaken to that extent. And then we can be assured that we are meeting our obligations to lessening our environmental impact on the North Saskatchewan watershed. Thank you.
For the whole day.
Good.
It is lunchtime, Councillor Noyan.
Too bad.
Go ahead.
Just further to that, because you mentioned about the historical areas, and so we have, thinking about watersheds, then we have Roseburn going into Ross Creek, and then Point of Pins outfall from Point of Pins ASP. Are those included in this as well? And that could be included in the report back from the flag, because you did mention it's existing, but obviously those two are tying in directly to river or creek basins to the river basin.
So through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, so those areas already have stormwater master plans that are being developed or have been developed as part of their development. So those are being done there. South Fort was done, West Park was done as they developed. Just that was the newer standard at the time when those things came on board. Pineview, Old Fort don't have those. They looked at the specific pipe going to the river, but not the bigger basin and the overall plan of how that impacts things. So that's why we're concentrating on those older areas.
Okay. Good enough. Yeah. Thanks.
Awesome. Well, that appears to be all the questions for you for now, Mr. Schaefer. Lunch has arrived. It is 11:47. Is 12:30 enough time, or does anyone need longer than that? It's 43 minutes is what you have. Do you want longer? No? Are you sure? Okay. All right. So 12:30. Thank you.
Seriously, well, this is 5 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe they were confused.
You did say 12.
Well,
Let's go.
look at who's. You're not the last one here. All right, we go. Just give me a thumbs up. All right, we are back. We'll move right along to 4.3, Planning and Development. Welcome, Shri Shindi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Shri Shindi. I'm the Acting Director of Planning and Development, and I'm here to present Planning and Development Department's operational budget for 2026. Before I get into it, just given that I'm new in the role, I wanted to give a shout out to my team, uh, our accounting expert, Kathy Lankoff, and Janelle Smith-Duguid, who supported me to get to this point, just given my newness to this process. So thank you all. And with that, I'll start the presentation. Please refer to page 6, one of your budget binder for all the planning and development information. The Planning and Development Department is dedicated to creating authentic places that reflect our community's unique qualities and character, meeting both current needs and future aspirations. We collaborate with local partners and residents to develop plans and regulations that serve public interest. Our goal is to ensure that all development is responsible, enduring, and beneficial for everyone in the community. This commitment helps us maintain and enhance the unique character and quality of Fort Saskatchewan. Planning and Development manage 11 programs, including statutory planning, administering land use bylaw, safety codes permit processing, and implementing the municipal development plan, to list a few. As shown in the programs we manage table, a total of 20.65 staff members are allocated across 3 business units, 5 FTEs in current and long range planning, 5 in development planning, and 9 in safety codes. Safety codes business unit is a comparatively newer business unit that was added to Planning and Development Department in 2021. Fort Saskatchewan's growth rate has been among the strongest in the region. The city's planned neighborhoods are reaching their full build-out. Planning for the annexed lands has initiated. In 2024 and 25, Council approved developer-driven Point-au-Pins and Roseburn area structure plans and the Northeast Roseburn neighborhood structure plan. We are also seeing renewed momentum in industrial development. As a result, residential development is surging. In 2023, number of dwelling units approved for development jumped by 36%, and in 2024, they rose by another 57%. In 2025, we expect this trend to continue. In 2025, the amount of land rezoned for residential use is nearly 3 times the average of the past 4 years. 51 hectares in 2025 versus 18.35 hectares, the average land consumption. We also saw 428 residential lots subdivided in 2024, well above the 4-year average of 237. In 2025, we have passed that number. This upward trend is expected to continue in 2026. The city's long-range planning is also keeping pace. Key initiatives include the completion of the new land use bylaw with a final citywide public engagement and council consideration in 2026. We will also be completing a 5-year review of the municipal development plan and updates to the city's outdated industrial area structure plans, as well as initiate intermunicipal development plans with neighboring municipalities in absence of the regional growth plan. The Planning and Development Department is requesting 1 new full-time building inspector in 2026. This position is necessary to maintain current service levels amid sustained residential and industrial growth, increased inspection volumes, and rising project complexity. A significant rise in multifamily, commercial, and industrial development permits is contributing to the project complexity. With a strong growth in residential development, There has been more frequent re-inspections and complaint follow-ups due to non-compliance. Existing staffing levels are no longer sufficient to meet current workload demands without relying on overtime, temporary casual support, and assistance through our service agreement with Strathcona County. A permanent building inspector will help ensure continued core compliance, uphold safety standards, and support timely service delivery for residents and developers. We are also requesting one full-time planning technician positions. City's existing planned neighborhoods, South Fort and West Park, are nearing the full build-out. New neighborhoods must go through the planning and approval process to ensure competitive housing market and affordable housing prices are maintained in our community. There are many steps involved in getting new neighborhoods shovel-ready, including creation of area structure plans, neighborhood structure plans, rezoning, subdivisions, development agreements, and subdivision endorsements prior to lots being registered. Creation of area structure plans and neighborhood structure plan is a complex process. It involves review and revisions of land use concepts, policies, technical studies, public engagements, and coordination with internal departments and external agencies. These applications go through multiple iterations and are resource intensive. Once approved, these plans need to be reviewed and updated periodically to ensure they remain relevant. The complexity of rezoning and subdivision applications has also increased as many developers are introducing innovative housing design through special districts. Every innovative option needs to be evaluated for its operational functionality and context suitability. In response to strong residential growth and to maintain the supply of planned lands within the city, administration has prioritized developer applications, which has resulted in delay in delivering city's long-range planning projects. These applications and long-range projects require substantial administrative and technical work, such as reviewing applications for completeness, creating maps and graphics, preparing advertisement, data tracking, analyzing records management, and so forth. Adding a planning technician within the current and long-range planning business unit will allow existing staff to allocate more time and focus to more complex matters while improving customer service. That brings me to the fees and charges overview. Planning and Development has completed its review of fees and charges in accordance with Policy FIN 009C. This process ensures our fees align with our guiding principles. Key updates for this year include inflationary adjustments to maintain real value of fees and costs. In addition, there are changes to better reflect services we provide, which include increased development permit fees for new residential development to cover the cost of construction debris cleanup. This increase was done in response to efforts required by Public Works to keep the city's streets and public spaces free of construction debris. The fee changes to planning application fees are to partially cover the cost of planning technician. This position will be working on both the applicant and the city-driven projects. Increased fees are comparable to fees charged by regional municipalities. Building permit fees are increased to cover the cost of safety codes officer. New fees are added for environmental records request and for temporary accessory structures in industrial area. These apply to shipping containers. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much. We'll get started with Councillor Ketcher.
I just have one question. Are you being overly conservative on your revenues, given the amount of revenues that you've had in the last year?
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Ketcher, we are usually realistic and conservative, but we do not count on one-off big industrial developments. So that revenue we do not include here in our sheets. We but we take into consideration all the residential, regular, commercial, those kinds of things, but big industrial revenues we don't consider.
So I hear you're saying you're conservative, but with asking for the additional 2 positions, shouldn't a little more of that offset it? I think it offsets it in the building inspector side, but maybe not on the other side.
So for that, again, through the mayor to Councillor Catcher, we are offsetting the amount of work that new planning technician would be doing on applicant-driven projects. That will be covered by fees and charges. What the amount of work they will be doing on city projects, that's getting covered through the taxation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
So for the building inspector position, you mentioned that there was overtime to cover the extra need because we didn't have that position, and Strathcona County had support that we would have to pay for. So really, we would actually be not saving the full cost of it, but there was expenses because of that overtime, right?
Through the mayor, yes, there were expenses. However, the volumes were such that the revenue was able to cover those expenses.
Oh yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, when you put in it's 137,000, sounds high, but then we won't need that much overtime. You might still need a bit here and there, but it would certainly lower that need.
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Through the mayor, if I may add on to that, you are correct. However, overtime spending in recent years has far exceeded what is in the budget. So the actuals have exceeded what's in budget.
With the payment of overtime.
For overtime.
So yeah. This position should help lower the overtime amount, right?
The actual spend on overtime.
Yeah. So that's what I'm just pointing that out. It wasn't, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that this is probably a very necessary position. Thanks.
You're good? I'm just going to insert myself in. I'm just wondering if I know we don't have a crystal ball, but do we have any projections on how long our municipality will sustain this higher than average growth rate?
To the mayor, you're right. Like, we wonder that too, and we do not have crystal ball. However, last couple of years, it has been the trend. The numbers have been going up. We do think 2026 will be busy as well. Just looking at the subdivisions we have been approving and what has come forward. But that said, just because we are approving subdivisions, that doesn't necessarily mean everything will get built next year, but I think it will still be a strong year.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Randauer?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I guess my question is more about taking a step back and looking at the overall picture. So we have a lot more activity for your department and a lot more housing starts and so forth and industrial activity going on, and that leads to a burden to your department, and I understand that. However, when we add positions to the budget, I think that is also under the assumption that some sort of that positive trend will continue in that way. But are we tackling this issue in the right manner? Like, have we looked at tackling planning, permitting, like using some more technology programs or different permitting processes, like in other communities, that something like that will work more in the ebbs and flows of what we see in activity? So did we consider anything like that instead of more positions?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randava, yes, we are considering that wherever we can find efficiencies, we try to take advantage of it. So one of the things we do is cross-training. So when the need is within, say, development business unit, then planning is able to help them, and vice versa. Those things through our new land use bylaw process, we are looking at creating flexibility so that it reduces the amount of applications, but still meeting the objectives that we have established through our higher level planning documents like MDPs and stuff like that. So yes, through the land use bylaw, we are looking at those things, and we are aware that one of the bigger municipalities in the region has gone in the direction of automated development permits. The program they have used is quite expensive. We would be considering something similar, however, not in 2026. After we roll out our new land use bylaw, we are going to take a look into that.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
So, Sheree, what kind of onboarding program have you got for new employees when you bring in a planning technician or a building inspector? How do you get them up to speed quickly and so that they ultimately dovetail nicely with our organizational culture and don't bring in work processes that ultimately deflate or change the way we deliver services?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, usually for positions like planning technicians or planning officers, planners, ones, we try to bring either new graduates from the universities or NATE, and so they know the technical side of it, they know the planning principles and those kinds of things, but then slowly getting them involved into smaller tasks within the business unit, and that involve them in various long range current planning, but just one task at a time kind of a process. And so they're getting introduced to the city's process, the department's process, and how to do them the way they fit in with this. So our approach has been to usually to get newer graduates and then train them and make them fit in our department. Quickly, it takes its time. It takes time to train people, and by the time they are fully operational, it's up to a year. So in my opinion, that's why it's very important to retain those trained people.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Obviously, anytime we bring somebody new on, it's an opportunity to either dilute the way we do our work because they change it unless they've had really good direction from staff that are responsible for them. So if you guys are comfortable with that, then that's important. And that's really crucial to a good investment in staff.
And I would just add to that, we also have all our processes mapped. So anybody new comes and they have to cover for someone, then every step of the process is mapped. So if you have it in front of you, they know what to do the next.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I just have maybe a general question, and my apologies if you covered it. The 60-40 split for the planning technician's time, how was that 60-40 split derived?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, that is based on the programs we manage table. So we have allocated different amount of staffing to different programs we undertake. So that is kind of a estimate that we have, and in 2026 we are gonna take another look at it. But basically, based on what plans need to happen, what action items are included in the municipal development plan and the strategic plan, like what direction we are getting, what is coming from the development industry, what new area structure plans, neighborhood structure plans. So based on that, we make those allotments, and we think 60% of this new position is going to be dedicated to so the land use bylaw project that we are doing, the IDPs that we will be starting. There is always the work about statistical analysis, like we need to do that to understand whether we are meeting our KPIs and those kinds of things. So we felt that 60% would go towards the long range planning kind of projects, and 40% would go towards the applications.
Okay, so as you conduct your review in 2026, this split could potentially change, where more or less of this planning technician's cost to be shifted into user fees?
I don't think there would be a big adjustment. So there could be some change. And even if we said 60-40 today, it totally depends on what a year looks like. If there is more of a development and we put our projects on back burner, that, year to year basis, that 60-40 split could look different. So this is just an average. So I do not think there would be a lot of change there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to flesh out an idea I heard, and which is if you're looking at technology to be implemented in a program such as automatic permitting, which I think would kind of alleviate a lot of a workload and the scrutiny done by individuals sitting in chairs in your department, it seems to be a very forward-looking plan. I really like that idea in itself. It's refreshing because of the amount, the sheer number of permits that you're seeing with these large scale industrials and then residential increase. And regardless of our rate of growth, we're opening up a lot of development right now with different housing types, things that we haven't seen necessarily standard in Fort Saskatchewan. There's a lot of moving parts from a managerial perspective to get our head around being able to even effectively do these permitting processes. So if we enable you, encourage you to go down this route of automated permitting for some of the smaller scale things. Do you have a timeline of a plan right now where you can say we're planning, we're looking at this, we're going to bring it maybe for a budget consideration for that type of implementation in 2 years from now, and then perhaps a position that we're looking at, regardless if it's this one or not, can be said to be, this will be a 2-year term or a 3-year term or a 5-year term, and we're going to phase out these type of positions to transition towards technology. And this is really operational level in your department, but it looks like it's something that, let's just call it the way of the future. But what's the plan? And knowing that we've lost, Craig, and now you stepped up, right? So there's a lot changing in planning right now from your end, and in this context, that's potential.
Okay. Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, that was a very loaded question.
Yeah. So. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Fair observation.
Yeah. So I'll try my best, but that technology is something we would look into future. When we were doing the land use bylaw engagements with our developer and builder industry, the feedback we got was our approval times was not a concern. So we are still doing good in terms of the expectations from the industry, and our team works really hard to do that. The other aspect about that program is what I have seen, and I have to do a deeper dive into understanding the pros and cons of this program. Like, even though, say, a municipality has implemented it, it saves time for the applicant. It works for the straightforward applications. If there is anything variance and those kinds of things, it does go back to the development staff, basically. It hasn't reduced the requirement of the staffing. They still have to do their back end work. It's just in certain simpler projects, it could expedite the process. So based on what we have heard, that our processing times are not that bad. The developer industry didn't feel like that was something we needed to look into urgently. So we just felt that we would finish the land use bylaw, roll it out, and then we'll start looking into how it would benefit us and what would be the right path forward for Fort Saskatchewan.
Excellent. That's a perfect answer. And yes, land use bylaw is a lot of work, and you're doing that currently. So we'll wait to see that when the time is right for you. I had one just a question of detail. Debris fees for developers. Interesting, because we've seen numerous complaints from residents regarding these new bills, and our intent to keep these areas clean when they're under construction. Can you point me to where the fee actually reflects what you're doing through planning?
Definitely. So this would be page 6-17 under development fees, residential development permit fees. If you look at the low density housing permits, which is like the first few lines of it, you will see the fees have gone up not just by inflation, it's a little bit higher.
Which line is this? Sorry,
That would
it's
be,
named.
so if you consider line 1, single detached dwelling,
Okay.
the fee difference
okay.
between 2025 and 2026 is $50.
Okay, excellent. And do you feel that this is enough? I mean, if there's going to be a substantial amount of litter there, I feel like $285 doesn't, probably doesn't cover or enough to say that, for the home builder to be very diligent in keeping their work site clean.
So this is based on how much staff time we would allocate to this task, and so that's how the calculation was done, and then
just as a cost recovery, and you're comfortable with that, and that's fine. And I'd make a motion to change it if you said otherwise. So appreciate the response. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around the fee structure a little bit better. How do you track how much resources are devoted to a certain fee or process?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, very good question, and I would like, this was done through the PBP process, and unfortunately I wasn't as involved, so I'm gonna pass this question to Ms. Janelle Smith. Please.
Through the mayor, Ms. Shindy's correct. It is something that we do through the PBB process. We have identified that this is an area that could probably use some focus in 2026, and it's our intention to do so.
Okay, acronym challenge counselor over here. PPPB stands for?
Priority-based budgeting.
Okay, that, all right.
I'll just interrupt in that. It's program-based budgeting.
Okay.
That's what we undertake with the city right now.
Yeah, okay.
How we determine where staff go in different programs is based on the type of work that they do and how many hours they spend in that. So every department reviews it every year, the staff with the director, and they ensure that based on the priorities that are coming up and that they're working on, that they have the resources that they have in their department allocated correctly, depending on the amount of time that it will take to initiate and fulfill those initiatives.
Okay, so are staff much like consultants in a way, in that they're tracking their time and how much time they spend on each?
No, not really.
File?
They also look at their job description and different things like that when they're working through this, and where the priorities are and where they fit in those priorities.
Okay.
Not seeing any other questions, you hold the record at 26 minutes, Ms. Shindy.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thanks. I will invite Ms. Erin Brush-Duncan for the next presentation.
No pressure, Erin Brush-Duncan.
I had to update my speaking notes, so it's good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I am Erin Brush-Duncan, Director of Economic Development. You can follow along in Section 7 of your budget package. The Economic Development Department works to foster a competitive, resilient, and diverse local business environment. We attract businesses and industries that bring services, goods, and jobs to our community, supporting them from site selection through development and operation, and overseeing our incentive and grants programs. We work with regional partners to position Fort Saskatchewan as a prime destination for industrial investment and growth across diverse sectors, and our team serves as a resource for local businesses and investors, providing up-to-date analytics and responding to investor inquiries. We also lead efforts to revitalize and enhance downtown, manage the city's land portfolio, and oversee both nonprofit and for-profit leases. Our department currently represents 5.33 FTE and has 3 full-time positions and 1 full-time contract position that ends in summer 2026. All staff are located in City Hall. Economic Development manages 8 programs: business retention, business attraction, business licensing and economic development data management, land management, regional economic initiative support, downtown enhancement, leases and licenses for profit, and leases and licenses not for profit. Some of economic development's major focus areas for 2026 include supporting significant industrial investments and projects, promoting our industrial advantages and opportunities to attract new investment, managing our 8 different incentive and grant programs, the new industrial area structure plan project, and modernizing and standardizing the city's approach to leases and renewals. Programs we manage. In reviewing economic development's programs we manage, several changes have been made for 2026 to better reflect operational needs and strategic priorities. These include the reallocation of personnel across different economic development programs, as well as adjustments resulting from the conclusion of funding for 2 contract roles, one that ended in spring 2025 and another expected to end in summer 2026. While the end of these contract roles will impact service levels, especially in regards to the support and focus on downtown, where possible, essential priorities and responsibilities have been redistributed within the department. Notably, there is a significant change in regional economic initiative support with a $116,000 reduction in expenses due to the city's withdrawal from Edmonton Global. Additional adjustments include, in addition, for business retention, note 1, in addition to personnel reallocations, grant funds were shifted from business retention to downtown enhancement. This change follows council's decision to cancel the business development incentives program and approve the commercial revitalization program, which utilizes that same funding but is more closely aligned with the program of downtown enhancement. For business licensing and economic data management, which is note 3, the proposed 2026 business license revenue is $266,000, which is almost a 14% increase over 2025. This includes approximately 7% for inflationary increases and 6.8% for projected growth. This projected growth is just below our average growth from the last 3 years. Regional Economic Initiative support for Note 5. Beyond the expense decrease from Edmonton Global, there is a $12,786 increase in dues to AIHA due to assessed industrial growth. You'll also notice for downtown enhancement for Note 6 that adjustments include the end of funding for the Downtown Development Coordinator and the reallocation of grant funding from business retention. And then for leases and licenses not for profit and for profit, personnel time has been further reallocated and lease revenue has increased slightly due to new negotiated agreements and inflationary adjustments. I do expect some of these reallocations to return more closely to what was done in previous years, especially once our major lease process review, standardization, and modernization is complete. The department conducted an annual review of its fees and charges. Fees were determined based on a pricing methodology that considers the direct and indirect expenses associated with each service, as well as alignment with regional comparators. As part of this process, the department is proposing minor inflationary changes to business license fees for 2026. The proposed increases reflect inflation over the past 2 years, as fees were not increased last year. Economic Development is recommending that application fees for both the Heartland Incentive Program and the Major Incentive Program remain unchanged. This approach is consistent with other municipal comparators in Alberta's industrial heartland and continues to support cost recovery associated with administering these programs. For 2026, the department is proposing the introduction of a mobile vending license to allow mobile vendors, including food trucks, to operate temporarily at approved sites on city-owned lands, subject to city approval. A fee of $150 for for-profit businesses meets full cost recovery for direct and indirect costs. For nonprofit groups, the proposed fee of $75 supports partial cost recovery. For both for-profit and not-for-profit groups, the charge for each subsequent day of $25 to cover the cost of an additional site inspection is fully covered. This process will also improve the customer experience and internal efficiencies compared to our current standard lease process. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I just have I have two questions. For the $150 fee for the mobile vending license, how do you know that it's going to cover all costs?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Wesley. So we worked with some of the departments that would be serving that mobile vending. So for instance, parks, blocking off that space on city-owned land with cones, doing a check to make sure any neighboring trash cans and things like that aren't being kind of overburdened, as well as some time for processing the application and things like that. So we did a detailed cost recovery analysis.
Okay, and then I just have one curious question. It's a year from now. We're having this discussion again. You look back and you tell us how great things are. What happened to make it great?
For the year 2026 in general?
Yes. What does success look like to you?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley, I would like to be able to say that we've announced some major investments, and I'd like to see the continued customer service that we provide to our businesses kind of continue to improve. And I would like for us to finish up our leasing and licensing processes. I'm really excited about how that's going to look.
Okay. How do you measure customer service? Just curious.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Wesley. A lot of it is I've actually been receiving some emails saying, hey, this is great. This was a great process. I'm so grateful for this person. So I think that's something wonderful. Not receiving any comments about, hey, I'm challenged here. And also, I think that the city in general, especially kind of the departments I work with closely, right, economic development, serving businesses, I also hear a lot of really positive things about other departments like planning and development and engineering kind of looking at these permits, and it's wonderful to hear that feedback. So if we're able to efficiently support the businesses and investors that are coming here and they're feeling supported, then that's a win.
Awesome, Aaron. I look forward to our discussing that major investment in a year.
I hope so.
Councillor Rondeau.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I guess I have two buckets of questions. I'll start with more around that mobile fee. So can you give me an example of when this fee would come or license would be required? Like something like, is it a Canada Day food truck that's set up in Legacy Park? Like, would they all require the $150 license now and they wouldn't have last year?
Okay. Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Randawa. So for our special events like the Canada Days, farmers markets, things like that, this license would not be required. So this is outside of that. Occasionally we'll receive requests for food trucks due to maybe a major tournament or event going on that isn't served by a concession stand or something like that. It could potentially be just a mobile vendor that's not a food truck. We've had people in the past that, sell industrial clothing or books, things like that. They want to be able to park on city property. And so we do require them. In the past, we've gone through our traditional leasing process, which is a little bit more in depth, a little bit more arduous. And so this is a process that will kind of streamline, make it more efficient, but still get us the information that we need, things like proof of insurance, things like that. It also makes sure that we're covering the cost of the support, like having parks go out and block off the space or having someone check to make sure the garbages are emptied, things like that. So this is outside of special events and would not impact our special events.
Okay. Sorry, I'm being a little dense there. So I get the not special events part, and that makes sense to me. But like, people want to sell books on city property, like out of the back of their car or something? Like, I don't quite understand. Sorry.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Windawa. Yes, so there will be like mobile book vendors. They've got it's a really cute trailer that you can go and buy books out of, or we have somebody that sells like industrial clothing and apparel that's specially made for, you know, different body types. We've had people who would I'm trying to think of some of the other sellers. So it's kind of a variety of people, and they like to set up on city property. And so to make sure that if it's appropriate for them to be set up there and kind of go through all of our checks and make sure that all of our, you know, services are covered, that's what this fee is for.
So this happens often now? Like, I can't recall this. Maybe it's just me. Like,
there is a new vendor, correct? The book vendor.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Windawa. Actually, we've had quite a few mobile vendor requests in the last year or two, and right now the process is just like our leasing process, which is long and requires multiple levels of review and circulation. So this kind of makes it a little bit more of like a license to operate. It's just a quicker, more efficient process, but it does happen. I think we've had in the last year maybe 7.
Okay. So one last question on the fees. So the other buckets of fees that you have, a lot of it is resident versus non-resident. Why isn't that then applied to the mobile vending?
Through you, Mayor Maker, to Councillor Windawa, because if a person is looking to sell and operate things as a resident, then they would need a resident business license. So if you're located here in the Fort and you're operating your business here in the Fort, if you wanted to, you know, take over a space, you would still have to have a full resident business license to operate. Okay, so in the event that Councillor Wesley wants to start selling books, he would need a resident business license and then the mobile vending? Through you, Mayor Maker, and to Councillor Windawa, he would need to have a full business license for operating. Yes. And if he wanted permission to operate on city-owned property, yes, I would require a mobile vending license in addition, due to the extra services that would be required by city staff. Okay. And then kind of taking a step away from fees, so more of a general question. So your department's seeing a reduction due to the Edmonton Global withdrawal of about $116,000. Economic development, it's important to residents, it's important to our organization. Something I heard time and time again from residents during the campaign was like, what are we doing for the downtown? And what more can we do there? So I guess I would kind of ask you that question in turn, which is, what does this budget do more for the downtown, or what does it allow us as a city to do for the downtown that maybe the 2025 budget didn't? Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Windawa, we have had I guess the past 4 years, we have had both a downtown action plan funding and a downtown development strategy funding, both funded through the reserves. It included a downtown specific person in economic development to kind of focus on those areas. And as of summer 2026, that position is no longer in budget. So we will continue with much of the work that was completed through those last 4 years. We received almost $297,000 in grant funding in the past. We've got the string lights that are kind of on the trees. We've got multiple pergolas and banners, and a lot of like those murals that are downtown. 5 of those were funded. So a lot of that work is still there, and some of the programs that were created through those previous downtown positions, like kind of that commercial revitalization grants, as well as the downtown development grants, which is to bring more residential units into downtown, those would all remain and continue and be supported through economic development. So it's not that we're stopping work in in downtown. It's just that we won't have a dedicated staff member. So a lot of the programs will continue and our work will continue. It just won't have a dedicated staff member. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to talk about a business license fees just a little bit. There was discussion on this, I think 3-4 years ago. Business license fees for residents were at $100. It's being proposed now to $120. Maybe this is a larger question than your department, but you mentioned the words during your presentation as well, that there are inflationary measures that are causing the increase of fees, and then there's a difference as well that I want to make a distinction for between there is inflation that causes this and also this is causing inflation, right? So it does cause inflation to any business owner in Fort Saskatchewan. That one for residential permitting, I'm not sure what even the scope of that revenue would look like from your department, for how many residents business licenses are issued every year, and that extra $10 that you're proposing. I'm asking what the value that you see in doing that is, essentially for local businesses.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan, are you asking about the importance of business licensing or the increase in fees?
Particularly the increase in fees, yes. And I have a follow-up question about the non-resident licenses as well.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan, in economic development, I definitely do not, our intent is not to put additional burdens on businesses or local businesses. And I think I've done a really good job of trying not to increase fees where they, weren't necessary or advised. We did not increase business license fees last year. So we are increasing them a little bit this year, again, to kind of, follow the inflation that I think a lot of us are experiencing. We do remain one of the absolute lowest in the region. So keeping our fees as low as possible is something that's important to our organization.
And so if that's at $110, how much revenue are we losing this year from your proposal?
Year to date for 2025, we have 953 resident business licenses. There is a portion of those that are professional businesses, so they fall under PORA, which means they don't have a business license fee. So I would have to see how many that is, but I don't know.
9,000.
Sure.
Call it, right? Okay. It's good to know that number. We had discussion about, I think it was in enforcement of non-resident business licenses last term. Okay, carry on. We're good. And I just wanted to ask, kind of maybe just a status of being able to get these, and I know you had some success with it, which was great to see. My kind of idea and the question that I want to see if you're doing, which is something I thought of, is are you following up with industrial players and developers right now to give them the information and encourage them to make sure all of their subcontractors, all of the players that are coming in due to the work that they've garnered, are absolutely aware of the business licensing process from out of town, and yeah, maybe make a few comments on that. And I know you've looked after it quite a bit in recent years, so thank you.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Noyan, you are correct. Compliance has been something that we've put a bit more emphasis on in the last couple of years. When we've had some success, you're starting to see those business license numbers increasing. And so we kind of tackle compliance a few different ways. So we do a few drive arounds. We also work with, for instance, with our development team as well as our safety codes team. And they, through their permitting process, we're alerted to some of the contractors that are doing work. And we're able to reach out in that way to try and make sure that everyone has that business license. And we are also, when we have, let's say, a home builder that's applying for, multiple permits, we do let them know about the requirement for business licensing. So we're trying to be more proactive in our communications, but also being really diligent in our follow-up when we look at permitting and things like that, as well as kind of just doing an occasional drive around to see who's operating to make sure that people have business licensing.
That's a great response, and that's exactly what I was looking for. Obviously not expecting you to be in Dow, checking everybody at the gate, right? But yeah, thank you very much.
Councillor Blizzard.
I'm going to go back to mobile vending. So first of all, what happened in the past? So a mobile vendor, because I can think of one that I saw all over the place, and maybe they were on private property, but I think sometimes they were on city property. Did they not have a permit, or did they just get a nod or no?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Blizzard. So if a business, a mobile vendor, is wanting to locate on private property, they are able to do that. But if they're operating within the city of Fort Saskatchewan, they're required to have a business license. So that's something that they would be required to have. Now, if they were operating on city property in the past, yes, there was a requirement for a business license. Also, we would create an actual lease, similar like we do for businesses that erect signs on public land, or for any of our other leases. It was a full lease process, even if they were only going to be there for a day. So you can imagine that is quite an administrative burden. So this process is meant to streamline that. So one, it's a faster, better customer experience for the vendor, but it also reduces administrative time.
Okay. So what happens at like the farmer's market? Is that considered a private event? They wouldn't need it there?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Blizzard, yes. So if you're at a special event, your special event permit covers business licenses and the ability to be there. So this would not impact our farmers markets or our Canada Day or those festivals being held in Legacy Park.
Okay, and I'm going to give you one more on the same subject. So what if I booked West River's Edge for a wedding? I'm not doing that, but somebody did that and decided, gee, you know what? Because I've seen it. You can have a mobile vendor, a food truck come and do the food for the wedding. It's a small wedding. Would they need it there, or would that fall under the private events?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Blizzard, yes, they would require a mobile vending license, and that is so that we can ensure that the space where they need to be is not occupied by, let's say, someone who's walking their dog and, parks their car there. And so, yes, it would be required. And also they're doing business in the city of Fort Saskatchewan. So this kind of takes the place of them having, let's say, a seasonal business license if they're really just going to be operating there for that day.
Okay. Going down, I guess I'm going to do this as a request for information. When I hear talk about support for downtown, and I'm not against it, but I do believe we've done quite a bit over the years, because going back 10, 12 years ago, first time I was on council, we put money into it there, probably goes back. Can we find out or get a list of how much money? And I get some of it would be hard because, part of your job might be a little bit there, but just kind of a ballpark figure of how much, and maybe itemized if you can on some of it, how much has been spent over the years on downtown. And I guess I struggle with this, not because I don't want our downtown to be vibrant, but it's hard to force businesses, it's like someone expecting council to put a Costco in. We can encourage people to come downtown, but when we put a lot of money into it and nothing happens, why do we keep doing it? Is it a good venture for us?
Okay.
Is there a date you want them to go back till, like 2010, or till that term that you were in first time?
I don't know. Like as far as you can get. I'm not saying go back to 1900, but if there was readily available information, if it's hard to get, then stop digging. But if it's something where you can see, we've kind of had it when you do a downtown search. So I don't know that I want to put a number on it, because I think 2010, there's already been stuff, but before.
Mr. Fleming?
So
just through your worship, or to the mayor, worship, whatever calling you today. I'll get there. It's 13 years worth of habit I'm trying to break, but well, for starters, I don't know that I would agree that nothing's happened with respect to the downtown and the work that's done. Might not have met everyone's expectations necessarily, but there has been a lot that's helped and that's gone on. I just want to point out for council, there is a bit of a strategic shift that's in front of you with respect to the city and the focus on the downtown. As has been mentioned, we had dedicated resources and a plan and some funding, and that has all played itself out. It has gone well, but that is coming to an end, and we're not in front of council proposing to continue the work. So it's not as though we won't do anything for the downtown, but we will be kind of just living off of what's been done in these last few years with the amenities and the murals and the aesthetic work and the programs and the some of the homework that's been done. So if council wanted to continue that work, it would probably need to be something that would need to be brought forward for a bit of a strategic discussion with the city. But from administration's perspective, that time is basically coming to an end, and we're really not going to have a dedicated focus on the downtown the way we have the last few years. So I just want to make sure council understands that. Yeah, especially the new members of council.
And, you know, maybe that's fair point. It'd still be nice to get the information and then maybe to go with it, it'd be a discussion. And this doesn't need to come up for budget because there's nothing in here for, you know, that we're approving. But maybe just for a discussion of the successes, because I do agree the murals was a success. Some of the businesses are a struggle, but maybe there's a talk here. You know, when I saw years ago, I was through Cochrane and thought, wow, this is neat that they have a bit of a theme to their downtown that I don't know if it helps, but you know, maybe it's a discussion. So it's not a rush. I don't know that I'd even put a deadline on it, but maybe sometime in the next 6 months or something, we can bring that back and take a look at what's been spent and what we would like to do going forward.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Blizzard, as we wrap up the downtown development strategy, we will have a fulsome report kind of on everything that's been accomplished. So.
Okay, that might fit the bill.
Okay.
Okay, and I just have one more, and it's more of a comment, if I can, it's not on that. This is now business license. So I did have years ago a small business license, and I think I finished it in 2012. I paid $90. So to go to $110 over, that was 13 years ago. I don't think that's a huge increase. So I see this as being an okay increase. It's not a huge amount. Businesses, I think they get a fair shake in Fort Saskatchewan with a business license fee. That's it.
You're good. Councillor Catcher.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try and keep it shorter than that, but so the downtown goes back to 2007, the Dr. Avi Freeman that they brought in, made all these recommendations. We had a study, we had DARP, we've had all of this stuff done. There has been a lot of work done. I mean, 100th Avenue, the sidewalks were widened, trees were put in, you know, like it has been beautified, and they have been doing each street. So I think on the street side of it, it's really good. But this is where my question comes. So my question comes, and although I understand success is a major FID, we also have Alberta's Industrial Heartland that is really involved in getting these companies to come, and then they do some handoff, but they stay with them throughout the process, and you provide some help. So great, success looks like that. But what does success look like for actually going out and trying to attract commercial businesses that people want in our community? I keep asking you this question. I know the answer is going to be the same, but I don't know why we aren't doing anything on trying to actually attract businesses that people want. So explain why we don't do that.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Catcher. Because of the great amount of success that we've been having with industrial attraction and the amount of work and support that goes into the new industrial investments, as well as the growth of our existing businesses, that does take up a good portion of the capacity for our department. We're relatively small. When we look at kind of the strategic outlook of kind of our work plan and things like that, we absolutely support the entrepreneurs who come and talk to us. We work with landlords if they have any kind of questions about, well, what sort of businesses are appropriate here, things like that. We always try and provide as much of that support as we can. But you're correct, we do less of the very active commercial attraction. So we support a lot of the businesses that are looking here. If it's the desire of council for us to put a greater focus on commercial attraction, I think that that's something that could be discussed. But I would say in general, it's something that is important, but there's also a lot of commercial attraction or commercial businesses that come because of population or because of new spaces being created, things like that. So it's one of those things that commercial attraction is really responsive to the environment and the community that we're in. So we do a lot of work to support it, but you're correct. At this time, it hasn't been a major outward focus of the department.
Okay, and I guess I go on to say, okay, when I hear, okay, it's another discussion because you would probably want another staff to do that, but wouldn't that be more important than some of the other work that's being done? No response required. I will leave it with that. I'm frustrated with the fact that we don't go out and do any proactive looking for commercial. If the developers don't bring it, nobody brings it. End of conversation.
So I'm next in the speaking order. I guess I would say that it's my recollection that we did used to go out and do some commercial attraction, and we attended some conferences and things that other municipalities do. But it was decided that we just weren't seeing the uptake, and we put a lot of time and money in, and we weren't getting the response for various reasons. And that's why we went away and focused our efforts in other places. Is my recollection fair?
To you, Mayor Macon, yes. So when I kind of came aboard and became the director, I took a really hard look at the conferences we attended and where some of our expenses were going. And when I took a look at all of that, I personally felt that some of those kind of commercial conferences didn't meet the ROI that I was hoping for. And so we have shifted a little bit internally. And so again, we do as much as we can to support the developers or the landlords or small businesses that come to us. Absolutely. If a larger commercial business comes to us and they want our, any data that we possibly have, of course we provide it and try and support. But you're correct. After kind of looking at where we were finding success, I evaluated.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you for the presentation and the Q&A. Since then, those comments made by Councillor Catcher and Blizzard, I do agree in some part to both of those. I think there's a larger conversation that should happen from council here on the strategy we as a governance body kind of want to see our economic development activities kind of go in. I don't know if what we have budgeted now hits the mark for me personally. I think commercial is important. I think downtown enhancement continues to be important. It's something I heard at the doors a lot, and I don't know if we want to take our foot off the pedals. So maybe a question to Mr. Fleming. What do I flag here? Do I just flag it?
Yeah, well, through your worship, I really think, again, council strategic plan is the place to have a strategic discussion like this. And I do agree with you. I think council has to, of all the sort of service levels and program areas, this is one that council should have a dedicated discussion on this term and in the earlier part of this term. So I think it's in Q1 or Q2 where we're going to be doing Q1. So we will be coming back and starting to begin the conversation about the strategic plan. And I think the downtown and I think economic development sort of service levels and focus is a really important one. It's basically a department of 3 people, including the director. One of those 3 people it's fairly administrative in nature, where it's processing business licenses and processing grants and leases and licenses and things. So now you're basically talking about a department of 2 people. And we have focused more on the heavy industrial and those developments. There's a lot of jobs that can be created by working with one big developer and one big investment. And so that's kind of why we've just said, well, we've only really got 2 people. Where are we going to put their time? And we've been trying to put their time in the place that we think it's going to make the most impact for the community. So it's been a bit of a choice on our part with the resources that we have, but that it doesn't have to be that way. We can shift. We can go back to looking at commercial, spend more time on retention. I mean, there is a choice to be made there. So, Hope that helps. That's way more than what you asked for, but
it was great. It was great. Take more when I can get it. I understand what you say with the strategic plan. My concern with that is every time we say we'll put some of these things in the strategic plan, we as a council will discuss it in like the first half of next year. Let's say something comes out of that, it'll be in the budget next year this time. Anything hired, bought, this, that will be like 6 months after. Like, it's very far. So in that case, can I just flag this department for now and we can have that conversation on that? More so in a very positive manner, but I think we at least need to put something, whether it's a motion, something like that, have a conversation. So I want to flag it in a positive manner. I don't want to scare this department.
I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah. I think if you want to have that conversation during budget, like within the next 2 weeks, then the flag is the way to go. If you're saying we need to have that conversation, but it doesn't have to be in the context of budget, then a notice of motion is probably the next best way to go. So it's up to you, depending on your timing of when you want to.
Well, let's see what my colleagues think, but I'll flag it for in 2 weeks, and then we can go from there.
Or next week.
So
or whenever,
flagging economic development for general discussion on strategy. I am not seeing anyone oppose, so thou shall be flagged.
Thank you very much, both.
Good. Councillor Nguyen.
I don't think I've ever seen an entire department getting that. That's a joke, but
happy to be a first.
There you are. That's the right attitude. I just wanted to piggyback on this conversation, and I'll keep it extremely brief because within this conversation of a diversity of commercial use and attraction to Fort Saskatchewan, I believe that would be a great reflection on a success of not just your department, but of having a complete and whole community. Right now, we're seeing Pine View, there's a DCA 7 application right now for highway commercial, and that could really expand the amount of commercial that we're seeing. And we've always, people in the Fort have always said we have enough of the pizza stores and a liquor store, but and that's just a very minuscule statement which does reflect that there is a need and maybe even a thirst for a diversity of different types of commercial in Fort Saskatchewan, and I would really support this. What I will ask question-wise from you right now is then have you, because of the timeliness of applications for commercial that are happening at probably a lot of units right now, have you been able to just speak into the ear of these developers and say, hey, we would love to hear you, that you're going to be trying to attract a diverse, maybe commercial that fills needs that aren't currently met by residents in Fort Saskatchewan, and will you do that?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Nguyen. So because we are so lucky to have such a great relationship between economic development and planning and development, when we kind of see new development permits come through or some of those kind of new planning documents, sometimes I'm able to kind of reach out and kind of offer any help that we can possibly give in economic development. I do have some older retail gap analysis studies. One was completed for the downtown maybe a year and a half ago, and I have one that was kind of updated in, I want to say 2022 for the rest of the community. And so I'm able to kind of share, hey, this is where, kind of the priorities are that we're seeing from our previous studies, and try and provide that information to developers ahead of time so they know a little bit more what the community is looking for. So that's kind of one of the ways that we try and kind of dovetail ECDEV and planning and development.
Excellent, thank you for that. Are those both specific to downtown, the gap analysis? They are?
No, through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Nguyen. No, one is specific to downtown and one is citywide.
Okay, perfect, because we do have pockets showing up, like at Bridge Commons. I'm sure that'll service. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
You've thought of it all.
And through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Nguyen, we do have some pretty good relationships with some of the developers. So some of them will kind of call and ask about opportunities or ask those questions, and we're always happy to be that resource for them. And if we don't have information, most of the time we're able to try and find that information for them.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Aaron. I look forward to the conversation.
Perfect. Not seeing any other comments. Thank you. We'll be moving on to community and protective services, starting with culture and recreation services. Brad Babiak.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. As referenced, I'm Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services. I'm joined today by Lindsay Poitras, our Supervisor of the Dow Centennial Center, Arenas and Tours Field, Naomi Switzer, Acting Aquatic Supervisor, Josh Jennings, Supervisor of the Shell Theater and Special Events, and Taylor Barry Bobray, Supervisor, Fort Heritage Precinct. My department's information is located on page 8-1 of your budget package. Culture and Recreation Services supports Fort Saskatchewan's thriving and inclusive community through performing arts and visual art opportunities, history and heritage programs and preservation, community event delivery and support, such as our upcoming Lights Up event, November 28th, sport and community lifestyle opportunities, and then community-based water safety initiatives and aquatics leadership training. The programs we manage are located on page 8-3 with the related notes immediately following. Culture and Recreation has 23 priority-based budget programs delivered through approximately 86 full-time equivalencies and city facilities such as the Fort Heritage Precinct, the Dow Centennial Center, including the Shell Theater, the Sportsplex and Jubilee Recreation Center arenas, Tours Field, Harbor Pool, and community facilities such as the Community Hall, Golf and Curling Club, West River's Edge, and Legacy Park. The program revenues for the department total approximately $4.48 million, with operating expenses of approximately $13.3 million, resulting in a proposed budget of $8.8 million in 2026. In terms of basic budget expenses, the most significant expenses this year are $2.1 million in terms of construction borrowing for both principal and interest payment related to the Dow Centennial Aquatics expansion, $176,000 in terms of QP cost of living increases, and $89,000 in increased utilities. Notable revenue increases are estimated at approximately $433,000 related to fees and charges, most notably $191,000 for recreation, sport, fitness, wellness, spontaneous use, and fitness programs, and $220,000 related to rentals. Key initiatives the department will be taking in 2026 includes developing operational plans and supporting the design and construction of the new aquatics facility at the Dow Centennial Center. Additional work proposed is the development of a culture, recreation, and parks master plan, which I'll speak to more in the presentation. I will be presenting two budget recommendations to council this year. The first recommendation is on page 8-7, and that is number 47-0113, Truth and Reconciliation, for $437,000 in ongoing funding. The city has undertaken truth and reconciliation efforts since 2021, which a summary of work was provided to council in June. To date, public-facing work has been supported through one-time funding. Administration is now recommending ongoing funding for this initiative to sustain efforts to uphold the principles of truth and reconciliation through public events and programs that acknowledge Indigenous history, cultures, and traditions. This will allow sustained continuation of the city's current efforts to move this work forward through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Work will continue to include events and programs as they serve as highly visible, public-facing examples of the city's commitment to truth and reconciliation and directly address a need noted to administration by Indigenous residents. For the second recommendation, I will invite the Director of Public Works up to join me if he's come in yet. I missed. There he is, Richard Gagnon, as this project relates to both of our departments. The second recommendation on page 8-11 is number 74-0107, Culture, Recreation, and Parks Master Plan, and is for $375,000 in one-time funding. A new Culture, Recreation, and Parks Master Plan, which I will now refer to as just the master plan for the rest of my presentation, would help inform future development by identifying opportunities for municipal land reserves and annexed lands for the community's future culture, recreation facilities, and open spaces. Its guidance would reflect public input, usage demands, and council direction as we grow to a city of 50,000 residents. Key considerations for recommending a new master plan include accommodating the city's ongoing growth, as the city's last census in 2024 had us at just under 30,000 people, This is compared to 16,800 in 2008 when the last full culture parks recreation master plan was done, or 24,000 in 2015 when the recreation facility and parks master plan was done. This master plan would address both short-term items such as the feasibility of a new fourth arena and determine its scope, and the future of the Harbor Pool facility and site once it is decommissioned. It would also provide further input on Heritage Trails Park development, for an example, and in long-term items such as future recreation, culture, heritage, parks initiatives, programming, and facility considerations. A new culture, recreation, and parks master plan would be developed over 2 years, led by a temporary full-time position with contractor support, and is expected to be completed by the spring of 2028. And then finally, fees and charges. The department's fees and charges are located on 8-15. Key factors for these are those such as pricing methodology and strategy, and cost recovery, as well as municipal comparators. All of these were considered when reviewing the department's users' fees for 2026. There are 7 new fee items identified, such as the Access for Everyone program discounts of 100% for multi-facility admission for eligible residents, as well as new community spaces and outdoor facilities. There were almost 400 revised fees. The largest revisions of 20% or more were based on combination of individual community benefit, commercial customer class, cost recovery, increased demand, and the ability for the market to absorb the increases. User fees or charges less than 20% were more associated with resident and age consumer classes, cost recovery, inflation, and reasonable comparators and market considerations. We're recommending one removal of a fee, which is the tennis, pickleball, and beach volleyball 3-day maximum, which was essentially the same cost as the per day fee, and we don't recommend the duplication. Fees falling under the authority of the city manager are primarily registered programs. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So either me and Councillor Wesley both need hearing aids, or I believe that when you said the Truth and Reconciliation number, you said a 400 and something thousand, but you meant 37.5. That is the number.
Yes, my apologies.
Okay,
I think I was reading the master plan number before and got confused.
No, that's fair. You made us both kind of look at each other like, what did he just say?
I noted the look and I was trying to think of what I did say.
No, thank you for that clarity. Okay, my first question is on the strategy. What do you think the strategy is for yourself for the harbor pool and looking at that? Like, how do we even start to identify what it could be, what we do with it, its next life, if anything at all?
To the mayor, there are some things that we've heard that other communities have looked to do with their pools. There are some options. We also know there's a considerable potential cost from some of the earlier work we did on the indoor recreation facility review, that if we wanted to create a space that basically there's a very unique structure inside the pool. There's odd size walls and floors, and so it's not conducive to necessarily anything really well right now. So that could be a very significant investment. One of the reasons we are recommending our first point of strategy is a culture rec master plan to see what are the demands in the city. Is it, I'm always a little hesitant to offer up suggestions because the public may grab onto them and run with them if they hadn't thought of it before. But I will bring these up. An indoor pickleball facility, a gymnasium. We are very stressed for space at the Dow Centennial Center instead of our gymnasium. Again, but what does the cost look like for that? And is there the actual demand? Because we do hear a lot of one-off comments. What the ability or what the engagement behind a master plan would do is take it out to the entire community and all the sports groups and have an understanding, particularly with their minor sports association, to help them say what are their priorities, not necessarily as a one-off sport, but as the overarching sport organization in the community in terms of helping us understand not only what they need, but potentially when it's needed. And that's some of that work we would do internally, looking at the data we have to validate some of the wants against what we're seeing in terms of pressures. And then, of course, bringing that forward to council to see what they want to pursue in the future as well. So that would be my primary one, is to get some information to help with that. We can do some other work on the harbor pool thing, but part of it would be we'd probably want to get out and talk to the community, and we'd also want to bring someone in to help us kind of determine what the financial feasibility with some of those options might be.
Perfect.
So that was a very long answer, but
no, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Ketcher.
Have is on the Truth and Reconciliation. During the campaign, I think it's Phyllis Sinclair sent several of us emails asking, as part of the Truth and Reconciliation, why don't we have a committee that actually has an Indigenous member on it? I guess some other municipalities have that so that they can actually have input. And we apparently no longer have an Indigenous societies. So is that something that we should be entertaining to ensure that we're actually getting input?
Through the mayor, that inquiry was very timely, as Taylor was at the regional group that works on sharing information, truth, and reconciliation, and I had a conversation with them around their committee. So it is an option. As you mentioned, the original group we started working with is no longer quite functioning the same way, but there are groups that have kind of formed and want to be engaged. And what we saw this last year was there was a lot of individual residents who wanted to be engaged, even though it wasn't through a formal nonprofit organization. So there's a couple different ways we can do that. So it is something we can explore, but I would just caution at this point is with a more formal committee will become more time intensive, and it would something we would look to add resources to. It is not something we feel we can currently do with the resources we have. We also think we've gotten, and I can invite either Amber or Taylor up, as Amber Grandis has joined us as well, to speak about kind of the conversations with those groups.
Can she steal your seat?
Yeah. So I was going to say, at this point, I don't think we think there's opportunities to continue to work with the local residents and those who have been active, as actually Phyllis was in the early days of this initiative. But we can explore growing it and making it more formal with the committee. But I think one of the things that would be helpful with that is ensuring that if we're to go through that route, there is a firm ongoing commitment and proper resources into it.
I might just add through the mayor that the need for ongoing funding is definitely something that we've identified with our regional partners. Most of our regional partners, they have ongoing funding when they have Indigenous advisory committees, and that allows for long-term planning, and it's a sense of responsibility that those members are able to capture for future efforts. It's difficult to bring in folks, ask questions, and essentially take emotional advisory from them without there being known, I guess, without them knowing that what they're asking for we could potentially back up. And usually that does come with funding.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that I closed the loop on that one because that was a question that was asked during the campaign. Second one that I have, it's going to be a little tougher for you. How can we, as a city, justify giving 100%, and I understand the access for everyone, used to give a certain dollar amount so that kids could take swimming lessons or take programs. But to give 100% without a limitation on how many times you can go to the harbor pool or the DCC, I'm asking how we justify that versus just rather than giving like some more free weekends so that actually everybody can go free as opposed to just certain individuals. Doesn't feel like everyone can play.
Through the mayor, this is a very complicated question, and I would just stress that there is no one answer, and we're not indicating that what the recommendation we have is the only solution. It is just one of the solutions we're bringing forward. To your point, when you say, and that is one of the reasons we looked at it, I'll just say the lens we put on this was within the current strategic plan, there is a thing about ensuring everyone has access. We look at this kind of from an equity lens, is some people don't have the same barriers. And so what we want to do, and the other outcome that we were very purposeful in reviewing this work through is respecting the taxpayers' contributions to providing support. So one of the things we wanted to do was try and create a program that provides that access without necessarily having huge additional costs. That's one of the reasons we and several other ministries that we've reviewed look to a membership based program, because there's less direct costs when you look at a membership and providing access to our facilities than even is we could provide. And so we could do that again through the weekends. But the thing is, and that is, again, a very reasonable other strategy to go with. But one of the things we know about whether it's active recreation or even just engaging in our culture programs, is that there is a benefit to doing it frequently. There are health benefits, there are mental benefits, there's a social component. And if we were to do just one-offs, we're not sure we would get achieve those same outcomes there, even though it would still be a lower tax pay. So what we did is try to find a way that would give the people, and again, just for context, this is an eligibility-based program. You have to fall within the LICO scale that we have, which is for a single individual is about $25,000. So your income has to fall below that or the government program to be able to get the supports. Though the the median income that we pulled from the government's website for Fort Saskatchewan is 2022 was $134,000. So those families that earn that type of money don't have the same barriers as someone who's a family of four earning $50,000. So part of it is an equity piece to raise up those who can't afford it. And it is true, it is not equal to the other people because they are still having to pay for it, but it becomes a bit of an equity piece rather than an equality piece in terms of straight one for one. I think in a perfect world, it would be great if there was open access, but in terms of the reality, I think that would be like a 3 or 4% property tax increase to provide free recreation through our facilities. So again, that is ultimately up to the council in terms of how they want to balance those two outcomes, or if there's other outcomes they'd like us to consider.
So I'm going to be like a former counselor. Nothing's free in life. There's a cost to it. And so how are we going to track the lost revenue that we would typically generate on this? And I know I'm going to get beat up, but the whole point being, so for the family that's making $50,000 to that other part of it, they're trying to put food on the table, pay their rent, do all of this. They don't fall down there. Now they want to take their kids swimming, and it costs them like $25 if they got 5 kids or 4 kids or something. It's still, the equity still isn't there. And I feel like those are the ones that are getting left behind. I don't see this as being fair. And when I had asked for a new model, this wasn't the model that I was thinking that you would come up with. So if
do you want to flag this one?
Pardon?
Do you want to flag it?
Yeah, I want to flag this one.
Okay. Is there any objection to flagging Everyone Can Play's program? Not seeing any, we'll flag that one.
I'll key back in there.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Wesley.
All right, I'm just trying to get my head around the fee structure, and I'm looking on page 3-20, and I noticed that for indoor arenas, our cost recovery is 50%. For aquatics of whatever program, it varies from 10 to 22%. Could you maybe give me some color as to why that variance is so doggone big?
Through the mayor, one of the easiest answers is this year is the addition of $2.1 million in borrowing without any additional return on revenue because the facility is yet to be built. So if you were to remove that $2.1 million, that's broken up under each. It's broken up as like 600 and some thousand under each of the aquatics program. That then totals up to the $2.1 million number. Or $2 million and like 69,000. I rounded up, I think. And so there's no attached revenue to that. So if you were to look at last year's cost recovery, those numbers were closer to 23, 34, and 35. So this is basically the debt borrowing coming on. It has driven those cost recovery formulas down.
Okay, but still, even with the 35 to 73 for the indoor fields, that's still quite a wide variance. I'm still trying to wrap my head around. I just don't know why.
Yeah, sure. Through the mayor, yes. Pools are very expensive and inefficient operations. There is a reason there are not many private pools except out east. Is they don't financially make sense from a business perspective, generally speaking. Because if you were to look at those numbers, what we would have to do is we would have to increase the fees significantly to the point that, and this is another discussion, but to the point that it may no longer be desirable for people to come to our pool, so they might go to another pool, which can happen because we are not the only aquatic center in this region. So there is a bit of a balance there. I would also say that our cost recovery for pools is, I don't believe, to be far off of others in terms of that. We hope that with a newer pool, we'll have some more efficient operations. But as you could see also that we saw some things like utilities go up significantly this year. Pools are also not efficient that way in terms of heating water and other things. Also with the increase in water from the commission, that is also another additional increase for pools. So pools in general are quite expensive and inefficient from a cost recovery perspective in terms of a short hour. Whereas the indoor field, we don't have to have lifeguards there. It can just be open and they can play soccer. So even the staffing for a pool is much different operations than it would be for an arena or any other kind of facility, because we have to have a minimum number based on the number of people. So there's additional costs that way. So it's basically the operational component of it, if that makes sense.
Now, I'm just curious on another thing is, do you ever sit back and, or as a group, do an internal evaluation of your programming, seeing what works, what doesn't work, getting rid of things that work, and maybe giving me an example of something that hasn't worked that you got rid of?
To the mayor, through the mayor. Yeah, we actually do that actively, particularly with our registered programs. I think an example of, there used to be a much larger offering pre-COVID, since it came up earlier, and there were a lot of cancellations with those programs. So that we were paying, people would not show up, we'd be paying for the staff. Those are generally done through contracts. And so what we did was review all those. So all our registered programs now have a minimal threshold about how many people we need to actually go forward and run it. If we don't achieve those numbers, we don't actually go forward with the program so that we don't incur those losses. The rare exception would be that if we're piloting a new program and it takes a little time. But those are some examples of different things we've looked at and kind of said, okay, this isn't working. We're going to change it in terms of a registered program offering rather than continuing to run it.
Okay. Can I sneak one question? I guess sneak one more question in there, just because I'm again trying to get used to the process. We have an arena in our 10-year capital plan, and then part of this, the $375,000 study, is the feasibility of a new arena. It seems like a dichotomy to me, so we can explain that.
Yeah, I can take a start at it. So this is actually part of a particular policy that I'm blanking on the time, but basically any of our major capital projects within the policy says we have to actually go through a formal process. And part of that is to look at the feasibility of that project. So while that was identified in the 2015 Recreation and Parks Master Plan update as something the community wanted, there still needs to be further work in terms of feasibility, scoping, and then determining what that cost is now. So that's why it's been identified in the master plan, is because that we've reached the 5-year threshold where we need to do our due diligence to ensure, okay, we said we wanted to build this arena. There was a lot of demand. Is that demand still here? And part of that is looking not only at our community, but when we did our 2003 indoor recreation facility review, it was actually looking at what are the regional arenas as well. Because we actually have an agreement with Bruderheim where we actually get ice secured for our minor sports teams through there to help with the demand. So now it's a chance to look back at the community's growth and say, is it needed now? Does the usage demonstrate that? Which we're starting to see that user groups are booking morning ice, which has never really happened before in the city. And that's a really good indication about how tight that is in terms of accessing ice. And then we'll actually be able to go forward with a proper design after we do this engagement work or the feasibility work, assuming that it shows that we do need this arena.
I'm just curious, what do you mean by morning time? I remember my mom dragging me out of bed at 6 a.m. to go to hockey practice in the cold. Earlier than that?
Through the mayor, not in Fort Saskatchewan. This has actually come up previously in terms of some people who are on the swim team, that morning activities were something that were common. This is very common in other communities, but to date, Fort Saskatchewan hasn't had that need to do that, so they haven't. But now we're getting to that point where it has become, ice is in that much demand.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
You're good. Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you, Brad, for the information. How is it feasible to study the feasibility of new arena construction when we don't have money to pay for it? My question is, with our capital, our debt ceiling, our capital plan, what we've committed to, why are we looking at a $375,000 expenditure right now? Okay, I see what the plan is, and I agree there is a lot of merit to doing this type of work for an overarching vision and a 10-year capital and operational plan that can be implemented. If this work is done right now, and the municipality is not in a position to make a capital expenditure of a large scale on top of what we have very recently committed to, I find it extremely difficult to support the proposal, and in fact disagree with your logic about fragmented engagement being an escalated cost and an inefficient method of doing things. So that's a question which has to do with the now and then the why don't we look at these as on a case-by-case basis of, yeah, when we're ready to do an arena, let's make the evaluation to make that happen and do the feasibility study and the entire process that we've seen for an aquatics facility. And then when Harbor Pool is decommissioned, we can absolutely do the public engagement for that. And like you, I heard, many things through the campaign. Let's indoor skate park, beach volleyball courts, like a climbing gym, right? They're all fun things, but that's not really the present. So how would you answer that kind of holistic question and maybe use that to apply it to planning?
Yeah, through the mayor. There was a lot of discussion about, is this the right approach? But you've actually identified two projects that are more in the near term in terms of needing some kind of input from the community and trying to make a decision. So you are absolutely correct. We could hold off on doing the Harbor Pool for 3 years until it's closed. But that also means we are then maybe 2 to 3 years away from actually doing anything to that building. So we will carry costs to keep the building maintained unless it's decided that we need to demolish it. But again, we won't know if we're ready to demolish it yet until we do a feasibility study about whether it can be repurposed.
And I would ask what's wrong with that, right? We have a brand new aquatics facility, but don't answer that right now. Sorry, we can carry on this dialogue throughout the course of.
And then, so again, we'd be reaching out about, so because we do in a public engagement, then we do it around the arena now. Just speaking from recreation, then I'll turn it over to Richard to speak about how the needs he sees through the parks or public works. But yeah, we are getting questions and trying to want to understand what Harbor Pool could be, or if it doesn't need to be something, so that we can kind of start to make plans for that. And then longer term is a big concern, and again, Richard will probably speak more to this, is right now we have no plans for any other future facilities going forward, which if that's council's direction, that is completely understandable. But if we were trying to figure out what we want to look like at a population of 50,000, it would be good to understand what kind of amenities are we talking about. Are we talking about another 7 sports fields? That doesn't currently exist in our current built up environment. That would be something we'd have to look to the annex land with. And then we'd have to be purposeful in ensuring that we actually get that type of land together instead of hoping that we can get it through developers. So a lot of this is trying to be proactive to guide what we're going to see in terms of future development from the annex land. It could potentially be pushed further out, particularly if the focus is on the arena, not as much, but we're just being mindful that we want to start to have some planning for that in case we need to start to inform developers or make requests to bundle land differently, or if we need to potentially even purchase it in the future. We're not doing that after developers have already made plans. But I'll turn it over to Richard to speak to more from a parks context, because they also have a bigger footprint than even just from a facilities perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Babiuk. Again, I'm not going to address recreational facilities, but more likely the aspect of parks in the city. When we look at long-term plan, it helps us to better understand what we have and what do we need in the future as well for parks. And how do we steer that when parks are getting developed, especially in the next few years where we're going to see more parks emerging into new development, right? When you see those ASP and SP, you will see green little spaces on paper that shows MR and park space. So we need to understand what do we want. So on a parks point of view, we're at a point where I think we need to look at, are we meeting the community needs with our parks? We have several parks right now. Are they doing the job it's supposed to be doing? And are we meeting the needs? We have different things happening in our parks. It can be baseball, football, different sports, or different type of activities that people wants to do, events and things like that. So we want to know more about this aspect. Are we meeting the community needs? The second thing we want to know is what type of parks will best serve the community in the future, especially with what we have coming up in terms of development. What do we need there into those new spaces that are coming to us? We know it's coming. So what do we tell the developers in terms of we need playgrounds? Do we need new baseball fields? Do we need to have soccer fields? What do we need? Is there other ideas, other type of cultural events, or a type of other activities or programs that can be part of our parks? Other questions we have: how should we complete the development of the West River Edge area and connect it to the south development of the annexed area? So we have a jam here with the West River Edge, and on the south side now we have a connection to the bridge that opened earlier this summer. We're going to receive more visitors, walkers, bikers, people coming into our community. Are we equipped to basically service that? And how do we want to finish that? How do we want them to experience Fort Saskatchewan on our trails coming to West River Edge? Is there anything else that we need in West River Edge that can be that is needed as well? We bring, for example, we brought a dog park. There's some ball diamonds, a bike skills park. What else? Is there anything else that we're looking for this area? And how do we connect all this? What is the approach to developing and preserving the upcoming nutrient land that we're going to receive in the future? So this is more on the 100 Avenue, close to the Sherritt area. So we have a land there that we still have not received all when we're going to get this, but there's work in progress for the nutrient land to be passed to the city. So what do we want to do with this? Is it simply a buffer zone, or do we want to activate that? Do we want to have trails? How do we want to look at this new land? And is there any unexplored opportunities in parks that we have not looked at? Partnership with groups, new programs, new technologies we can put there. Is there a need to change some of our current programs? So we have some questions there. And when we work with developers, especially developers, when we look at new park space, we can tell them what we think we need, but I think we have to tell them what we know. And the master plan provide us the knowledge, the data, to tell them what we really need based on knowledge base. And right now we're just at a thinking level, in my view. So we need to evolve to the knowing.
Thank you for this response. Sorry, still me. Sorry. Yeah, and just to close this out, I mean, These are all great amenities to have in Fort Saskatchewan. I wholeheartedly support a diverse array of recreation facilities and outlets for our residents, including myself, to enjoy. They cost money, and we're looking right now. When I read this report, we're looking at a brand new aquatics facility, a mountain bike skills park. This is fulfilling our diverse array of recreation for what we can afford through our tax revenue right now. So I just wanted to mention that because as in a position of a council where for me it's very difficult to support both a mountain bike skills park and $400,000 for more master planning for recreation. Even though yes, consultation with developers and a future grand master plan is important work to do. So given that, I'm not sure if I'm going to flag this for further discussion or not right now because this is going into a lot of discussion. So I do apologize for that. But thank you for the information and for the report.
Perfect. Going to Councillor Randawa.
Oh, yes, it's me. Thank you very much for the presentation, Brad and Richard, so far. I have a couple random questions. I know Councillor Catcher had mentioned and flagged already the recreation access for everyone. I think I actually put this forward as a motion about like 10 years ago, so I care about this program deeply. I know at that time it was a 75%, and now it's 100. When did it change, and what was the rationale for that change? And I ask that because if I recall the debate around it when it passed originally, a lot of members of council were interested in having individuals pay at least some portion of that.
Through the mayor, just confirming, but I believe it was 2019. Yes, they changed the discount to 100%. So 2 years after the initial program launched, they made that change.
Okay, and was that council or administrations?
That is an excellent question that I cannot answer as that precedes me. So we can dig it up and find that, but I believe from a financial perspective, would it have to be council? We can dig that up and get back to you on that one.
Okay. Another question I have is just around some of the fee changes. So some of them have gone up, let's say, rather large amounts, and percentage-wise, I can't really do it all in my head when I go through it, but it's substantial. Have we gone out and consulted with some of the like recreation groups, the ones impacted by ice time, for example, and so forth, or hockey leagues, about this?
Through the mayor, we haven't done formal consultations, but obviously we have a lot of conversations with our user groups. And part of what you'll see there too is there's a reason if you look quite closely, because it's easy to miss, we actually have some of those fees not coming until September. That allows them to make any adjustments they need for registration and stuff in advance. So it's not impacting them as of January 1st. And then the other piece is we kind of, again, do some regional comparators, look at that, but also part of the work that we did last year when we updated our procedures was looking at the community value versus individual value and some of those things. And so that is one that I think is on that high end in terms of balance, but we're really looking in terms of the biggest increases, I believe, are all with our non-residents or commercial activities rather than our residents or nonprofits in terms of youth. And that's why you're seeing some of those large increases as well, is it's basically non-taxpayers who are contributing more to their ice times, just knowing that residents are already paying part of their property tax.
Okay. So from administration, like if I take a look at like Dow Center admissions, for example, an annual pass for an adult goes from like $6.28 to $7.15. So how do we, what's the rationale to that individual that, you know, they're paying $80 more for their Dow Center membership? Their taxes are projected to go up like 10% as of today. Their utilities probably around the same. So like, how do we justify that to them?
Through the mayor, I can invite Lindsay up to speak to the technical aspects, but I would just say at a higher level is based on the actual cost of operating that facility, they will pay for it. It just may be through a different venue. So they may increase the property tax more and they will still pay for it, or we can increase it more to the user who's directly using that facility. But at the end, they will essentially have to accommodate that overall cost as an individual using that facility one way or the other, if that's the cost that it takes us to run it, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can I make an information request? You let me know what's reasonable, but maybe for at least the Dow Center and the Harbor Pool, can I get a CAGR on how much these have grown over the past couple of years? Because maybe 3 years or 5 years. I just want to understand what's been the trend for some of these rates. So if I could get a CAGR for Dow Center and Harbor Pool, as well as the ice times that have been changed by a fair amount this time, to understand what the impact's been over the last 5 years. If you can play around with those numbers or whatnot, but I kind of just need to see a trend.
Through the mayor, yeah, and I will just flag this because it will be obvious. The COVID years obviously are in that 5 years,
yes,
and so we might
Post-COVID
go a little bit before and after. Yeah, we'll get you the data though, just
okay,
because that does significantly skew things.
While I'm on fees, this is a really weird question, but help me understand why we have such weird decimal places for all these fees. Like when I go to the Dow Center, I see something like $7.19 or like 17 cents. Why don't we just round some of these like monthly things to the nearest quarter or something, make it look clean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, the fees that you guys see are the pre-GST numbers. So the numbers when they are rounded to GST are either rounded to the nearest dollar or like 25 cents. So they are, it would be, if it says 7.19 in the thing, it is likely 7.25 when you get to the facility.
Makes sense.
So, yeah.
Okay. And last question, if that's okay. So the master plan, it's going to involve a fair amount of consultation with residents. We have this master plan. I'm assuming we have some other city initiatives, maybe not in your department, and other departments that are also going to involve consultation with residents. Maybe a question for Mr. Fleming or so forth. How many times are we going to be going to residents for these various plans and consultations, like through this budget or in the next year?
Yes, through your worship, I don't actually have a count of how many public consultations. Yeah. We can go through and look and see. I know it's typical for, I don't know if this is a typical amount or not, but it's typical that when we come out of any budget, there'll be a certain number of public consultation related matters. And our communications department will typically take all of those, and when they build their marketing plan for the coming year, they will make sure that they coordinate those properly, and so that we're not out there 3 times at once, or hitting the same group twice or something like that. So
okay, yeah, thank you very much.
And through the mayor, maybe I'll just interject. That is one of the reasons. It was a fair comment about doing things piecemeal, but that was one of the reasons for the master plan, is to do a big engagement and try and hit everyone once, because we have been out there with multiple times with the 2023 indoor rec survey, and then obviously the census question, and then we went back on the amenities. So we have been going back quite a bit to residents, and so we wanted to try and, to your point, consider response fatigue. But I do think there are ways to work with our comms department to ensure there's engagement, but it just means we have to be very purposeful with it if we do multiples.
Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
You had mentioned that last full from scratch, the master plan was done in 2008, and then just an update in 2015. So 17 years ago for a brand new one. I think we're overdue for that. And I know Richard already mentioned some of this, but I've said a few times already in the past, when we have development come forward for new neighborhoods, I walk through a lot of them, and they have nice little parks with little playgrounds, and it's great for the kids. I don't see a whole lot of sports fields. So I think something like this is vital to make sure that as we go forward in Roseburn or some of the new areas, we do find out, and indoor too, but outdoor, where do we need more ball diamonds? And, there's probably a formula, how many play. So for that much population, we need X soccer fields, X ball diamonds, rinks, boarded outdoor rinks. So I think this is vital. The harbor pool, I'd hate to wait for the new arena to be built and then decide what to do with the harbor pool, because you shut something down, and if it just sits and all of a sudden we decide, wait a minute, we should have kept it running. Sometimes when you, I guess, mothball something, it doesn't always start up the same way with all the facilities. So I think we need that. So I just feel this is very vital. I'm getting the feeling that not all feel that way, but I just think that it's a really important thing to do. Now some questions. I did want to mention, so, there's a fee to this, but some were willing just recently to randomly, out of the blue, put in a big golf course for $20 million potentially. That wasn't on a rec master plan, so I think we need to do this, and look and see what's coming forward. Now I have a bunch of, and they're little questions on some of the fees. Child minding. On page 8-23, there's a non-member price that's really pricey. Is it just that we never had one, or, why do we put it in? Do we feel it's going to get used at that high price?
So through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, the higher fee is a new fee, so it's a non-member family rate. So what was happening without that fee is that non-members, so essentially they have no passes at the facility, were utilizing the child minding, and they were paying like the same rate as someone who had a membership, but has a family going to the center.
And then also I noticed there's a dressing room fee that went from, I don't know, it's a quarter of what it was. Do we get a lot of rentals for just a dressing room?
So through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, we do sometimes. It is more a fee just to have that opportunity to rent the dressing rooms if needed.
Okay. I have a few other just on fees, or do I? Go
ahead.
Yeah. Page 8-31 and 8-23, the non-resident fees, and I think that was for the Shell Theatre. Is that full cost recovery? Because I'm thinking that, if we're getting out-of-town rentals, if it's not full cost, it certainly should be pretty close, because I've also heard that groups love to come and rent the space because it is a decent rate, and we have a beautiful theater, of course.
Yeah, I can give the really high-level answer. No, through the mayor, that wouldn't be a full 100% cost recovery. I think Josh can speak to the specifics, but again, this is something I mentioned about earlier about being comparable and not pricing ourselves on the market, but Josh can speak in more depth.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, hi. With regards to our non-resident fees for our commercial clients, they are the ones that are paying the highest level of fee. And we do a regional comparative comparing to other theaters in the spaces as well to make sure that we are in line with that. And we do have a multi-year plan to get to that, to where we need to make sure that it is, it's not too cost recovery, but it is still to a point where it's the most lucrative for the city as possible.
Okay. And on that same note, and this is just an explanation, not a fee, what is the difference between just a regular rehearsal or performance and staging rehearsal? Because there was a whole set of fees under staging rehearsal.
Through the mayor, the big differences there is whether or not they're using the audience space or how they're using the audience space with regards to safety, and that comes down to our volunteers and how they're implied in the space, the organization of our front of house staff to coordinate and ensure that the patrons are safe at all times. So whether or not we open the doors to the theater or not. So if it's a staging rehearsal, it could be, for example, a theater rehearsal where they just need the stage to come in and block on stage, versus a dance group that may need to come in and then they want everybody to watch it. Well, then we're kind of bordering on, is that a performance or not, right? So it's about how they use the space mostly.
Okay, good. That's it for the theater. One more little one though. Under Augie fees, it has a commercial rate, but it doesn't mention anything for nonprofits. So is Augie a free request for if nonprofits would like Augie the sheep mascot out?
This one, through the mayor, this one comes down to demand, and that is to say that when Augie is requested for most of our special events, of course, it's going to be included when possible and when it can be staffed, for the most part. For the commercial fees, it's when we have large groups that want to definitely have Augie there for commercial reasons, and we want to make sure that is covered within the fee itself. Then.
So a non-profit group can request if they're just to have an appearance, and there wouldn't be a charge.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. It can be requested, but again, staffing is a huge concern. If we know of anybody that would like to take on the role, we are open to all applications at that time.
I think it's a tall one. I know a city manager that might fit in there.
With respect, Councillor Blizzard, I'm sorry, but certain heights are out of line. I've tried.
Thank you very much, and that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Oh, it's been so long, I can't remember. I had a question. Now, where are we? We're recreation here? Okay. Let me focus again. I know. And this relates back to programming, paid or non-program, and at the Dow. This is not your area. So I spent a lot of time at the Dow, and it seems to me that the most popular rec program at the DCC is not a registered program, and it's called Silver Straw, which Councillor Blizzard understands quite well because she goes there. Now, I see probably most of the time your numbers are like 30 or more in every session. It happens 3 times a week, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that program is, I believe, twice a week only.
Okay, twice.
3, yeah.
Anyways, it appears to me that the most popular programs are the ones that people get from a paid membership and that they don't have to pay a registration fee, and that one in particular. And it's amazing the overall benefit that gives to older people in our community that come out and socialize and do some fun exercise at the same time. How do we draw the distinction between our paid registered programs and these free ones? Because honestly, I think the whole benefit of community recreation is probably to have it within the overall fee. It doesn't do anything for our revenue, but it ultimately gives people the peace of mind because they come out and they socialize and they get recreation and they have a lot of fun. So how do you draw that distinction between registered versus non-registered?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris. Often it would be, sometimes it's community demand. We try to offer those community level programs as a drop-in type thing. So you wouldn't really see any more like advancement or goals. It does aim at like the socialization or just that movement and recreation for people. Whereas sometimes the registered programs will have specific goals tied to them, or because the registration base is the same, then they could progress the skills and stuff that they complete in the classes. So kind of after COVID, we did decide just a number of programs that is kind of sustainable for registration, not for registration, but a number of programs for drop-in that we felt was a good sustainable for the facility. So we would get more than 2 people attending, just really fill those spaces up. And same thing with like registered programs. We picked, kind of went over the program offering previously, went over the successful classes and kind of like that demand. And so we've really also filled up those spaces as well.
How do you gauge the success? Do you talk to people with the drop-in? Because my wife goes to the drop-in class and she loves it. And I think Councillor Blizzard could probably attain to that too. So, because that's really quite interesting. And the second question I've got, that was just kind of an aside. What registered or non-registered drop-in classes that we used to do at the Dow that we don't do anymore because they've just fallen off? Like, I don't see anything on spin classes anymore. Are we doing those? Because they were really popular at one time.
Yeah, so through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that's kind of part of it, is that we would look at industry trends, like what is popular in the fitness community. So if there was, or sustainable even. So spin is kind of one of those things that was a lot more popular, but maybe has kind of dwindled off a little bit. But we do still offer the registered programs or drop-in times that are successful. We kind of gauge that from the community, like we look for feedback, just even that attendance. We try different promotions to get people to come out and try it, just to really get that engagement. So we do take the feedback, and that seems to be working really well to drive up the attendance and those.
Yeah, so the upshot
programs.
is you get people that are paying their monthly membership ultimately to partake in those, which ultimately drives our users up into a reasonable number, I suppose.
I would, through the mayor, I would say yes, that would be helpful for like our return. So I know, just speaking in the region, that a lot of program coordinators are ask how we get so many people to even register in our programs because they're not finding that same success. So.
Okay, good. Keep up the work.
Okay, council's going to start throwing things at me soon. So after Councillor Noyen goes, no, we'll go Councillor Noyen, and then if there's still questions for Culture and Recreation, we can come back after, but we are going to take a break after this question. Go ahead, Councillor Noyen.
Did I ask too much of a question? Or what?
No, not at all.
Oh,
You're good.
thought I was being.
Nope.
Okay, good.
I need a red light.
Sorry, I still had Councillor here.
Thanks. My two questions are going to be on truth and reconciliation here, and this is kind of based on historical what I've seen. The amount that is requested in the budget recommendation, that's on top of a budget allocation that is already in place for truth and reconciliation, correct? Because, and the reason I'm asking that is because I saw somewhere and I can't find it. There's 93,000 in total through staff, and then this budget request that would be included. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, I'm just looking at the programs you manage. I believe that's maybe where you're referencing $93,000 for the total cost for the program. Yeah, so that is basically the 37.5 we currently have. So it's not an additional amount to that. The additional money that you see under the non-personnel portion of the Truth and Reconciliation is actually tied to how many staff we have supporting it, and then the related kind of equipment, IT costs, all that, because this is the priority-based budgeting piece.
So if this is keep it 37,500 that we're looking at 740113 is a status quo of what we've been doing the previous years, and then it brings me to back to the same conversation we've had for a while, which is why isn't this a standing? Why is this a budget proposal every year? If we've been doing this for X amount of years and then we're planning to do it basically indefinitely, I think is what I've been seeing.
Through the mayor and context for any new councillors as well. Yeah, this initially started as one-time funding. I believe last year we had consideration to move it to ongoing. And then there was a request just to give an update as what's been done to date. And so we provided that in June or July or whatever I referenced to previously. And so we interpreted that there was support in terms of what the work we've done, and that we thought there was support to move this forward. So we were recommending it going from one-time timing to now being that permanent budget request that you will not get any further.
Thanks. Yes, and I see that here now. For some reason, yeah. I was going back to different numbers I've seen and different strategies to have this in our budget. So I'll leave it at that. That clears what my question was.
Are you good? Okay. Is there any more questions for after break for Culture and Rec? No. So you guys are good to go. We're gonna take a break. 10 or 15? Oh, okay, 15. So 2:55. 2:55. I repeat, 2:55. We are back and we are moving on to 5.2 Protective Services. Corrine Rayner presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Corrine Rayner. I'm the Director of Protective Services for the city. With me in the gallery is Staff Sergeant Scott Landy, our acting officer in charge of the RCMP, Sergeant Ben Sharp, the Municipal Enforcement Supervisor, and we have another guest here is Sergeant Will Hiscock as well. He's in charge of our specialized policing units. The Protective Services budget can be found in Section 9 of the budget document. The policing service is a collaborative effort where the RCMP and municipal enforcement work together to ensure the security and well-being of our residents. Community safety is the foundation of the programs we provide, and each service complements the other to address a broad spectrum of safety needs. Protective Services has a total allocated FTE of 30.18 across all of our programs. The RCMP have a total of 42 members. The city contracts 34 municipal positions. The remaining 8 are a part of the provincial complement. Municipal Enforcement Services has 8 full-time community peace officers and 1 sergeant that is in charge and supervises and manages the team. All of these officers are supported by 17 highly skilled administrative staff and 1 Protective Services crime analyst. Protective Services has 7 programs that we deliver, found on page 9-3 of the document. These programs include municipal enforcement and animal control, general duty response to calls, and specialized RCMP policing units. Traffic safety and Vision Zero are important priorities in our community, and we do have 2 programs that are dedicated to helping us achieve our goals to reduce the frequency and severity of collisions on the roads. The Protective Services budget expenses are $11 million and a total projected revenue of $1.2 million. This revenue comes from 2 separate grants from the province totaling $730,000. Fines and penalties, and user fees and charges. There are a few significant changes to the Protective Services budget. The first is the elimination of the automated traffic enforcement program. Council made the decision in May to cease using ATE as a traffic safety tool. This has resulted in a reduction of fine revenue and the expenses associated to the ATE contract. That contract does expire in February of 2026, so we will continue with the ATE until that contract expires. Within the programs we manage, there have been a few reallocations of resources made and small increases to the budget due to inflation and growth that align with our current operations and priorities. The RCMP contract shows an increase of $680,000. The RCMP have forecasted the 2026-27 per member rate to be $245,000. This is up from $227,000 from the previous fiscal year. The primary drivers of this increase are a placeholder for a 3.5% pay adjustment, along with higher operating, capital, and RCMP management costs. This increase is distributed between the general duty policing program and specialized policing units. Protective Services has 1 budget recommendation. Recommendation number 26-0018 is for 1 full-time community peace officer dedicated to traffic and commercial vehicle enforcement. The position will cost $94,000 in 2026, an additional $32,000 for 2027, for a total of ongoing cost of $127,000. This will be partially offset by forecasted revenue of $60,000 per year. The position will be funded through property tax revenue with an additional $20,000 ongoing reallocated from within our existing Protective Services budget. This reallocation reflects an efficiency achieved, assisting with partially funding this position from within our existing budget. This traffic position is directly tied to the provincial changes to the automated traffic enforcement program and the elimination of the city's use of ATE. Automated traffic enforcement served as a consistent, visible deterrent to speeding and red light violations. Its removal creates a measurable gap in our ability to manage traffic safety. The addition of a dedicated traffic officer is a mitigation measure, ensuring the city continues to deliver on its traffic safety objectives and maintain a strong enforcement presence on the roadways. The benefits of adding this position is that it provides one dedicated traffic officer per municipal enforcement watch. So that will allow for 7-day per week coverage, focused specifically on proactive traffic enforcement. This position will reinforce a visible deterrence in high-risk locations such as school zones, major corridors, and residential complaint areas. It will enable regular inspection of heavy trucks and commercial carriers. These inspections have become an important traffic safety initiative, as close to 50% of our commercial vehicle carriers that are inspected are found to have major safety violations and defects, and as a result are taken out of service. Adding one FTE responds to our community growth and industrial expansion. With major industrial projects underway, projected increase in heavy vehicle traffic, road safety risks will intensify. This position aligns with Council and RCMP priorities as traffic safety remains a policing priority and a component of the city's Vision Zero goals. This recommendation is a strategic investment in traffic safety following the elimination of the ATE program. It maintains the city's commitment to safe roads and ensures our enforcement capacity evolves with the community's growth. The Protective Services user fees and charges consist of animal kennel fees and cat trap rentals, criminal record checks, and fingerprinting services as well. We do conduct an annual review to see if these service fees are still remain relevant and aligned with our service levels. The review also considers factors such as cost recovery, direct and indirect costs, inflation, and comparable rates to other municipalities. These fees are partially tax supported with 100% of the direct costs covered, and the other indirect and capital are the portions that are tax supported. There are no changes to the Protective Services user fees and charges for 2026. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Wesley.
I have one little yet controversial question to ask.
Great.
Yes. Had the ATA, Automatic Traffic Enforcement, not been discontinued, what would we be thinking those revenues would be for 2026?
That is a complex
How
question.
much did we bring in for ATE last year?
Okay. Off the top of my head, well, we did have within our budget $1.5 million for ATE. So that was what we had forecasted and budgeted for.
Right. For last year. And so this year we would have probably expected to be what, 1.6, 1.7, just in the normal course of growth?
Without the ATE program, our projected fines and penalties revenue is $430,000. So that's with just conventional traffic enforcement with our uniformed officers doing that work. We're projecting $430,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just as one of 7 people who have to talk about double-digit property tax increases, yes. Just trying to think of where those holes and gaps were.
Right.
All right. Thanks a lot, Corrine.
Yep.
So, sorry, Corrine, just to clarify what you just said. So the 1.5, though, was taking into account some reduction already to the ATE. So wasn't it closer to 2 or 3 million that you were bringing in, or is my recollection incorrect? You
are correct. I believe we did have over 2 million. I'm not sure the exact number initially. Yes.
Before any of the ATs.
Before any of the ATs, we were forecasting revenue of over $2 million.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Andawa.
Just a question regarding the funding sources, Corinne. I know you said you've taken some money from Vision Zero. If that money was to stay with Vision Zero, what else would or could you do with that money? And the reason I ask is during the campaign, went to a lot of houses, and there are a ton of Vision Zero signs out there. So people definitely care about it. So I just want to make sure we're not shortchanging it.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa, it's a great question. And we originally had $85,000 dedicated to Vision Zero in our Traffic Safety Initiative Fund. And through historical data and our projected projects and initiatives that we have, I've found that $65,000 is sufficient to do our program, and that includes our signs and our education programs and certain equipment that we use as well. So those speed display signs is another thing that we purchase. So $65,000 is sufficient in there. So we decided to utilize $20,000 of that budget. It still is related to Vision Zero and has that same original intent for that funding, and we're just going to put it towards this position.
Okay. And another question, I'm probably not going to word this correctly, so bear with me, but a large part of this position is paid through via fine revenue. So what do we say to individuals in the public that will be like, oh, you're just throwing in these positions, and we're pretty much giving them a mandate to go out and ticket the population to the extent of $60,000 to then pay for the position. So what is the rationale kind of behind that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa, the rationale would be don't speed, don't break the law, and then there will be no fine. Okay. And we really want the message in our community that don't speed through our community, and we want to reduce those collisions. So it's an optional tax, if you will, that residents can avoid.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Drives a white Range Rover, by the way.
Councillor Noyen.
A little bit.
Okay, Councillor Noyen.
Sorry. Taking off.
Taking off, nice spin.
Taking off on this because we had this budgeted as a line item before for ATE revenue. We decided as council last budget to do smoothing for budgetary impacts of that. I have concerns that the way, and tell me I'm wrong hopefully, but the way funding sources are shown in your report, fine revenue is expected and now budgeted for again as fine revenue. Just based on this one FTE that you're requesting, are we not getting back to the risk of having that budget allocation as expected if something else doesn't happen the way that we're expecting it to? And why we're doing that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyen, you're correct. So we are adding $60,000 in fine revenue associated to this position. When I take a look at forecasting that amount, I'm very conservative so that we are not relying on revenue and capping that out. But we do add that in because it is an expectation or a result of that position being in there. And as far as the budget goes, that's just part of, we add this position and we expect some revenue from it, so we add it in.
Okay, and I understand the rationale, and there will be revenue from the position. Just from an accounting standpoint, then maybe, Jeremy, why is this the recommendation given what the last council went through for the last 2 years in consideration of this? I mean, how is this once again the methodology encouraged for this? I don't really understand it, why we're back. And I get what it looks like, but I just don't understand why we're doing it again. So convince me that it's correct.
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyen, I would only add to what Ms. Rayner has already said, is that it's an incidental to this position. And so because of this position, we're forecasting an additional $60,000 in fine revenue, and it's associated to that. So that's why it's part of this budget recommendation.
I wouldn't mind flagging this, and if there's objections to it, that's fine. Just if we can have the discussion of allocating this as not a guaranteed line item revenue with a dollar amount. And this was something that was discussed at length by a previous council, and I would like to do it differently going forward if that's something that we can get further information about and discuss as a council.
Sure. Okay, Ms. Puget, I wanted to try. Did you want to let her go first?
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Through to the mayor, to Councillor Noyan. I think the situation is a little bit different than the ATE revenue situation because that was not within the city's control. The ATE program was regulated by the province, and the changes that revenue were a result of provincial changes. When we're budgeting for a position that will, by its very nature, generate revenues, we have an obligation to show that revenue offset, so to sort of show the true cost of the position. I'm not sure if the city manager wanted to add further comments.
Sorry, I think the other difference too between ATE and this is that ATE did generate revenues over and above its cost to the city just because of the nature of the technology and the efficiency with which speeders were being caught. And in this case, really, the revenues the revenues may offset the position, but we're projecting not, to be conservative to start. But if you don't associate these revenues back to the position, then really all you're doing is asking the taxpayers to fully fund a position that generates revenue that you're then going to put somewhere else. So you could do the same thing by leaving this the way it is and just starting up a reserve contribution of $50,000 and it's the same net effect. So.
Right. Okay, given the answer that Sandy was able to provide, that gives me a bit more context, and then it is a much smaller number than the 2 million that we had for ATE, so I'm going to leave the flag off. You've just answered it. One other question I had I see I'm the last on the list here, is the commercial vehicle position, because this is the second one, right? Yeah. I tried to look through the numbers from last year, and based on what you mentioned at a 50% kind of fail rate of commercial vehicles, which is shocking to me. But I don't know if that's representative. But it seems like we had a low amount of fine revenue for that. So is there a way to explain that, or am I reading it wrong? Because if vehicles are being decommissioned on the spot based on failure to pass an inspection, seems like that would be a fairly large fine. And I've heard things through other people that have businesses with these types of vehicles before, but I was expecting those numbers to be higher, and I'm kind of looking for some clarity or insight.
I'll call upon Sergeant Sharp. I feel
he's on
him
his
coming.
way. He could feel you.
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome, Sergeant Sharp.
Thank you. Through your mayor to Councillor Noyan. Some of the fine, revenue that you would have seen come in this year would have been from fines potentially 1 to 2 years previous to that, as it takes time to get through the court system. On top of that, the fines associated with placing a commercial vehicle out of service, you might think that they'd be quite high in dollar value, but you could place a vehicle out of service with a $300 ticket, and you could have a vehicle not necessarily out of service with tens of thousands of dollars worth of tickets. So I don't think you can directly correlate placing a vehicle out of service with there's going to be a higher fine amount with that. Okay.
Yeah, and those are things I didn't know. Could I ask a couple others? That's it. Okay.
There's nobody else after you, so you're okay.
I didn't see that. Thanks. This is very timely that you're bringing this budget request forward for the FTE. Wholeheartedly support this. We have just, I believe it was 1 year ago, approved another FTE for RCMP, and unless something's changed, it looks like we're maybe have some vacancies, let's call it, right, in the department. What is administration's position on potentially funding this through FTE funds that are already in place and not being utilized? Does that make sense? I'm thinking of solutions to not bring as much operating impacts to the city this year.
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyes, so we currently do not have any other vacancies within our department, so within the municipal enforcement. So this is a community peace officer FTE. It's separate from the RCMP contract completely. So the RCMP vacancies is what you're referring to?
Yeah, I am, and I guess I'm grouping them,
Right.
but if that is kind of maybe a convoluted way of doing it then, in a
So
way.
are you referring to the surplus within the RCMP contract to
Yes.
fund this position? I would suggest it's not a great idea because it's not ongoing. So we would have to fund this position and hire a position that would be ongoing. The vacancy rates and surpluses within the RCMP contract fluctuate year to year. Some years we've had a deficit, so we wouldn't want to do that, I don't think.
Yeah, and I'll agree with you there. Based on two different departments. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
And the difference between the fines from like last year to this year, there was some vacancy in commercial vehicle enforcement, was there not, in this year?
Through the mayor, that's correct. So we did have a vacancy. We staffed the position in May of last year. And so the commercial vehicle enforcement position has fluctuated with the staffing level in there. And then it does take a significant amount of time to get, we send an officer to training, and that training occurs once per year, I think. So we have had that vacancy within that position. Did you have anything you needed to add? Or you good?
Through your mayor, just to add to that, there was vacancies, and the course that is required to be able to do these inspections, it's once a year typically, but sometimes they'll go 2 years without offering a course. And then on top of that, it's approximately 4 weeks in class and then an additional 1 to 3 months afterwards of practical training. So it takes quite a long time. So if we hire someone in January for it, they potentially aren't actually doing these inspections and commercial vehicle enforcement for up to 4 months potentially. So
okay, fair. Councillor Noyan?
Yeah, under 6 is page 9-4, general duty policing, delight item for increase to RCMP contract due to pay increase adjustment. This was the union negotiation, the pay increase, right? And that was, my question is was that the deferral of that payment? So it is now happening right now from, I think, 2 years ago?
Sorry, can you refer me again to which line you're looking at?
Yeah, it's under general duty policing. So item 6 on page 9-4.
And so are you referring to the $449,000? Okay.
Yeah.
So that is so we're increasing the RCMP budget by a total of $680,000. And so under general duty calls, we've split that between those two programs. So that is that per member rate that I mentioned earlier that's gone up to $245,000. Based on a 3.5% pay increase and then other increased costs to the policing contract. And then we've split it between those two programs. So the $449,000 is about the increase in forecast to the RCMP contract.
Okay, none of that is retroactive
No.
to a union negotiation pay increase. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Sorry.
Not seeing anything else on protective services.
Okay. Thank you.
We will welcome up our fire services. Chief Todd Martin's presenting.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. Again, my name is Todd Martins, and I'm the fire chief here for the city. And today with me is Deputy Fire Chief Andrew Buchanan, who oversees operations and training, and Deputy Chief Quinn Gillard, who is emergency management. So please refer to your budget binders, section 10. The fire department delivers timely and quality service comprised of 8 programs. An example of these programs are medical first response, fire suppression, fire prevention, and emergency management. And a full list of these can be found on page 10-3. We have a total of 33.5 FTEs allocated through our PBB programming, as well as unionized IAFF permanent full-time and casual staff on shift 24/7. So a few in 2026, Council will notice a few changes in the programs, but overall the adjustments are recommended to keep up with inflation, community growth, and our service levels. So of the 8 programs we manage, I don't have any specific changes to the programs. However, Council will notice a few changes should they approve recommendations, and I'll get to those later. But just a brief overview would be the emergency management business continuity, the training for emergency management, as well as the positions. Other than that, Council, you'll see a reallocation of funds throughout our programs through personnel. Sorry, Council. A few other things just want to highlight again as far as the service level piece. We're currently running the 6 staff 24/7 on 4 platoons with 2 fire trucks, 3 on each out of the 1 station. A couple initiatives I'd just like to note for 2026 would be the fire station planning and the detailed design, which we've spoke to in capital, as well as collective bargaining with the IAFF, and then emergency management through our training and exercises in the new year. So for Council's recommendation, I have 3 recommendations. The first recommendation is page 10-5 of your budget binder, and it's recommendation 23-0062, emergency management training. Fire Service is recommending establishing a centralized training program for all city staff and departments with incident management training or emergency response. This training is specialized training mandated by Alberta Emergency Management Act and the city's emergency management bylaw that includes roles and responsibilities and completion of timely training. The training that is required are role-specific training for each position on the city's incident management team, which we currently have 70 members with a potential of 150 to full growth. Council will see a budget recommendation of an impact of $60,000 through ongoing. This is ongoing to be funded through property tax. The next recommendation is 23-0064, business continuity planning for emergencies. And business continuity is essential to ensure that city administration can maintain operations, recover swiftly, minimize financial and operational impacts to service levels within our city during any major or minor incidents. Some departments do have business continuity plans with a little more detail. However, a lot of them revolve solely around COVID. Administration is recommending hiring an external facilitator with expertise in emergency management and business continuity planning. This will help transform the citywide department's plans into a comprehensive all-hazard strategy that can be used at any time. Council will see a budget recommendation of impact of, again, $60,000 for a one-time to be funded from the municipal operating project reserves. The last recommendation is 24-0040, 2 firefighter positions. Fire Service is recommending hiring 2 additional firefighters in 2026 to help address staffing shortages, reduce overtime dependencies, and consistent coverage across all 4 of the platoons. These 2 additional additions move the department closer to the Fire Master Plan's goal of 32 firefighters to maintain an on-duty strength of 6. The department currently operates 24 full-time firefighters to maintain a 1-to-1 staffing ratio. This results in immediate overtime whenever staff is unavailable due to illness, vacation, leave time, or training. Increasing to the 32 firefighters over time allows the city to manage the absences without relying on the overtime. Administration is planning on submitting 2 firefighters each year until 2029 to the phase in these positions as per the Fire Master Plan until there's 8 per platoon or the 32 to get 6. Council will see a budget recommendation of $238,026 for the 2 positions, an additional $59,000 in 2027. The total is $29,800 ongoing, funded through property taxes. My last slide here is fees and charges, and they can be found on page 10-17 of your binder. Fire service reviews, it's fees and charges annually. We undertake a review and we adjust based on municipal comparators, existing markets, inflation, and some public engagement. We do this through our use and fees or charges policy and procedures. And some of these fees that you will see would be fire inspections, occupancy load, construction fire safety plans, and fire alarm response. For revision highlights, I have no new proposed fees in 2026. However, I do have one removal for light vehicles, and this would just follow with Alberta transportation rate. So the actual billing is still there. It's just the removal of the dollar figure, and we would continue to follow Alberta transportation rates like the others. The second is to increase one revision, so it would be to increase our construction fire safety plans from 8% to 10%. We also looked at this increase with the permit revenue due to historical actuals and increase the percentage allocation from the planning program through the fire construction safety plans. And that totals about $87,000. And this concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Everyone else is too slow, so I will go first. Okay, so first, I have a bit of an awkward question, I think, and please know it comes from a place of no emergency management training, and I don't know what I don't know. So when we approved a standalone Director of Emergency Management position, when I see things like this business continuity planning for $60,000, I guess it was just my vision that that would be the type of work that that position would undertake. And so could you just explain to me why that type of work couldn't be done in-house?
Through your mayor. So with the plans that we're reviewing, and it's a great question, and we are reviewing the plans, but based on the number of business continuity plans we'd have to do and the time frame it would take to develop each one of the plans with each director or manager in that department, we could be years before we see an actual completion of some of these plans for all the departments. So the idea behind this was to bring somebody in that is that subject matter expert in emergency management. They've built these plans before, and then they can help us assist to bring those plans to fruition in a shorter time period, which then allows us to continue the maintenance piece of that program with the position you spoke about.
Okay, fair. And then on the two firefighter positions, so I guess for the information of our new counselors, my understanding of the pressure points that we have right now is that we have 2 crews on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but it's when there's a high level of like either sick calls or vacation, and you don't have like the staff necessarily that can come in and support that. So those shifts are starting off short. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Before I get into my question,
no, to your mayor, that is correct. So we run our minimum staffing is 6, so it's the 3 on each of the fire trucks. So you're correct. So as soon as we have a sick time, we're calling in overtime. As soon as we're doing into training, we're calling in overtime. Loo time, overtime. So we're constantly playing catch up, and unfortunately, the casuals that we have work other jobs, and they can't relieve some of that pressures that we're seeing during the daytime and in the evening if they're shift workers as well.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So just on to my question about this is, I'm trying to wrap my head around how 2 firefighter positions then helps you. Like, how is that actually scheduled? Like, is two enough to, like, you have these 2 positions, and I can't figure out how you incorporate that in to fix that problem.
So, through your mayor, so you're correct. So building this, we're kind of phasing it in over time to get ourselves up to that, again, that fire master plan recommendation of the 32 and the 8 to get 6. So then they to get 6 allows us to have someone off sick where we wouldn't call an overtime because our minimum staffing would be 6. We could have up to 2 then that day off, whether it would be vacation or training would be off. So this is a phase in. So I'm not saying it will eliminate overtime, but this allows 2 of our platoons to have the 7. So when we're trying to use these positions with a little bit of flexibility, that their hours are mandated, but we're kind of plugging and playing where we can forecast vacation and training. We're able to do 3-month scheduling, so that's where we're putting and using some of these positions. So we're not relying strictly on overtime. However, we still will, based on the level that someone would be off, whether you're a captain or a platoon chief. Our firefighters can't cover those ranks, so we're still going to see some overtime.
Okay, no, thank you. That helps. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Chief. Question around the BCP. I understand in your response to Mayor Macon the need to bring in a consultant now. Are we going to need to refresh this plan every so often, every 3 years, 5 years? Do you foresee anything like that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. I don't see the need to refresh the program. That would be the job of Deputy Chief Quinn Giller. So again, this is to initially get us going, and then that it would be on him to move that forward, meet with the directors or the managers or whoever in that department to refresh that data.
Okay, and we don't have anything like this currently?
Through the mayor, Councillor Randawa, we have, like I said, some departments do have a little more robust plans around COVID-19, as well as some business continuity plans, but a lot of departments don't. And therefore, this would be a little more specific to the emergency management piece, and then how we manage whether it's a minor disaster or a major disaster, and the number of individuals we can pull out of each department moving forward.
Okay. And then a pair of questions around the firefighter positions. So this is about $300,000, the request. I understand where it's coming from based on your rationale. If we had these in the past year, these 2 positions, do you have any estimate what impact that would have made to the $600,000 overtime that we incurred?
So through your mayor to Councillor Randawa. So if we had these positions last year,
yes,
I would foresee the overtime would drop, and they would cover off some of that overtime that we've been using.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is I'm trying to understand, like, if we have about 600,000 overtime hours as a base, how much of that is incurred due to we need to add more firefighters versus how much of that will always be incurred due to the nature of the work that you do?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. So this year, I think it's we had about 300 and we've seen about 300 and some thousand that was above and beyond our budgeted overtime costs.
Okay, and is that consistent year over year?
Yes.
Okay, maybe a question to the rest of administration. If we see actuals come in over budgeted year over year that much higher, at what point do we re-budget?
Sorry, to the mayor. So are you saying why didn't we adjust the overtime budget to cover that off? I don't know if Chief Martin sees it differently. Like this level of overtime with this many staff people is not sustainable, even from a health and wellness perspective.
For sure. Yeah.
So to go and put it in the budget permanently as though this is the way we want to move forward, like I think we saw this as being a problem and it needs to be fixed, not in the overtime budget, but with the resourcing levels. So that's why we're here doing this instead of coming forward previously going, we better bump up this overtime budget, right? And I think some of this overtime budget does get covered off by savings in other budget areas because of those vacancies and things. So I don't know that the fire department overall was running a significant variance, but you had a significant variance in one area that was being offset slightly or mostly in another.
And through your worship, to Councillor Randall, if I can add to that, like when we speak to the mental health piece and overworking, some of our staff are working additional 80 hours in a 2-week period.
Did you say 80, sorry? Or
80.
Okay.
Yeah, so that compounds, which can ultimately possibly negatively impact us with sick time down the road.
For sure. My last question, then I'll pass it on if that's okay, is what I'm trying to then understand is 2 enough at this time? Like if we know we incur all this overtime every year and it's not a large shock to us, at what point does adding a third or a fourth in this cycle or in the next cycle start to actually move the needle on that overtime?
Mr. Fleming? Or did you want?
Yeah.
Okay, Chief Martins, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Randall. So in Q1 of 2026, the plan is to come back with the service level policy. And through that policy, there will be a recommendation of a staffing ratio in that document. And then that would lay out kind of the roadmap of where we should be. And it's very, very similar to the fire master plan with that 8 to get 6. So our minimum staffing is the 6. And so every platoon would have the 2 additional to help out with the vacation, the training and the sick time.
Okay. I have an information request then is made to administration. If we add these 2 positions, can we get an estimate of what we see overtime to be? And if we added a third or a fourth, where would overtime end up? Is that possible at all? Or no? I guess it's very much t-shirt sizing or... You can say no and that's a terrible idea. I won't be offended.
Can you just repeat your question, please?
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand, with these 2 positions, what would we estimate overtime to be next year? So, and if we added, let's say, 3 in this budget or 4 in this budget, what would that 600,000 look like?
Through your worship, to Councillor Randall, it would be a hard question. Like we would have to go back and look at our training calendar. And we always, with sick time, that is a challenge too. But we could go back and have a look. I foresee overtime being very similar for vacation and training coverage. But we'd have to go back and have a look. Yeah.
Okay. If it's not too much of a burden, if it is, just drop it. I'll live with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just through the mayor, in addition to that request, I probably would note, whenever my fingerprints are on the budget, I do want to take responsibility for it. And I would say we did do the fire services master plan. That is a pretty detailed body of work that I don't know if we've sent it to you or if you've seen it, but perhaps we could throw that on the information request as well and or get you a link to it. Because that did talk in quite a bit of detail about staffing levels and what we should be. Probably would have been the preference for the fire department to have more positions come forward sooner to address this, but I'm sure it doesn't feel like this to council, but what we go through even to bring this budget in with 10.5%, like choices had to be made. So in this case, we said, let's try to smooth this. It's probably 2 now, and then we'll see how that goes. And there might be other asks for 2027. So, yeah.
Councillor Wesley.
All right. Nice to see you again, Chief. It's been so long, like hours. I'm just trying to, again, just wrap my head around some things here. When we look at the emergency management training, it says in here that while basic training is available online at no cost, and then it talks about ensuring compliance. And I wasn't quite sure what you were getting at there. Is why is the online version not sufficient?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So the online version is the bare minimum, and that's the basic introduction to emergency management, the BEM course. There's also an ICS 100 on there, and that's just the entry level. It's offered by the government of Alberta. It's online, and then we get into the higher roles based on our organizational chart as far as the different role specific, whether it's finance or planning or operations. And then you need higher levels of ICS training for that. You can't do a lot of that training online. Some of that isn't even offered by the province anymore. And then the role specific training. So some of you will remember we ran the IMT Academy, Emergency Management Academy last year. We're over 5 days at the DCC where we were able to get a lot of that training covered for certain positions. And we're expected to do that again next year.
Okay. And regarding the $60,000 cost, because I've noticed patterns. I think I gave Brad a hard time about his $200,000 number, and I do appreciate your $60,000 number a little bit better. But I'm just trying to think of how did that $60,000 cost, whether it's for the emergency management training or for the business continuity plan.
Sure. Through your mayor to Councillor Wesley. So the $60,000 for the emergency management training, it's about 40-some thousand of that is the training, the courses, and the rest is the training exercises that we would be running. So we have to bring in people to, whether they're actors or we have to bring in role-specific people to run those and facilitate that program. So that's what the additional piece of that is for the exercises that we need to run as per legislation.
Thanks. And just one last question on the business continuity plan. You had mentioned that if you had to do it in-house, it would take you years. With the facilitator, how long would that take to develop?
Through your mayor to Councillor Wesley, when I spoke with some of my partners and some of the ones that they've previously done, anywhere from between that 4 to 6 months was the sweet spot.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
I have just a few questions, but the first one's more of a comment or a question. So I was looking with your firefighter positions, you did comparators, and I found it very interesting that the city of Lloydminster, that's just a touch bigger than us, has 16 full-time firefighters and seems to manage. Do they have the other half in Saskatchewan, or do they run a different program? Everything else is very similar.
Through your mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So you're correct. They're in Saskatchewan. No, it's a different model. Their shifts are different than ours. They run 24-hour shifts. They have some different challenges than we have as well out here as far as coverage during their daytime coverage and weekend coverage, they also have just recently completed a fire master plan based on a lot of the comparators here, and there's recommendations in here to add an additional 12 staff to their numbers as well.
Yeah, because, I mean, even so, you would man one truck with that, and you would, I mean, everyone still, even if you run 24 hours, needs time off. So anyway, I just found that interesting, but I do have other questions. So with those positions and saying that, they're going to help with the overtime, did we lower the overtime budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, no, we did not lower the overtime budget. So it's
still set at 600, assuming it's the same, or was it lower and we just went over?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, I believe it's about 300 and...
I can jump in. Yep. So the budget has been around 360,000 year over year, but we have gone over that budget by double the amount, so 600.
So we just left it the same as opposed to raising it. We went over last year and we're just leaving it.
That's correct.
And then I guess we'll learn from these two how those affect the overtime. Okay. And so if we have two more, so now you have 4 and 4 and 3 and 3, right? You've got that 2 extra bodies for the trucks. Would you, if someone's sick, would you just not call someone in then to avoid the overtime and only call someone in if there's a call, ask one of the volunteers, in an emergency? Would you leave that open?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So that's exactly it. So with our minimum staffing, setting that at 6, so when someone is sick, we don't call in for overtime. We just bump everybody up. And it's not until another person would call in sick or we would have training, then we would push out for additional staffing. When we have the need for a bigger event like a structure fire, we automatically push out to all of our casual staff just based on the need of the resources for a structure fire to fight that fire, as well as we have the auto aid agreement with Strathcona County that sends one engine from Josephburg.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'd like to hear that because that's what I thought. If you have 7 on, you'd need to get down to 5 before you call someone for overtime, right? Okay. And then I was just looking at your fees and charges, and I always look at, how much are they going up. So I've just noticed that in your occupancy load permits, I'm trying to think, I think they're all no change. And then at the bottom in false alarm, there's also no change. Again, as I said before with some of the other presentations, our staffing cost is higher. Why would we not increase them a little bit?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, we still felt that based on the work that we were doing for these and where our comparators were, that we didn't need to make an adjustment on those.
Okay. I just feel like this is one where comparators don't really matter because they live in Fort Saskatchewan. They're not going to run to Sherwood Park and, they have no choice. So if you have that false alarm a couple of times, maybe your fee should be higher. And
through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, so when we look at the industry, I guess, for that and our bylaw, we do the first offense is free, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
And then it's incremental increases after that. And what we're seeing is we're still recouping the cost even with the time that we have.
Okay. Yeah. I'll leave it for now, but I still think, there is a cost increase year over year.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at business continuity planning first, my impression of any department except IT's ability to triage and effectively deal with a cyber attack is that they shouldn't be doing it. That's my. I mean, I wouldn't want to, and I would know not where to start. Cyber attacks are mentioned several times in this report as a type of incident that would be under the scope of the business continuity planning, and I fail to see how this is something that anyone except our experts in professionals in that field can be effective at tackling and why it would be under the scope of fire services.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, so you're correct. IT is that subject matter expert that would work with the contractor and Deputy Chief Gillard. What the business continuity piece does for emergency management, it lays out the number of individuals that we can use when we're under that attack, or we're under an evacuation, on how many members I can take from each department, how I can use those resources in the ECC. So the city might be under attack from cyber or a gas leak or a fire or flood, and I still need resources, but the city still needs to be open. And how many does IT need to continue to run that business so they can still provide the business to the city, but also we need to run that emergency. So again, we're not telling them how to do their business, but it's just bringing that information together so we have it in all in one place and we have the numbers to move our ECC forward.
Right. So without a business continuity planning, what is being done right now? I mean, there obviously are measures that you have in place to deal with a natural disaster, and there are, I know that we have that type of planning, right? So I'm just trying to establish the risk that we have, if we took this out, because it's something that we don't have right now, and there was a hazard identification from 2017 and risk analysis. We're obviously aware of the type of risks and large-scale interruptions could cause, but I don't know. I'm trying to really establish the value of this, and there was only a few paragraphs in here, so in all fairness, it's
through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So for an example, this year when we had the evacuees from Saskatchewan come in, we do have plans that we have for, the floods, the fires, the weather events. We have those types of plans on when to activate and how to activate. But when we had the evacuees come in from Saskatchewan, and we had 400 residents to work with, and those numbers adjusted through the couple of weeks, the plan that I need to pull is how many do I get to take from facilities, the number of people, who do I take from facilities to now manage this incident that's not, it's directly affecting the city and some of the facilities and the resources that we have. But again, we want to keep the city running. Jobo wants to pay their bill, or they want to continue that service. So that's the detail that these plans would go into. And I'll call up Deputy Chief Gillard, and maybe he can explain a little more on the business continuity piece.
Yeah, and essentially, I appreciate this information because it really wasn't in this detail, right, in the report. And so really at the end of it, you're going to have a document that you really, and process that you're going to be able to reference when these events occur. And I don't know how much more detail you really want to go into it, but like it's nice to hear of the Saskatchewan situation, right, which is very recent and relevant, and how you navigated that. So it's, if you want to add a bit of color, that's, that'd be great to hear.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. As the chief mentioned, the business continuity piece is separate from the overall emergency response piece that the municipal emergency plan is, right? So when we start staffing up our incident management team and we start drawing key staff from around the city to start facilitating those roles in the IMT, we lose those positions within the city to carry on with day-to-day business operations. So how does that department itself carry on to do that? And that's just one example of what can occur, right? Depending on the variety of emergencies that may exist, we may lose certain facilities, we may lose certain equipment. So it's more than just a people piece as well too, right? As you mentioned earlier, IT is its own specialized thing. And this year, earlier on, the IT department actually held its own cyber exercise for what was actually what was going to occur in the event we actually got hacked. And for laugh and a giggle, the consultant that they brought in to actually facilitate that also said, now Sheriff has had an incident, they've had a release, and you have to staff up your incident management team as well too. Now what else are you going to do now that you're crippled in these areas? So any number of things can occur by bringing in a subject matter expert, which again, it's its own real field when you get right down to it, outside of just specific emergency management. It gives us a better understanding of where our holes may be. And it may be they come in and they say, you've got a lot of good things going on here, we don't need to tweak much, or there's a lot of holes and gaps in here, what we're going to do about it.
This was recommendation 15, I think, from the fire master plan. So we're getting close to that 35 there, perhaps, or how many ever there were. Thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I'm just curious about a couple of things. When the Strathcona County responds on our behalf, is there a cost attached to that?
Mike, please.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. No, there's not a cost for that. There would be a cost if it was a prolonged event. The intent, we only have an auto aid agreement in for a one call determinant, we call it, so a structure fire call determinant. Okay. And they come in, we use them. If we don't, we try to get them gone and kick them free as fast as we can. Now, if they would stay for a longer period of time, that's when there could possibly be a fee. The fire we had where we don't have any, I can't remember the name of it, in Clover Park, I think it was, where we don't have any hydrants there. They did come in with their water tankers, and they shuttled water for that event for a number of hours. So they sent us an invoice for that.
Okay. Now, related to invoices or responses, for false alarm responses for those folks who have a fourth and subsequent offense, does that happen very often? And does that cost start, or does that fine at least approach somewhat how much it costs to dispatch you folks?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So we do see this quite a bit. I think we had around 200 and some commercial and residential alarms last year, and we're on track this year. The challenge we have with this is if the hardware in the building did its job, it's hard sometimes for our platoon chiefs and captains to say, I'm billing you for this because of somebody else's doings, I guess. So the hardware in there, the alarm went off, it did its job, we show up. Where we like to do a little more education through the fire prevention branch is on when it's truly the business owners. We do see an issue, we do see a problem. We've told you to move this hot plate and you still haven't. So we try to work with them the best we can. As far as the recovery on the currents, that's a little above the Alberta transportation rate that we would bill if we were out on a number highway for a vehicle. So it's pretty close.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. So that looks like it from fire services. Poor Miss Hoyer gets to sit there all day and be maybe able to sneak it in. So we are going to ask her to come up. FCSS doesn't have any new requests, so I feel confident that without rushing, we can still get through Miss Hoyer's presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I'm the Director of Family and Community Support Services. I'm here to present an overview of the proposed 2026 budget for Family and Community Support Services, also known as FCSS. Please refer to Section 11 of your budget document. FCSS is fortunate to operate under an agreement between the municipality and the province. Through this agreement, the department provides preventative social services within the city of Fort Saskatchewan. FCSS has 10 full-time positions that offer prevention programming to meet the needs of residents, as well as education and community development initiatives to build capacity of organizations and individuals. The department leads and fosters collaboration with social agencies and plays an active role in direct services provided within the community. The Family and Community Support Services Department has 12 priority-based programs. A few of these programs include community education, youth and family supports, and senior services. An additional program overseen by FCSS is grants to organizations, and I will bring information on that program later in the agenda. I got to clean this up. No, I'm down. Oh, my apologies. There we go. Thank you. The 2026 FCSS budget reflects a continuation of current service levels. FCSS revenue includes the annual provincial grant, as well as fees for home support and the community garden. In 2026, FCSS will continue to build capacity in the social sector by providing volunteer and board development, facilitating agency collaboration, and supporting and leading initiatives like the Community Response Table. Creating connection amongst residents will continue to ground the work of FCSS as a welcoming and active community is built through connection. Family and Community Support Services is responsible to set fees and charges for home support and the community garden. FCSS user fees and charges are reviewed every 3 years. Due to the type of customers we support, we do not want to increase fees annually, as those who require our services often have incomes that are static. As our last adjustment was in 2023, this year we are proposing a fee adjustment of approximately 3% in alignment with the guiding principles in the user fees and charges policy. Thank you for your time to talk about FCSS today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Watching. I'm not seeing any so far. So FCSS funding has become, well, it seems to be the starting point for advocacy for the new mid-size city's mayor's caucus. It's been brought up number one and everybody was supporting it. So if you could see an increase in that support from the province, but let's say it was $250,000, what would that mean for your program? What would you do with that money? How could you better serve the community?
To the mayor, if we were to see an increase, there would be two pieces that would need to be considered. First of all, what's the dollar amount, of course. But secondly, we need to be looking at if it came with any sort of change to our mandate before we looked at what we could offer. If I'm looking at exactly what we currently offer and there was no change, we certainly are starting to see some challenges in the area of youth services as our community is a young community, and as we grow and needs grow. We're starting to see some challenges there. Definitely starting to see some challenges with complex needs where we have individuals who aren't just engaged with one system, they're challenged by several systems, so they take more time in that direct service area. So if I was to think just from right now, those would be my focus areas.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And I'm not seeing anyone else chime in. So you beat Cherie. Now is the shortest 5-minute presentation.
Beautiful.
I don't know that anyone else is going to beat you for that, but we shall see.
Thank you.
I will go to Ms. Bujaya to take us through a recap of the day.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So we have a total of 5 flagged items. The first one related to all staffing positions as set out in page 22-3, and these are flagged for further discussion. The second is related to transit fees and charges. The third is related to Veterans Way functional planning study. The fourth is the operating budget for the Economic Development Department, so flagging that for further discussion on strategy related to resource dedication to community priorities. And the fifth flagged item was for the Access for Everyone program for further discussion. In terms of information requests, I believe we have 10. The first one asked for a spreadsheet related to Public Works for the reclassification of 4 temporary positions to permanent positions. The second one related to information on potential service level reductions to the city's parks operations programs. The third was to provide additional information on the city's transit fees in terms of the the statistics on the demographics for use of transit. Number 4 is to provide information on the city's ability to expand government-funded program for hiring youth as part of the summer parks positions. And there were some details on the data that we would like to have included here. And number 5 is to provide our projected 2026 cost recovery for transit with the inclusion of the additions of the 2026 budget items. Number 6 is to provide more information on the city's approach to replenishing reserves for non-physical assets, such as studies and plans that need to be updated at regular intervals. Number 7 is to provide more information on the city funding invested in downtown business initiatives, if possible with an itemized list highlighting successes, and to have the list go far back as is feasible. Number 8 was to explain where the Access for Everyone program changed from 75% to 100% and provide the explanation for that change. Number 9 was to provide the details on growth in terms of usage for major recreation facilities, such as the pool and arena, for the last few years. And number 10 was to provide the impact to projected overtime costs for fire services with the addition of the 2 positions as set out in the 2026 budget, as well as the impact of adding additional positions above what is recommended, and to also include a link to the fire services master plan.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting at 3:59.